WCFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. It's a football Friday, man. Hell yeah.
Let's spit all over this
I'm going to spit
joint.
on you, you spit on me, and then we're going to blows. That's what we're doing. Oh, man. The NFL is the best. It is the best. We're out watching the game last night at Kirby Ice House, Seth. We're watching the game, and we're looking up at the screen, and the kickoff was at 7:15, and it's 7:16, and we've already had a guy carted off, and Jalen Carter's been kicked out of the game before there's even been a snap from scrimmage. It's the
you're
best.
watching without sound.
It's the best. Yeah, I'm not even listening to what they're saying on there. I'm like, God, this is soap opera trauma.
I'll tell you what. Okay, so for those of you who didn't see it, we'll give it the real sequence of events didn't come out until a few hours after the incident. Before the game, the Cowboys are in the huddle. The Philadelphia defense is lined up, and there's just people lingering around. And go ahead.
Well, they're all waiting around because there's an eagle getting peeled off the field.
So Dak Prescott kind of like spits in the direction of Jalen Carter and gives a smug smile. But you couldn't see this originally. But Jalen Carter takes it upon himself to walk across the line of scrimmage up to the Cowboys huddle, confront Dak Prescott, and spit on Dak Prescott's face right in front of an official. And Jalen Carter's ejected. And that's how the game started.
Yeah.
Now Eagles fans are saying, well, you see, Dak Prescott spit first. Yes, I agree. Dak Prescott shouldn't have made that gesture or done that thing to him. But the disproportionate response was the most idiotic thing I've ever seen any football player do. Ever.
A disproportionate response that I think 99% of people agree that if it happens in society, you have license to go ahead and punch that person in the face.
Well, there is a thing called the fighting words doctrine, Sean.
Okay.
Which it kind of releases you from some of the responsibility. If somebody does something that's typically like that person knows it very well could incite a fight because it's such an egregious action, then
Is spitting part of that doctrine? Is that
spitting might actually be considered either assault or something in some, I don't know. Lawyers weigh in from state to state, it's different. You don't spit on people.
No, you don't spit on people.
He went full Romanowski.
Well,
never go full Romanowski.
Never go full Romanowski. Never ever go full Romanowski. And don't do it as an NFL player that your team needs in a game. Like, you're one of the best players on the team. Like, you're watching this. Like, Jalen Carter has, over the last 2 years, I think has finally gotten people to where it's like, Seth, I was embarrassed for myself last night when Jalen Carter
ever advocated.
Yes. The when Jalen Carter spit on Dak Prescott right in full view of everybody to get kicked out of a very important season opening game on national TV. I said to myself, this is the first thing I thought of. I said, I cannot believe that when the 25 best players under the age of 25 articles came out, multiple of them, and they all had Jalen Carter in the top three. And they all had Will Anderson somewhere between like 14 and like 18. Mm-hmm. I cannot believe I had the unmitigated gall to put in the rundown and pose the question to you. Would the Texans have been better off trading up only 3 spots for Jalen Carter from 12 to 9 instead of trading up 9 spots to 3 to get Will Anderson? And to your credit, it was a hypothetical. I love Will Anderson.
Yeah, that wasn't your hot take or anything.
No. I was merely posing the question based on the article I was looking at. The question never should have been posed. Ever.
Well, and it is.
Ever.
What I had said at the time remains true, which is you never know when it comes to the character side of things. If a team like the Texans really loves Will Anderson that much because of not just his play on the field, it was everything else about him, about his football character, his off-the-field character, everything like that. You don't really you just got to leave it up to the coaches to decide whether all of that stuff matters as much as it does. I think it's very clear why the Texans liked Will Anderson more than Jalen Carter.
Yes.
For a lot of couple of the best young defensive players in the league, and yet I think Will Anderson would unlikely to be caught. The most egregious thing Will Anderson did on the field last year was not hit Pat Mahomes in the head and get flagged for it in a playoff game.
That's exactly
to
right.
actually make no contact with Pat Mahomes' helmet, and yet somehow ended a drive because of something Will Anderson didn't do.
Oh my God. Now, once they got Jalen Carter to the locker room and cleaned up all the spit, it was a good game last night.
It was a really good game.
Yeah.
And partly, hey, I mean, there's bulletin board material, and then there's spitting on the quarterback right before the game.
Right.
There's, sometimes bulletin board material is overrated. I'll tell you what, man. You spit on my quarterback's chest right before a game. It's a different level there. It's a different.
Hell yeah.
You saw the Cowboys receivers were going full Nico Collins out there after the catch.
They were
just burying their shoulder into dudes and everything. I'm going to try to separate the Cowboys from Jerry Jones here for a moment, and I almost start to feel like the Cowboys players this year, like it's going to be out of Major League, where they should have a placard of Jerry Jones in the locker room, and every time they win a game, they take off an article of clothing.
No, that's the owner of the team in Major League was a hot older woman. It was fun to take off those pieces.
And
of
it
clothes.
was a poster of her as a younger woman.
Yeah,
right? From when
yeah.
she was a go-go girl. Or
Yeah,
something.
nobody needs to see Jerry. No, that's not an incentive to win games, to see Jerry Jones' prune shriveled ass in
Jerry
the locker
would love
room.
it too. That's the
Oh,
problem.
he would. That is true. He'd lean into it 100%.
Did you see our social media numbers?
Well, exactly. Well, here's the thing: the Cowboys could very easily won this game if their star player that they did pay, CeeDee Lamb, didn't have some just catastrophic drops in that game. CeeDee Lamb still had good numbers. He had 7 catches for 110 yards. He should have had 10 catches for about $180 last night.
The Cowboys really. There were some opportunities in that game. The one drive that should have been over when Jason Ferguson drew that penalty in the end zone, they coughed the ball up later in that drive.
Yeah, Miles Sanders, yeah.
Yeah, and CeeDee Lamb, 3 drops in the game, right?
3 drops in the game, yeah.
3 drops, and then another one that wasn't really, I don't think it would have been rated a drop, but was catchable.
It was the very last one. It might have been. It was the very last offensive play for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
On 4th down, Dak threw it up to him, and he dove. And I think you're right. It probably wasn't counted as a drop. The others are drops. They were just bad drops. But that one is one though that you go, okay, you're making $35 million a year. This is the moment. You're
not the one that got traded to Green Bay.
No.
Yeah. The Cowboys defense, though, to their credit, with a little bit of assistance from a lightning break, how long was that lightning delay?
It was
like an hour.
It was about It was ultimately about an hour. Yeah. I
had committed myself before the game. I said, you know what? Come hell or high water, I'm going to watch every single Thursday night game in its entirety.
No. As your
co-host, I feel like I got a nudge from God. I think God was saying, hey, Seth, old Sethers, you know what? Let's don't be an idiot about this. You got a 3 a.m. wake up call every day.
No.
Yeah.
And if you're going to pick a school night, if you will, to stay up and watch the game, make it either Sunday or Monday. The Thursday night games are terrible.
I was thinking about that last night, even with some of the sloppiness or the dropped catches from CeeDee Lamb or the spitting on the chest. Otherwise, an entertaining game.
Very.
This is the last clean Thursday night game of the year.
Yeah.
This is the last time where everybody's fresh and out there, and here you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
you can watch it on normal network television.
Total hypothetical, but do the Cowboys win this game if Micah Parsons is on their team?
I think there's a chance because, well, it's hard to say because I think the Cowboys defense turned it on in the second half, partly because they started being more aggressive and blitzing more.
Yeah.
That defense and Matt Eberflus as their coordinator is probably not going to be a defense that blitzes a whole lot. And in week 1, you maybe get away with a little bit, but they can't sustain that over time.
No.
So boy,
here's why. Let me give you some numbers. Here's why I ask. Jalen Hurts got sacked once the whole game. He got sacked once the whole game. He was pretty comfortable back there, 19 of 23. I mean, only 152 yards, but he helped matriculate the ball down the field. And the 2 touchdowns were not tush pushes for Jalen Hurts. They were touchdowns where he dropped back to pass, surveyed the field for a good 5 seconds, and then decided to take off, and nobody was within 5 yards of him either time.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
These are all plays where Micah.
There's a much better chance that they stop them with Micah Parsons.
I just wonder if that's like up in Dallas today, if that's a topic. Boy, if we had Micah, we'd have won that game.
Yeah, I wonder. There's a lot of coke going on, up there. I'm sure by now they're agreeing that no, Micah Parsons was actually the problem last year because of his antics in the locker room or something like that. So I don't know about in Dallas, but in the rest of the rational world, yes, certainly you got a much better chance of winning that game with Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if you watched those two teams last night, and give Dallas the fact that they were on the road in a hostile environment. If you knew things about football, but you didn't know how last season went, and you just dropped somebody in to watch that game, it looked like two pretty evenly matched teams to me. To me, the Cowboys are. If CeeDee Lamb, your star receiver, catches a couple of those 3 balls that he dropped, the Cowboys might win that football game last night.
Yeah, so. The Eagles last year were actually in terms of sack rate, and you got to remember they don't throw the ball a whole lot.
Yeah.
They were the second worst team in the league in terms of just when they did drop back. Jalen Hurts got sacked more than
That's surprising. I mean, they have a really good offensive line. It's with Philadelphia. It's hard to break down a lot of the things because they're so unique. Because their quarterback is so unique. Yeah.
That when they don't pass a whole lot, and then when they do pass a lot of times, he's waiting for it to. Yeah, it's the rate, not the total sacks.
Yeah.
But they're the most run-heavy team in the league. And then Jalen Hurts can extend plays, but sometimes he takes it. I'll tell you the thing I'm most impressed with about Jalen Hurts is I continue to blame Trevor Lawrence for his injury last year versus Azeez Al-Shire.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times in that game, you see him sliding a few yards short of the first down marker.
Yep.
He's got very good discretion about understanding, all right, I'm going to run, but I'm not going to be an idiot about it. Yeah. I'm going to preserve myself to be able to run for 17 games.
Very much so. Very much so. All right, we are off and running on a Football Friday. Good to be with you, and we've got Texans and Rams coming up on Sunday at 3:25 p.m. That is kickoff time. Seth and I have Texans Countdown with you at 12:25 p.m. On Sunday afternoon, so we're looking forward to that. We'll dig into the Texans and the Rams in the 6 o'clock hour here. We've got updates on injuries with the Texans. One, not good. And Backgate from last night. We've got a lot of gates. We got Fromber Gate. We got Saliva Gate last night.
Oh, and then the New York Whiners.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just when I thought my hatred for the Yankees was starting to tamp down a bit, just because it's getting a little boring to hate them. Aaron Boone gives you a reason to in the 9th inning last night. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what, something you can actually get excited about. Instead of whining about it like certain baseball managers, you can actually take action and win on your own instead of whining about it when it comes to your retirement. I don't have a retirement plan, and what do I do about it? It's simple. You call Trajan Wealth. They're family-owned, they're veteran-led, and they have advisors with decades of experience to help you craft a plan that you can feel good about moving on into the future, whether you're in your 20s, your 50s, or 60s, wherever you are at whatever stage you are in life. Today is the day. Today's the day you want to start right now, and it does not take that much time. It is not that stressful. In fact, you actually feel better about it. I felt better about it after the first time I called Trajan Wealth. I cleaned up all those loose ends and various things that I had let drag out, and I felt so much better about it. You can feel better too. Call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330. Or check them out online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Football Friday. bag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, shout out Academy Sports and Outdoors for sponsoring Football Friday. Shout out Academy Sports and Outdoors, whose logo is on this Football Friday beer glass that I'm holding right now. I'm going to hold that up to the YouTube camera right there. Football Friday,
glass, yes.
Academy Sports and Outdoors, the kind of glass you'd stick in your freezer and pour a nice cold beer into. And on the other side of the one I'm holding, Seth, has a picture of Payne and Pendergast on it right there. Yeah, how about that?
Payne. When it's frosty cold, we're wearing parkas, and then when if your beer gets too warm, Sean and I are both standing there in our boxers
in
shorts.
Banana hammocks. Yeah, that's what we are. It's a silhouette kind of picture of the two of us on there. It says Payne and Pendergast, and on the other side, football.
You're holding it up to the wrong camera. Oh, never mind.
No, I'm holding it up to the audience.
You're good.
So the Football Friday logo there with a couple of helmets and Sports Radio 610. I bring this up because out at Talyard Brewery in Sugar Land today is where the fellas are going to be. The drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and they are giving away sets of these glasses. Just giving them away. You just got to show up. But there's a limited amount of them. First come, first serve. So I'm looking at it right now. Our boss just texted us. Different designs. We've got 4 different designs for each show. We're first. So, we're just going in chronological order.
Yeah.
So this week it's us. All you have to do is show up, but you've got to get there early because we only have a limited supply to give away each week. And today they're giving out Payne and Pendergast glasses, 1 per person while supplies last. So there you go. You're going to get a glass if you go out there.
Anyway, if you get angry, you can do whatever you want with it. You can you don't like a take that Sean or I give, you can smash it against the wall.
But
just be sure you film it and send it to us.
Film it and send it to us, and it's got to be a really bad take because you only get 1 of these. All right? Yeah. So it's got to be. If you're going to take out your frustration on the glass, make sure it's a horrible take.
Yeah. If you'd had a glass in your hand when earlier this week Sean said that the Texans should have drafted Jalen Carter instead of Will
Anderson. Say that. Hold up. Now people are going to be walking around saying I said that. That's not true. That's 100%. No, but I would let you throw that glass for me even merely posing the hypothetical question.
Right.
They move up should they have moved up from 12-9 to get Jalen Carter or 12-3 to get Will Anderson? I still say 12-3 to get Will Anderson, but I'm here to come up with provocative material.
As far as the Jalen Carter incident last night, so it's very clear that Dak Prescott spit in the direction of Jalen Carter and then gave a smug smile. And that's what started everything, as they were likely talking smack or whatever already. But then when they're face-to-face, this is what the hypothesis is by some Eagles people right now. Dak said something right before Jalen Carter spit at him, and people are speculating that what he said was, "Your boy died." Talking about the racing incident in college.
Yeah, the Jalen Carter. Yeah,
Jalen Carter was involved in that the racing, and his friend died. His teammate died. I don't know. That's a lot of that's pretty damn.
That's heavy.
And when I watch it, I could see where that could be, but it could also be 29 other monosyllabic 3 words. Yeah.
You're right. There could be a lot of things that draw a big loogie in that case.
Right, and even reading his lips, it's one of those things when somebody said that, and then I watched it, I'm like, oh, yeah, it totally could have been that.
Yep.
But he could have also just said, Blue's Clues rocks, and I don't know. It could have been any one of those things. If you told me he said Blue's Clues rocks, and I looked at it, yep. Oh, he totally said Blue's Clues rocks.
Dak, that would be more on brand for Dak than him citing a dead former teammate, I think.
Yeah.
Dak seems like a good guy.
I don't think he would do that.
Yeah. All right, couple things here. The other big thing that was happening on our televisions last night here was the Astros losing to the Yankees. So you lose 2 out of 3 to the Yankees at home. Blech. Gave up a bunch of runs in the process. Even the game you won 8-7. So that wasn't good. But the big story in this game, because the game was kind of out of hand when this happened. Well, I say it was out of hand. I mean, the Astros brought the tying run to the plate in the 9th inning.
They had 2 opportunities to hit a grand slam to win the thing. Yeah,
and both guys struck out, including Christian Walker to end the game. So yeah, Correa and Walker both struck out with the bases loaded to end the game. So that was disappointing. That'll happen. But this Aaron Boone, man. Taylor Trammell hits a double last night, and Aaron Boone asks the umpires to check the bat.
Yeah, because of some discoloration on the logo.
You are such a turd, dude.
That organization is just so pathetic. You know what they do? They hit home runs versus bad pitchers all regular season long, and they're awesome at it. Yeah. But you watched the game last night. What an affront to defensive baseball.
Oh, my God.
Just a bunch of clowns on the infield throwing the ball in the general direction of their teammates. And but Aaron Boone loves that he's been ejected more than any other manager in the league. He's going to whine and throw hissy fits and do all of that because that's the way you win in the regular season and then disappoint in the postseason.
It's the Yankee way.
Yeah. So Taylor Trammell, who was with the Yankees last year, of course. Afterwards, kudos to Taylor Trammell. Basically said he felt like his integrity was being questioned.
Yeah.
He was deeply insulted that he was being brought under scrutiny for something that he said, like, I don't even know. So the accusation would be that they shaved the bat down a little bit.
Right.
And he said, well, like, does a skinny bat help you? I have no idea why I would even do that.
Yeah. Well, and I loved Taylor Trammell's reaction after the whole thing was done. I mean, it took forever. Yeah. And it was the ninth inning of an 8-3 game or whatever it was at that point. Yeah. Ultimately 8-4. It was 8-4, but they only have runners on second and third. Whatever. I'm up watching all this. I stayed up through the lightning delay with the football game, and I'm up watching this. I'm like, man, can we just get this over with? You're challenging Taylor Trammell. It ain't Yordan Alvarez's bat. Taylor Trammell should be allowed to use a bat that's slightly illegal. He's like a career 188 hitter. They should let him use a bat that's a little off kilter.
It just reminds me of when remember when Maldonado couldn't use his bat in the World Series. And it was, and immediately that was when at the height of people just, claiming that the Astros doing anything and everything. And it wasn't even a performance thing. It was that there was that Pujols bat that Pujols had given him. Yeah. And because it was an old bat, it was illegal because it could splinter if it broke.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, but it was but people made a whole to-do about it when it wasn't even like cheating to try to gain an edge or something. It was just he was using an old bat that was no longer allowed. Yeah.
I wasn't far off. I just threw 188 out there as a career batting average for Taylor Trammell just because he's an up and down minor league, major league guy. 177. I was pretty close. Career 177 hitter. Yeah, and this guy's out here using a bat to get an edge.
Right.
What are we doing?
Well, I mean, that is when you'd be most tempted.
I guess.
If I were already hitting 400, I'm not be like, hey, what could I do to break this 410?
No, you're true. Very, very, very good point. I'm just trying to keep a major league paycheck at this point. I'll do whatever it is I have to do. But this is what we're doing in a 4-run game in the ninth inning on a getaway day. By the way, his team was probably like, "What are we doing? I want to get to the airplane and get home or get to the next city, whatever it is."
I mean, that crew last night was just brutal, man.
The crew's been bad the whole series. That's a terrible crew.
It was so bad for both sides. Everybody's been screwed over at some point in this series. Just, what the hell are you doing, Aaron Boone? This is why I hope he keeps his job forever. I hope he keeps his job forever.
Him and Cashman,
his team is a reflection of all of his personality, quirks, and traits.
Yep.
They just they're not mentally tough. They're just a bunch of whiners.
Yep.
Whine. My God.
This is a big 6 games coming up here for the Astros over the next week or so. 3 in Texas, in Arlington against the Texas Rangers this weekend.
Yeah, you almost fell for the propaganda.
Yep. And then 3 in Toronto, which if the Astros take care of some business this weekend, you're still within shouting distance of Toronto to get back into the mix to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
Well, also screwing over the Yankees, too.
Correct.
Kind of a dual purpose there, too.
Yes, the Yankees, who made you stay at the ballpark 20 minutes longer last night than you should have, Aaron Boone. How worried are you about this Christian Kirk injury? He's going to be out for Week 1, reportedly.
I wish it wasn't Week 1. I mean, with Christian Kirk, when the Texans traded for him, you kind of sign on for, all right, the guy's had a spotty injury history here over the last couple of years.
And 12 games and 7 games in each of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, so there's a good chance if he's just injury prone and it hasn't just been bad luck, that you're going to miss him for a few games, but that's why you draft Jalen Noel. Yeah. I think that's why Braxton Berrios is on the squad. So I also, aside from Braxton Berrios' ability as a returner, I think it also adds that extra backup for Christian Kirk.
Yep.
So I didn't initially with the report on Wednesday that both of them had hamstring issues, both Berrios and Christian Kirk. That was distressing to me. So I'm not. I think the Texans are still set up pretty well as long as Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Braxton Berrios are playing.
Yep.
It's just that it's not ideal for a rookie slot receiver because that's one of the harder positions to learn as a rookie.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder if they just go with some formations I wonder if they go with like more 2 tight end sets now instead of running a slot receiver out there. A little more. A little more 12 personnel type stuff.
Well, no, I think that all depends just on how much they trust Jalen Noel. And then the nice thing about week 1 is you can have a specific plan for Jalen Noel without worrying about tendencies or
package.
Anything. Yeah, the Rams don't have any clue what it's going to be.
Yeah.
If Jalen Noel has to play heavy snaps in the first few games, and you kind of, with rookie receivers in general, you kind of try to limit it as much as possible and lean into what they're good at. The first couple weeks, it's not going to be as big a deal. It's if you start to show some tendencies, then teams can game for it.
Yeah, the report was, and I apologize, I forget who. It might have been Aaron Wilson was the first one I saw that said the Christian Kirk injury doesn't appear to be serious. He's only going to miss a short period of time. They're being cautious with it. The concern is kind of what you touched on, Seth, which is guy played 12 games or whatever. I forget the order of the years, but in the last 2 seasons, one of those seasons he played in 12 games, the other he played in only 7 games. And this is an injury that injury-prone people get. A hamstring injury coming out of training camp when you haven't even played a snap in the regular season yet.
Yeah.
That's the concern. And the other concern is they traded for his contract, so they're paying him $16 million this year. The money's spent. It's a sunk cost, not a sunk cost, but they're committed to it. So there's nothing you can do about it. But it is one of those things like, all right, that was the red flag in going and getting him was, all right, you're paying the full 16. There's a reason the Jags are getting rid of him, and it's $16 million.
Now, the flip side of that might be, all right, they knew that the injuries or the hamstring might be an issue, just the injuries in general might be an issue when they signed him. And the fact that the time horizon has been 2 weeks makes me feel like they're being perhaps just extra cautious, that he felt just some kind of twinge at all.
Yep.
And like I said, they drafted 2 wide receivers. They've got Braxton Berrios on the roster. Yeah. All of that for a reason that you can, especially early in the season, you can load manage guys. You can be hyper cautious when it comes to any kind of soft tissue.
Yeah, there's a lot of redundancy at that slot position for them. People weighing in, I guess, up in Dallas. I said, I wonder what they're saying up in Dallas. We have an Uber driver in Dallas with a Dallas area code said, they're not talking about Parsons at all. They're convincing themselves that they're going to be okay this season.
Yeah.
Which I honestly, if I were them, that's probably what I would be doing too. If coming in this, if I'm a Cowboy fan, I'm encouraged by that game last night. I mean, that's the Super Bowl champions in their building, and you had a really good chance to win that game. You didn't lose. You didn't lose that game because the Eagles overwhelmed you. You lost that game with some really bad self-inflicted wounds on offense, I thought.
And I thought that going up against one of the more physical teams in the league, you played a physical brand of football.
Yes.
So there's that. As you posed the question in the first segment, all right, with Micah Parsons out there, do the Cowboys win that game? I'd say, I think there's a much better chance that the Cowboys win that game. The Cowboys defense, credit to them, really buttoned it up in the second half, but that doesn't undo all the damage from the first half where Jalen Hurts just had all kinds of time to do whatever the hell he wanted in the backfield or running or anything else.
Yep, the plays that won that game for the Eagles offensively were plays I felt like where Micah Parsons would have had an impact. Or maybe more appropriately, the plays that didn't get made for the Cowboys on the defensive side of the football. They had 1 sack. They had 1 sack of Jalen Hurts last night. I got to feel like somewhere along the way, especially when both teams, Seth, were going back and forth. I mean, both teams scored on all of their drives until there was a lightning delay. It felt like they were going – both teams only touched the ball.
The Eagles scored the first 4 drives. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Eagles only had 3 drives in the first half because both teams were holding on to the football and possessing the football so well. I got to imagine that there's a decent chance Micah Parsons makes a play that gets the Cowboys defense off the field or causes a turnover or something like that. So, fun game last night though on Thursday Night Football. We'll circle back to it in headlines, which are coming up next. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
I'll tell you what, last night, Thursday Night Football can be a grind. I thought I was going to stay up for the whole game, but nope. I woke up at 2 a.m., just me and my trusty friend, my
and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with Thursday Night Football last night. Didn't think we'd have anything that would trump the Astros playing the Yankees here locally, but that Thursday Night Football game was good. And the big talk today is Jalen Carter getting ejected before the ball was even snapped from scrimmage. We had a kickoff return, 14 minutes, 54 seconds to go in the first quarter, and the two teams are just kind of milling around because an Eagle special teamer, I apologize, I don't remember the name, he's number 43, he was injured on the play, and so he was being attended to and being put on a cart. So idle hands are the devil's workshop. You leave a bunch of football players out there, Seth, to do nothing but stare at each other at the beginning of the season when they've got all that pent-up training camp frustration. And Dak Prescott, a playful spit in the direction of Jalen Carter that hit the ground.
A playful spit.
Jalen Carter walked up and then just hocked a loogie right in the middle of Dak Prescott's sternum.
You know what? And
he was ejected from the game.
What's ironic about this is that the footage of Prescott spitting didn't come out until after the game, correct?
I didn't see it until this morning when I woke up.
Him actually spitting and then giving a very smug look at Jalen Carter. The ironic part about this is that I thought one of the things the Eagles did really well in the Super Bowl was they did not allow themselves to get taunted by to get baited by Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce would taunt them, but they weren't going to fall for the bait. And that was when C.J. Gardner-Johnson stood there with his hands behind his back as Travis Kelce was doing his stupid thing that he gets away with. So the Eagles did a great job of that. And Jalen Carter did a good job of it. There was one time where Jalen Carter was just kind of stiff-arming Travis Kelce off away from everybody so he couldn't mess with him in the Super Bowl. Last night, man, right out the gate, he gets taunted a little bit by Dak Prescott. And then you could argue that Dak is in the wrong 100%, but you can't argue that it was the dumbest thing, one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on a football field. Jalen Carter walking across the line of scrimmage, which is going to draw attention from the official, standing face-to-face with Dak Prescott, and then spitting on his chest. Just an idiotic move by Jalen Carter.
And he was the only Eagle walking over there. You know that.
Right. It was very conspicuous. It was just, and at the very if you jaw with him or whatever, the official's going to tell you to go back to your side of the line of scrimmage.
Right.
But he couldn't. Whatever Dak Prescott said to him, it worked. And he spit on his chest. People were accusing Dak of saying something really, really out of bounds. Jalen Carter would have said something about it, and I know this because he's been public before. Remember when John Feliciano, the 49ers center, basically said something to Jalen Carter in a game about his dead teammate from college, and Jalen Carter's teammate, and Jalen Carter talked about it afterwards and then allegedly made threats to John Feliciano's family.
He 100% would have disclosed that that's what Dak said. He would have done it.
Jalen Carter has taken full accountability for it, but it was just it kind of evened the tables in a lot of ways. The Cowboys don't have Micah Parsons. The Eagles don't have Jalen Carter.
That's a great point. You know what?
I'm sure. No, if you bet on that game, and especially if you locked it in before the Parsons was even traded, and then you're thinking, like, immediately, all of a sudden, you take a corresponding move by the Eagles. They lose their best defensive line.
I got to look that up. I got to look that up and see what the daily.
The line was 8.5.
The line on the game was 8.5, but I got to. You and I both speak for daily fantasy apps out there, Seth. That I guarantee had numbers like more than or less than 4.5 tackles.
Yeah.
More than half a sack. That kind of thing. Because oftentimes those apps, if someone gets injured, they'll give you some grace on that.
If they get injured, they give you grace, but does the ejection give
you
grace?
That's actually that's an interesting angle to, I think, a segment of the audience. I think by and large the audience is more intrigued by the fact that Jalen Carter might just be really, really dumb. That was a really stupid thing to do last night.
What's all the? I don't think he's going to get suspended. I think he'll get a hefty fine. Yeah,
no,
it wasn't bodily harm or anything like that.
No.
It was really dumb. He got ejected. I mean, he missed an entire game already. So
he did.
They give him time served, and then that's it.
Yeah, but that's where the hefty fine comes in, because if he were to have gotten suspended, he'd miss a game check. So I think you're right. I think he gets fined. I don't even know how hefty the fine's going to be. I don't know, priors matter with this. I haven't followed Jalen Carter. Other than knowing he's awesome at football, I haven't followed his rap sheet as a player to know if he's a recidivist here on doing stuff like this?
The funniest thing was I saw a couple people after this say, the league said they were going to crack down on unsportsmanlike conduct, and there you have it. Like, you spit on somebody's chest in front of an official.
Yeah.
That's an injection in any.
Right.
I would say at least the last 3 decades.
Like
I don't know. I don't know about the
Carter,
50s and 60s.
Jalen Carter hauls off and slugs Dak in the face. Like, good they're being vigilant about this. They kicked him out of the game. Like, okay. We'll get to the other stuff in headlines here. If you're a Cowboy fan waking up this morning, and I know that's a horrible place to put yourself, but just if you can get through the possible STDs and things like that, how are you feeling about your football team?
I'd say that was a promising effort by them. You go on the road against a team that you're a heavy underdog to, and I'll tell you what, defensively especially, they took it on the chin in the first half, and then they rebounded and came out and played a lot tougher in the second half. Yeah. I don't know how sustainable it is because Eberflus was way more aggressive than I think he probably wanted to be with that defense. If you do that against a really good passing team, it probably would have ended a lot worse. I think they end up getting skewered if you're going against one of the better passing teams in the league.
I'll tell you, the big losers in this one, other than Jalen Carter and the Cowboys on the scoreboard, anybody who had A.J. Brown in fantasy.
Yeah,
he didn't get a target until the last drive where the Eagles are trying to run the clock out. He caught an 8-yard pass. Like there was a point in the game where I'm like, is he playing? Like Dotson was getting more targets than A.J. Brown. Devontae Smith was getting more targets than A.J. Brown.
About through the third quarter, I was expecting to see him really deepen his sports psychology book that he reads, highlighting passages and everything, making notes on his tablet to the side.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one for a wide receiver. Meanwhile, CeeDee Lamb's getting all the targets in the world, and dropping. He's got about probably a 23% drop rate right now.
That's not an exaggeration. I've got
he had 3 drops on 13 targets.
Yeah, is that what it was? Okay, yeah. I mean, some were off target.
It's like a 7.5% drop rate.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah, 3 drops on 13 targets is it's like 20%, close to it.
No, it's like 7.5%.
3 out of 13? 3 out of 13 is like a little under 25%.
Oh, yeah, you're right, aren't you? Yeah. Well, 3 out of... Oh, yeah, you're right. I was making it out as... Okay, yeah, good call. Good job, Sean.
Thanks for doubting my arithmetic.
Oh, no, I was way off on that. Yeah, sorry. Good job.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, you corrected me first. You just correctly corrected me.
Yeah.
So you doubted my mathematical ability.
Yeah, when you said 7% and 3 out of 13, I did
you're 100%
doubted your
right.
mathematical ability. Yeah. I did. Sorry. Let's get to the Astros. They beat the Yankees, or they lose to the Yankees last night. 8-4 the final score in this one. And the Yankees gave the Astros every chance to hang in this game. That was a bad news Bears performance by the Yankees. The Astros got most of their runs from Yankee mistakes out there. Had a chance in the end, loaded the bases in the 9th inning, and Carlos Correa and Christian Walker each coming up to the plate with the bases loaded, and each struck out with the bases loaded. So the Astros are 3.5 games up on the Mariners. They are headed up to Arlington to face the Texas Rangers for the next 3 nights. And the Rangers are kind of nipping at the heels of the Mariners, too. The Rangers are in this playoff race right now for a wild card spot. So this should be fun. There should be some juice with this series this weekend up in Arlington. Should be good.
Yeah, that's last night, having those 2 chances with the bases loaded, and despite how much better the offense has looked, I got to remember the offense hasn't actually looked better other than one game.
Right.
Hey, look, you've got runners in scoring position to an extreme degree.
Yes.
And you came up short. And I'm not mad at Correa individually or Walker individually, but my God, these are the opportunities where can we do something? Can we please do something more consistently with runners in scoring position?
1 for 11. With runners in scoring position last night. That is close to 7%, Seth Payne. 1 for 11.
Yeah.
That is bad.
How about I get 7%? That's really bad. I'm as bad as the Astros with runners in scoring position when it comes to math this morning.
You're like Jalen Carter spitting at people, man, when it comes to the arithmetic. So Astros at the Rangers. Texans news, Christian Kirk is going to be out for Week 1. Matthew Stafford will be ready for Week 1. He had his press conference earlier this week, and he said, I am full go, no issues for this game.
Oh, I'm going to go play the game. Whatever happens, happens. I'm playing like I always play. I got no issues with, a physical game. Obviously, would love to stay as clean as possible, but, I'm not thinking twice about that at all. I'm out there ready to go play.
Okay, so he's ready to go play, but he's not saying I feel great in any of that right there. He's like, yeah, I'll be ready. It's football. I'll be ready to
play.
Ready to play.
How do you feel?
Yeah.
I feel ready to play.
Yeah. That's not I feel good, right?
I think, J.J. Watt told that story on McAfee about how he had to get an epidural 4 weeks into the season in 2000. I confirmed that it was the 2015 season, by the way, Sean.
Yes.
By a source very, very, very close to J.J. Watt.
Very close to the back
Yes,
injury.
incredibly close to J.J. Watt. Almost as if he lives inside his skin. And
I confirmed with his disc.
That it was that 2015 season where he would go on to win a defensive MVP. That he couldn't bend past the waist for like 15 hours until he got the epidural. He was like hunched over the entire time.
Oh my God.
And then he ended up being defensive MVP that season. It made me realize, okay, all right, there's a real good chance that Matt Stafford, at the very least, is going to make it through this game without any issues. If a 290-pound defensive lineman can take on double teams and win defensive MVP in a year, that, okay, a quarterback, as long as he's not getting completely destroyed all the time, can probably make it through it as well. We'll
dig into this matchup in the next segment. Back to J.J. Watt. You brought that up, and J.J. bringing that up on McAfee, that he got an epidural after his disc blowing out lifting weights in Week 4. He literally said he had to crawl to the trainer's room to get attended to. And the first thing I thought of is like, wow, Week 4. I'm like, how did that not get out? Like, how did that? I mean, JJ probably wasn't alone in the weight room when he was crawling out of the weight room and getting hurt.
We should relitigate this and go back and find the injury report and see if the Texans could be accused of dodging
what's the statute of limitations
or something. Yeah.
Oh my God, can you imagine? We do that and they get fined for it, and when we run into Cal.
We got to do it for no good reason whatsoever. We snitch on the Texans. Yeah.
There's zero to gain from
it. Was like when Arian Foster sold out Tennessee about the tacos that his coach had bought him. Meanwhile, whichever coach bought him the tacos is out there like, hi, Arian.
Hey, man.
Come on. What the hell, man? Tried to do you a solid.
That's what it would be. That's hilarious.
10 years later, you're getting investigated by the NCAA.
I'm like, man, how did that not like see the light of day ever? Like that JJ, like think about that. Like JJ Watt in that moment, everybody, like his teammates are all probably looking at this like, okay, well, our season's over. We got Brian Hoyer at quarterback, and our best defensive player is crawling like a baby to the trainer's room right now.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Couldn't erect his spine past his waist until 18 hours later when he got the epidural.
I wonder how nervous he was, Well, with
him on McAfee, he said that it was one of those things. You just dialed in and get me. I don't think he was probably nervous at all. He was more focused on getting through the week and getting into the game.
Give me the right juice to get me to Sunday, all right? I'm not concerned one bit. All right, those are your headlines for today. Up next, let's start digging into this matchup between the Rams and the Texans this weekend. I have a number that has to do with DeMeco Ryans and Sean McVay. Does this number matter at all for this matchup? That is next.
The Drive with Stoerner. season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, the winner of Best Text of the Day, hands down, is the texter they called Aaron Boone. Karen Boone.
That's exactly what he is.
He's a Karen.
Boone.
That's
he
what
is, yeah.
This bat is a scourge on society.
Officer, I don't like the looks of that bat. I don't think that bat belongs here. You need to prove that you belong here, bat.
Can I speak to the commissioner, please?
Yes. Oh no! You just stand right there with that bat, and I'm gonna find out right now whether you're allowed to be in this ballpark. Okay, with that bat.
Wait till your employer finds out. Taylor Trammell's like, I'm playing a baseball game for my employer right now.
Karen Boone is out here doxing people, trying to get justice for America.
Taylor Trammell's personal information. Oh my God!
I think you know what? I think Karen Boone doth protest too much.
Yes.
I think there's a little bit of as much as he whines and complains and everything. When he starts casting allegations at Taylor Trammell over some weird bat conspiracy that he has, and maybe we need to check these Yankees bats a little bit.
Exactly right. Well, he was on the Yankees last year, Taylor Trammell.
I know.
The same bat.
I think just as Carlos Beltran learned some of his dodgier ways with the Yankees.
Correct.
I think likewise, maybe he figures, maybe Taylor Trammell lifted some of the stuff we do.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, does this question resonate, or my question is, does this number resonate for you, Seth, when it comes to the matchup between the two head coaches on Sunday?
Well, we've already established that I'm astoundingly good at math.
Is it?
Yes. Let's find this out.
Nobody's asking you to calculate anything in this one.
Yeah.
Here. Sean McVay is 1-4 in his last 5 games against a DeMeco Ryans coached defense, averaging 15.4 points per game. I think the only win was in the NFC title game back in 2021. So he's 1-4. 4 regular season games in that playoff game in his last 5 games against defenses coached by DeMeco Ryans. Obviously, all those with the 49ers.
And those were they all Matt Stafford games? Matt Stafford was the quarterback for those years, the starting quarterback, but I don't know if he played in all those games. That was the first question I had.
I'll go find that out. That's a great question. I should have found that out before I did.
I think that I don't want to read too much into it. I think DeMeco is the last person that would read into that or feel like he's got the secret sauce versus Sean McVay. Mm-hmm. But it feels a hell of a lot better than if Sean McVay were 4-1 against the DeMeco Ryans, and the DeMeco Ryans had his worst defensive performances versus Sean McVay or something like that.
Yeah. What's the key for the defense for the like? Who's the head of the snake here that you're trying to cut
off? The biggest thing about Stafford is that he's just last year at least he wasn't good under pressure, and so if everything's going according to plan and he's got protection and time, he's very, very effective. So I mean, I think DeMeco's MO of just harassing the quarterback and getting upfield and making him uncomfortable, a lot of everything else all falls into place, which sounds like a standard game plan for any given week. It's just that's what DeMeco's defenses do a good job of, is they make quarterbacks really uncomfortable.
Yeah, here's Sean McVay earlier this week on what he's seeing on film from the Texans.
And when I say he wasn't good under pressure, I mean more so than most quarterbacks last year. Like in comparison to other quarterbacks, he really struggled under pressure. Obviously, most quarterbacks aren't great under pressure.
Yeah, they're good on paper and they're good on tape. So it's, DeMeco's a guy that I've always had a ton of respect for, but, there's a very clear-cut philosophy. They've got the personnel to match how they want to be able to play with the way that their front rolls off the football. They've got dominant players on the second and third levels. They've got elite players on the outside. Obviously, Stingley gets much-deserved recognition, and I think Lassiter is an excellent corner opposite him. Petries is, good of a nickel as there is in terms of the physicality, and then when they get into their base defense, he can play safety. And obviously their edge guys get it deservingly so a bunch of recognition, and and they have a full rotation of guys inside and outside that we got to be ready to go for. So it's a great defense. You see why all the praise that they get is certainly well earned and deserved, and we got our work cut out for us, and that's what you love.
The Petrie part is interesting to me. I agree with everything you said about Stingley and Lassiter. I think Jalen Petrie is an impactful player. That might be the part that is like if McVay's looking for an Achilles heel, because I could see Stingley and Lassiter getting into a standoff against Nakua and Adams, and so because the Texans are going to man up. And that's where the Tutu Atwells of the world might have some sort of impact in this game.
I think what happens this year, too, is the evolution of Jalen Petrie and his role is going to be interesting in that if you think about a guy that was, that's on this team now, Devontae Adams, that's on this Rams team, but who was with the Jets last year, the Texans were in a situation down near the red zone, and Jalen Petrie was one-on-one with Devontae Adams in the slot. The Texans blitzed. Henry To'oTo'o was about a half step away from really hitting Aaron Rodgers right, but Aaron Rodgers threw off platform to a wide-open Devontae Adams who had shook Jalen Petrie. Like Jalen Petrie versus Devontae Adams without safety help over the top, that's a rough matchup. So for me, it's how do you utilize Jalen Petrie the best, but also keep offenses guessing. And there's got to be times where it looks like Jalen Petrie's going to be manned up on Devontae Adams in the slot, but you switch out of that. Or it is a blitz or whatever it might be. You can't give them a firm look at what that actually is. And some of that, it's Jalen Petrie getting more comfortable in that role, but then also Kalen Bullock being a year older and wiser, starting to understand, okay, on that play there, like Jalen Petrie was shaded to the other side of the field, or excuse me, Kalen Bullock was shaded to the other side of the field. But, there's what the play says and then also knowing where your greatest threats are.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what Kalen Bullock was supposed to do on that play, but as you get to be an older and savvier veteran, you start to anticipate those issues a little bit sooner, and maybe it's still a reception, but it's not a touchdown.
Yeah, ultimately I'm supposed to do the things that prevent touchdowns.
He was shaded over to the side of Derek Stingley, which is that's the kind of understanding where the blitz is coming from. And again, I don't know if I'm not saying it was a mental error by Kalen Bullock or anything, but it was one of those more advanced level things where being a safety isn't always playing the play as it's called.
Yeah.
It's just diagnosing and knowing where the biggest threat is and maybe being there a couple steps earlier.
Yep. By the way, Matthew Stafford played in all of those games.
Yeah.
All five of those games.
Good,
so there was no, there's no Stetson Bennett. Well, that would have been a little early for him, but there was.
I'm going to tell you what, the down and dirty side of all of this is, remember the term that I don't think that they probably really necessarily want to lean into publicly. I don't know if they call it this anymore, but in D'Amico's defenses, you have a kill zone.
Yeah.
And it's when you're playing, they probably don't call it that anymore, but that's the term that I'm going to keep using until the day I die. The high school football coaches, think about this, because you're not going to get away with this either, but you can maybe just think about it in your own mind. What do they always say in zone defense? That there's a soft spot, right? Oh, okay, well, this is where the easy catches and the easy receptions are. Reframing it, no. That's not a soft spot. That's a kill zone.
Kill zone.
That is where we're going to invite the enemy in there, and then we are going to mow him down. With great force and ferocity. We are going to train our M60s on Tyler Higbee and destroy him. And Tyler Higbee has been destroyed quite literally multiple times. When D'Amico Ryans was playing, there was one year where Tyler Higbee had to leave the game in multiple games versus the 49ers. Higbee had to leave the game like 3 times in one season because he was getting destroyed when he caught passes in the kill zone. So whatever they call the kill zone now, whatever they're allowed to get away with to where they won't get fined by the league or whatever, you need to exploit the kill zone with great prejudice.
Did you happen to see the clip that was floating around of Nico Collins on Chris Long's podcast, on the Greenlight podcast, where Chris Long asked him about the Texans defense, like, hey, what's it like?
Yeah, that's right. He referenced the kill zone, didn't he?
He did. And Chris Long, maybe we'll go find the audio, but Chris Long asked Nico, like, what it's like to go against that defense every day. That's a really good defense. Really, swarm. It's really hard hitting.
Yeah.
And Nico's like, yeah, man. And in classic, like very Nico, like low keys, like kill zone, man. Kill zone.
No, you said don't get caught in the kill zone.
Don't get caught in the kill zone.
Yeah. I forgot he had said that. That was just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And they're still calling it the kill zone.
Yeah.
Not publicly, except for Nico.
On podcasts.
So I know, honestly, that's what you go back and watch some of those 49ers versus Rams games when D'Amico was the defensive coordinator, they were I felt bad for Ty. I wanted to call his mom and ask if she was okay.
Yeah.
Because they were just murdering him.
Yep.
Which is what you do in the kill zone.
Yeah.
My friends.
That's what happens in the kill zone. And Chris Long sounded like it was a foreign term to him. He's like, okay, tell me about this kill zone. And Nico's like,
no, I'd never heard it before until somebody had referenced it when D'Amico first came out.
Yeah.
I did a whole YouTube video on it. Look it up on YouTube. I did a video titled D'Amico Ryan's defense has a kill zone.
Kill zone.
Yeah.
And Nico, just the way Nico answers the question is so great. He's like, linebacker depth? Don't want to go there.
Yeah, no getting caught in front of the linebackers.
Yeah, linebacker depth. All right, continuing, here's Matthew Stafford on the Texans defense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they got really good players. Got guys up front that can rush the passer, do a nice job of stopping the run, and then I think their back end is as talented as anybody in the league. They do a heck of a job with, marrying rushing coverage, which is what you want as a defense. So, I got a ton of respect for them. Obviously played at a really high level last year and have a lot of the same players and added a few more. So, it'll be a huge challenge for us.
Yeah, my back hurts. That's what he said after that.
He sounded almost rushed to do that answer. Like they almost at the beginning, he sounded like he was breathing a little heavy. Like they stopped him in the hallway to ask this question or something like that.
Now, both these teams have done the pregame. This has been annoyingly polite this entire week. I haven't not a single player has given a quote that wasn't incredibly complimentary of the other side of the ball.
And yet I was able to find 5 reasons to hate the Los Angeles Rams for 8:25 today.
Good. I've had a hard time this week.
I know you have. I'm here for you. No, we're going to do all the we're going to do not acknowledge me. Our first circle of swarm of the season will happen in about 10 minutes or so. We've got 5 reasons I hate you at about 8:25 today, and we're going to do Take a Mania at 9 o'clock today. We got a lot of stuff to get to on the show, man. Here's one more from Sean McVay, flipping over to the Texans' offensive side of the ball and C.J. Stroud's progression as a quarterback.
Well, I'm not exactly familiar with what they were doing in those first couple years. I know he looked pretty damn good, and he looked like he had real clarity and an ownership of what they were trying to get done. I'll see if I can call Kaylee and see which audibles that he's going to give him for this game so that we could be ready. But, I think that's just the natural progression for any of these quarterbacks. He's a stud. He's a guy that, has earned the recognition and the praise that he gets. And so we've got to be ready to play rules ball, kind of like what I mentioned earlier, Brock. It is the first week. I'm looking forward to watching our defense fly around. And they've got great players. That they'll be able to, be productive in both phases, and so we've got to be ready to roll.
Okay, so there'll be no Christian Kirk. We should mention that.
Yeah. And he's lying about not knowing what CJ was doing in previous years. Because he's watched some film from last year. Yeah. So I don't know what they were doing last year, really. I know, even though they got a coordinator that I would have been familiar with, where he came from with the Kyle Shanahan and all that.
Coy.
And even though I've watched all 16 games this offseason of C.J. Stroud last year, I'm not really familiar with what they were doing last year.
The annoying guy that walks up to people and just quizzes them on things because he already knows the answers to it.
Yeah.
Hasn't watched any C.J. Stroud film over the last year.
I'm not really. You know how they could have got him with that one? When he says, I'm not really familiar with what they're doing last year. They could have asked, then the very next question, they could have been like, hey, what was your favorite drive to watch of C.J. Stroud last year?
Yes.
He's like, well, there was a 16-play drive in the Chiefs game, and this is the coverage he was seeing, and this is the adjustment he made, and it was really cool. I thought
He would not have been able to help himself to show off that he had that knowledge. 100%.
He would have had to show off that he remembered an entire drive from some particular game.
Yep. So we're going to do Circle of Swarm here in a minute. They the Athletic had their hope-o-meter that we touched on earlier this week, and they poll fans from all 32 teams, and the Athletic, they make you say who you represent. Like, I'm on there as a Texan fan, so the data is actually there's good integrity to the data, at least in terms of the voters being actual fans of the team they're voting about. 91% of Texan fans are optimistic about the upcoming season. 9% are pessimistic. So in the spirit of that, Seth, I came up with my 3 biggest reasons for optimism and 3 biggest reasons for pessimism. And let's see if you agree with these. My first one, and this is in no particular order, for optimism is the offseason that C.J. Stroud had. That this was a different offseason for him. He wasn't out there doing all the podcasts. He seemed, by all accounts, from Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud had a really good offseason. it sounded like if you read between the lines, there were conversations had with the type of offseason that he should have going into his third year here.
Oh, you think so?
I do. I do.
Yeah.
I do. I feel like they talk to him, like maybe not forbidding him from doing things, but maybe just, I mean, he's watching a lot of, I know the film thing on the field is different than how to handle things off the field, but I'm guessing there were some conversations in the midst of these Brady film sessions that they're having about how Tom also went about his business the other 16 hours of the day when he wasn't in the building, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I think CJ at the very end of the season, after the last playoff game, at the end of the postseason, gave kind of himself, I don't know if he criticized himself, but he just basically said that, he didn't know what he didn't know going into his second year about how truly difficult it was. And I think that he probably almost I think he might have just made that change himself. I don't know.
Either way, however it happened, either way, I'm enthused about it.
I mean, because it's tricky when you talk about this stuff. You can take anybody, like any super successful person in the history of any field, and they're always going to say, I'm going to do something differently this year. In any given year, I need to improve on this year. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that they were wholly unprofessional or anything, or weren't working the previous year. It's just they're going to tweak it that much more. Yeah, I think he went into this offseason kind of probably. Well, he actually said he needed to learn where to pare some things down a little bit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think some of the people, or the people that weren't necessarily truly supportive of him, or they were just kind of hangers on, I think he just got rid of a lot of dead weight, either in terms of time management or actual human beings.
Yeah, so that's number one for me. Number two, I can sit here and go, I'm optimistic because the defense is going to be really good, and the defense is going to be amazing. I'm trying to have reasons that maybe are a little below the surface. This defense caused a ton of turnovers last year. They either led the league in interceptions or overall turnovers, one or the other, but they were up near the top in those. I think the biggest thing for me is a lot of times when teams have high turnover margins or they cause a lot of turnovers, there's a tendency by the Bill Barnwells of the world to go, well, those things tend to regress and you don't have as many the following year because fumbles are fluky and interceptions are a little random and this and that. Man, go back and watch the turnovers the Texans caused. Like, there's way less randomness to their turnovers than there are to the average defense's turnovers.
I would say that some of the randomness last year actually lowered their turnover rates.
You think they were on the wrong end of the randomness?
Some of the dropped interceptions and what have you. Yeah. I think when it's nothing causes turnovers as much as a pass rush for two reasons: one, strip sacks, and two, forced interceptions or pressures that lead to interceptions. So when you have a good pass rush, and when you've got defensive backs that have ball skills and just overall coverage skills, you're on average going to have more interceptions than the other team. So what's the actual number? That's going to fluctuate a little bit from year to year. Recovered fumbles is very dicey. Sometimes some years you just have bad luck on recovered fumbles and whatever. Yeah. I think there's no reason not to believe that they're still going to be. They're going to take the ball away a lot. Yeah. Do they have the second most interceptions in the league? I don't know. I don't care. Like, are they first or are they 10th? They're still both really good.
If there was an advanced stat out there for the flukiness of turnovers, there probably is. Yeah. I'm guessing there is.
Oh, no, 100%.
Yeah, I would guess that the flukiness of the Texans' turnovers was near the bottom of the league. They got playmakers, especially on the back end and at the defensive end positions. So that's number two. Number three is they at least seem to have established a grittier culture on the offensive side of the football. And that's a start. I don't know if that means they go from being the 19th highest scoring offense in the NFL to being the 9th highest scoring offense. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I at least feel better about the want to and the grit on the offensive side of the ball, and we'll see where it goes. We're just talking about optimism. I'm not predicting anything that they're going to be a top 5 offense, but I feel better about the culture on that side of the football than I did a year ago.
The Texans have is it a 91% optimism rate?
Yes.
The Indianapolis Colts have a 6.8% optimism
Sounds about
rate.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite quote from a Colts pessimist was, At this rate, they're going to keep putting up that Andrew Luck retirement graphic until the end of time.
Oh, because they keep cycling through quarterbacks. Yeah.
Yeah, all the quarterbacks they've had since Andrew Luck, and then here we go. Because they get to add a new one to the mix this year.
Yeah, they do. Daniel Jones.
Every year. They've only had 1 year where they've had the same starting quarterback for 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And it was Anthony Richardson.
Last 2 years.
Yeah, and who would just get injured at any given time. Yeah,
it wasn't good.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't had it's been really, really bad.
Yeah, like who's been the best out of them? I guess has been Phillip Rivers, probably. I mean, they won a division that year. Phillip Rivers probably the best out of all those, I'm guessing. So those are my 3 reasons for optimism. Would you add anything to that? Do you have anything like the reasons for optimism aside from CJ, grittier things, turnovers on the defensive side of the football?
Nothing that I want to get in the way of getting to the circle of swarm for.
Okay. I'll go through my 3 biggest reasons for pessimism very quickly then. I'll believe the O-line is better when I see it. Joe Mixon's situation is a reason for pessimism, I think, until we see that they can run the football effectively. Plus, we've got 2 hamstring injuries already in the receiving core. For a team that's had the Texans have had bad injury luck the last couple of years. Awful injury luck 2 years ago, but not great last year either. And now all of a sudden, 2 slot guys with hamstring injuries and Joe Mixon with a mystery lower leg injury.
That's the rubber hits the road obviously this week, and this is where all of my fears and concerns about the offense in general have started to bubble up, and I'm starting to lose sleep because of it. It's that I think the scheme is better. I think they're better coached on the offensive line. When I say scheme, I'm talking about as it pertains to the offensive line specifically. I think they're doing it's a much cleaner operation right now. But at the end of the day, you still have individual battles that you have to win. And this Rams defensive front just doesn't have a weak spot. With their 5 guys that they line up on the defensive line, every single one of them is a literal headache. Yeah. And they're going to give offensive players actual headaches by beating them and tackling the ball carrier. So when it's Jake Andrews one-on-one versus Poona Ford or Braden Fisk or any of those guys, there's a lot of question marks there. So there's going to be one-on-one battles at times, and that's where I just don't know about some of these guys.
That's totally fair. So O-line, the injury situation early on here. My last one, I think this is a team full of dogs. If they're listening right now, I don't want to think that they don't have a big kennel going on over there with a bunch of dogs running around, a lot of dogs on the team. I'm not sure they're killers yet, though. Like until I see them not cough up 2 or 3 games a year that they're not supposed to cough up. They play in a lot of for a team that's this talented. They play in a lot of close games. They probably shouldn't be as close as they are, and it's been this way for 2 years now. And last year it bit them because some of those games that they were winning in D'Amico's first year, where they were like 8-3 in 1-score games. They weren't winning those games last year. They're losing to Green Bay on a last-second field goal. They're losing to the Titans when they sack Will Levis 8 times. They're losing to the Lions when they're intercepting Jared Goff 5 times. Until I see them not doing these things, until I see them in the fourth quarter of a game that's a 1-score game, and they are putting margin in between them and their opponent and not allowing them back into the game, they're still the team that's just got a good survival instinct, not a great killer instinct.
Right, and I mean a lot of that, especially versus the bad teams or the teams where you have or the games where you have a lead, is just some semblance of a rushing attack instead of being one of the worst offenses in rushing offenses in the league. Can you actually close games out?
Yeah,
and then the games like the Green Bay game, the Lions game especially. It's that, man, I don't want to be in this conversation of, hey, they really put up a good fight versus the Lions. Right, yeah, you intercepted them 5 times at home and somehow found a way to lose that game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be in those conversations anymore.
No, man.
I don't want to have to see my beloved fellow Texans fans angrily defending the Texans by saying, they almost beat the Lions.
Right.
Like, no. You picked off Jared Goff 5 times. It should have been a blowout.
There's no, not to go all Bill O'Brien, there is no almost parade. You remember when Bill O'Brien said, we're the almost team. We almost got the pick. We almost did that. It's kind of right. Can't be the almost team, man. Circle of Swarm time. First one. Very excited. Here we go.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men. Believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Okay, so we do this every Friday for those new to it. We started doing it like week 3 of the regular season last year, and we had some fun with it, and sometimes it would draw a lot of debate and discussion, the Circle of Swarm. And basically what we're doing here, it's not like the Circle of Trust we do with the Astros, where theoretically the entire team could be in the Circle of Trust. Not the case this year, but that could be the case. Circle of Swarm is an elite group of 6 people. Seth picks 3 and I pick 3 each week. Now, during the season, it's kind of part reward and part forecasting, I would say.
It's like, okay,
reward.
after this guy had a hell of a game.
Yeah.
A lot of it, it's way more about the previous game than it is with the Astros. The Astros were like, okay, who do I trust? With the Circle of Swarm, it's all right, who's playing like an actual, like a maniac out there.
Like we just heard D'Amico wanting. He wants guys to swarm.
The SWARM acronym that D'Amico loves is special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Right.
So it's who embodies those. So this first week, it's not going to count towards the postseason awards.
Towards the overall tally.
Yeah. But so this is kind of who we feel the best about as being Swarm caliber headed into this
Going
season.
into week 1, and I'll let you go first, my friend.
All right. You know what? I'm just going to do it right off the bat.
What's that?
Nico Collins.
Okay. All right.
This is going to be a year of increased offensive swarm. I declare it to be so.
Yeah.
And Nico Collins is one of the few offensive players where over the last couple of years we've said, oh, yeah, he's swarm. Hey, he's swarm.
Dude.
If quarterbacks were allowed to be swarmed, C.J. Stroud could be swarm. But Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Joe Mixon, that was pretty much it, by and large, week by week, of guys who are actually swarm-worthy. So this year where the offense has to be more swarm, as D'Amico himself said the other day, the defense and the special teams, they've embodied swarm.
Yep.
The offense needs to get up there. Nico Collins is already there, and he needs to be the standard bearer for the offense in terms of swarminess.
Okay, there we go. That's number 1. All right, I'm going to get this one out of the way too. I don't think you can do an initial Circle of Swarm about the upcoming season and about week 1 against the Rams, especially with their debilitated, herniated disc quarterback, without putting the guy who I think is going to be right in the mix for Defensive Player of the Year this year, Will Anderson Jr. Mm-hmm. My favorite Houston Texan is Will Anderson Jr. He is in the initial Circle of Swarm.
Yeah, and I think it's cool. It's not like this is a one-on-one matchup this week or not, and I doubt either player really cares that much about it. But Will Anderson and Jared Verse are both the two of the young defensive players that people are routinely now saying, oh, he'll be Defensive Player of the Year someday.
Yeah.
They say that about both these guys. And obviously, it could happen for both of them, but they're both, Jared Verse is in his 2nd year, Will Anderson's in his 3rd year. They're both guys who have had to work on refining their pass rush because they're just raw power and physicality guys, and Will has done a great job of that. I'm really excited to see Will these first few weeks.
Jared Verse is kind of to Will Anderson what Jaden Daniels is to C.J. Stroud, I think. Like the analogy where Jared Verse had a very similar rookie year to Will Anderson, where he was wreaking havoc, but it wasn't turning into sacks, and there's big hope for him. Jaden Daniels replaced C.J. Stroud's greatest rookie year ever with the greatest rookie year ever, and now we'll see if Jaden Daniels struggles in year 2, or if whatever the surroundings for him cause struggle in year 2, like they did for CJ. Yeah. We'll see.
All right. This next one, I'm thinking about going a little bit off just out of the norm here, but because it's a kind of meaningless preseason Circle of Swarm. This is a guy that we haven't actually seen in a Texans game uniform yet.
Okay.
But I also feel like I need to give him credit for winning a Super Bowl and for I think playing with a type of swarminess. Can I put C.J. Gardner-Johnson
full disclosure, he was my second choice for the one I was going to do. Yeah, so go ahead and put him in, yeah.
Okay, I'll do C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I think 100%. I think there is a reason why, like specific reasons why the Texans found out that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be available and said, we'll give you something just so we can get him and we don't have to go on the open market, and we're willing to pay him the $9 or $10 million a year that he makes. And it's because you can never It's a lot like cornerbacks and tackles, Seth. You can never have too much swarm on the defensive side of the football.
No, you can't. You can't. There's no salary cap for swarm.
There isn't. That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe someday there will be. But so C.J. Gardner-Johnson is your second pick for the initial circle of swarm. All right, that's a good one.
We've got 3 spots remaining.
3 spots remaining. Okay, so is our criteria, guys, that we're hoping swarm, that we think will swarm, or
it's whatever you want. It's like, do they embody it, and do you feel confident about it?
Okay. I feel like
it's largely meaningless, unlike the actual very meaningful regular season circle of swarm.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to put a rookie in the circle of swarm. Ariante Ursary in the circle of swarm.
That's a little aspirational.
In the circle of swarm, look. The ethos of this offensive line needs to change. And I feel like for some encouragement here, I need to have them be represented by somebody in the circle of swarm. I'm confident that Titus Howard is a swarmier player now than he was last year. But I need to see it. And I know Ursary, we haven't seen anything at the NFL level, but with everything they've been saying about him, with just the drastic contrast that they've drawn with their answers about him versus the guy who was playing left tackle before him, I don't think we're finding Ariante Ursary on the cover of any fashion magazines anytime soon, with his shirt open and his belly sticking out, saying how he's some sort of fashionista icon. That
Leaning
ain't
back
happening.
on a couch, looking like a landlord who's willing to accept alternate forms of payment for the lease.
Thank you.
Just like, you don't have the money for the lease, huh? Well, hey,
I acknowledge I am out over my skis on this one, Seth, but I do feel like Ariante Ursary, he may not have a great first game, but that guy will swarm on the offensive line, Ursary.
Yeah.
He will swarm.
All right. This is this is tough. Now in defense, and people get really angry with this every single week because frankly, you could fill up the swarm with just guys from the defense. So guys get left out. And a lot of times it's because we almost feel like, all right, we'll get one guy from the defensive line, we'll get one guy from the defensive backs. It's really hard for me, even when I go to the defensive backs immediately, in terms of special work ethic and relentless mindset. Derek Stingley embodies that probably better than anybody else. And yet, when it comes to kind of the violent side of things, Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter, I think, are a little bit more violent. And I think I weight violence a little bit more heavily. So for this circle of swarm, you might go with the defensive backs as well. But Jalen Petrie in his second year in this role, and I think maybe being even they'll work his versatility even more this year. I think Jalen Petrie is going to be all over the place.
Yeah.
So Jalen Petrie is my next guy.
That's a great pick. I think it's a great pick. Jalen Petrie is a good one, man. I'd like, especially since we haven't had any games yet. I feel like there's, it's going to be like bracketology. We're going to have the first 4 out and be like, yeah, man, these guys are all swarmy. Look, man, on my last one here, I'm going to stick on the defensive side. We got 2 offensive guys in there. I'm going to stick defense because I feel like for this team, the initial circle of swarm shouldn't be even 3-3. It should be lopsided towards the defense.
The offense has to earn their way onto this.
No question about it.
Last year, circle of swarms were awarded about a 9-to-1 ratio, defense to offense.
I've got the final. If we have time, I'll page down and tell people who won last year. My last one, I'm just going to go like the Occam's razor, the obvious, the easy one, the one that I don't want to say hope that he decapitates a quarterback on Sunday. That would be a little mean. But, if Matthew Stafford's going to slide late, I can't help it if Azeez Al-Shaair happens to catch him upside the ear a little bit.
Yeah, should have done more neck exercises if you get literally decapitated.
Too focused on your back these days, man. So I'm putting Azeez, who I think, honestly, that's the guy who embodies what D'Amico is talking about right there. Is Azeez Al-Shaair. He's got to be in the initial circle of swarm. So I'm putting Azeez in.
So immediately, at least 5 guys on defense got screwed. So I look forward to your angry texts and tweets.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yep. So that's interesting you say that. So I've got the scoreboard down here. So we started this in week 3 last year, and we kept track of who made the circle of swarm the most. Danielle Hunter, 11 times, made the circle of swarm last year. Yeah. And we probably did it for the playoffs, too, if I had to guess. I would guess we did it for the postseason. So 19 weeks, I guess it would be. Or 15 weeks if we started, 16 if we started in week 3. Danielle Hunter, 11 times. Stingley and Azeez Al-Shaair, 10 times. Nico getting in there 9 times, having missed 5 games. is pretty impressive, I would say.
There's a little bit of that, too. It's like, I hope it's harder to put him in so consistently this year because there's more guys on offense. I think Nico a lot of times is like, oh, yeah, I mean, you got to credit Nico for still playing swarmy football when nobody else on his side of the ball is. 7
times, Joe Mixon and C.J. Stroud. 6 times for Will Anderson Jr. Will Anderson, fewer times than C.J. Stroud and Joe Mixon. And
well, a lot of times it was a combination between Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
We'll
miss some games, too.
That's my first thought was like, okay, but he only missed 2 regular season games.
Yeah.
But I think his injury affected him a little bit.
Maybe.
So Daniil might have just been more consistent from week to week.
Petrie, Lassiter, Bullock 4 times. Toa. Stephon Diggs, remember him? Yeah. Tim Settle. Damian Pierce made it 3 times last year.
Sorry, Will missed 3 games last year.
Did he? Okay, yeah.
3 games.
Yeah, that's right. He sat out the last one.
Yeah.
And then we got a bunch of guys at 2.
So what's the tally on the offense versus the defense?
I'll need a break to do that.
I can't do it in my head.
Yeah. I will say this. The top 3 guys are all defensive guys. Hunter, Stingley, Aziz. The 11 for Hunter and then 10 for Stingley and Aziz. If I had to guess, defense destroys the offense once I add the whole thing up. But I'll do that during the break. All right, so there's your first circle of swarm for the season. It is Nico Collins. It is Will Anderson, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Ariante Ursary, Jalen Petrie, and Aziz Al-Shaair. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do 5 reasons I hate you in the 8 o'clock hour. I've got QB rankings that I hate already. 5 reasons I hate Steven Ruiz, who put these QB rankings together. We'll do that at 8 o'clock. Confirmation on one of the worst decisions in the history of the NFL came this week, and we will tell you what it was coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Max discount squares. Mike.
Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. And get on out to Sugarland today to Talyard Brewing Company in Sugarland. That's where the fellows will be. Ron the Show, Hughley, and Clint Stoerner are going to be out there doing their Friday show. And we mentioned Academy Sports and Outdoors as the sponsor for Football Friday, validated by this awesome beer glass that you will be able to get out at Talyard. First come, first serve. If you're one of the first ones out there, on one side it's got the Sports Radio 610 Football Friday logo with Academy, and on the other side, this week, is Payne and Pendergast. Got silhouettes of me and old Sethers on there on the glass. They're giving away these glasses today, but it's first come, first serve. It's a limited supply, one per listener that makes it out there, and we're doing that each week for the next 4 weeks. Next week, I would imagine, will be in the Loop. They've got their own glass, and the Drive, and then Area 45. So I would imagine this is going to be the most popular one, so you're going to want to get out there, probably.
Yeah, that would get out there early and often.
Yeah.
I say often, but I don't know.
No. Put on some Groucho Marx glasses and just walk back in, use an accent, things like that.
Yeah, get out there early so you can really stick it to their egos by them having to recognize it at their show.
Yeah.
The Payne and Pendergast glasses are flying off the
Line
shelves.
out the door. Yeah, line out the door. Hell yeah. So that's today. Yeah, go see the fellas. That'll be a good time out there in Sugarland. They're back on their tour, man. Football season is here. There's no rest for afternoon drive people when it comes to football season. So go see the guys today. Getting a lot of texts about the Circle of Swarm. People love the Circle of Swarm. People want Aziz to do the Goldberg spear on Stafford's spine as opposed to smushing Trevor Lawrence's head into the ground.
What's the Goldberg spear?
It's just just like you're lunging. It's a gore, like you just lunge with your shoulder right into the guy's gut.
Like you're a bull?
Yes.
Like charging somebody?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But
does he hit with his head or his shoulder?
His shoulder. Goldberg does it with his shoulder. Yeah, Roman Reigns does it too. Yeah. But do it right into his spine. Okay. I mean, that's the texter saying it. I don't wish
that would be a
injury on
legal
anybody.
hit.
It would.
I would suppose. Poor Blankenship last night. You know, he was caught in that position where, there's a tight end catching a touchdown pass. Oh, I got to be sure I don't touch him at all.
It's thankless, man. It is a thankless spot.
It is. It really is a spot where defenders, it's one thing it used to be that you have to, it was hard for them to adjust, but they did, defensive players, and just, being careful about hitting guys in the head and everything. But now it's like you got to almost jump out of the way while a guy is scoring a touchdown to avoid a flag.
It's crazy. I don't know how they do it. It's so bad. Well, sometimes they don't. Yeah, they don't. Yeah. Or how they
did. You know what? I mean, like, it's right there. The guy's catching a touchdown pass, and the fact that he lowered his shoulder a little bit, like, that's enough. All right.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's better than the guy catching a touchdown pass. The alternate.
That was the smart move in that moment. I mean,
they fumbled 2 plays later.
The Cowboys get the ball and then turn the ball, get the ball back, get the first down, but then fumble.
Fumble it. Yep. All right. So.
I said poor Blankenship, but he actually. That was.
It worked out.
I don't think it wasn't going to be a catch anyway, right?
Yeah. I don't remember. Yeah. It worked out. So Tom Brady, this is about 4 years ago, maybe. This is after he had won a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. He was on the barbershop show that LeBron James has, The Shop, and he was the guest on there. And he disclosed that there was a team out there that he was in deep conversations with who kept their starting quarterback instead of signing him.
There was a story in free agency. One of the teams, they were interested, and all of a sudden they weren't interested at the very end. I was sitting there thinking, you're sticking with that mother. Are you serious?
Tom probably had no desire to go to that team, but now it's like, why don't you want me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When I look back, I'm like, there's no way I would have went to that team. But they said they didn't want me, and I know what that means. I know what that feels like, and I'm going to you up because of that.
And now he's part owner of that team.
Yeah, there was a lot of speculation at the time that the Raiders maybe were the team that they were talking about with Derek Carr as their quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Raiders chose Derek Carr over Tom Brady.
Yeah.
That's a decision. Okay.
Sure.
Fast forward a couple years later.
Yep. And
what were you going to say?
Sorry. I was going to say that feels like the Raiders equivalent of choosing Matt Schaub over Peyton Manning.
Right.
It's
exactly.
It's the same exact thing.
That's exactly it. Except the difference being at least Manning was coming off of that neck injury that nobody knew what the hell he was going to be. At that point, he couldn't throw a football by the time the Texans made that decision. So I've always given Kubiak a bit of a pass.
Well, and the flip side to that, too, is Schaub was unquestionably a more successful quarterback at that stage than Derek Carr had been at that. Like, Derek Carr never did win a playoff game in his career.
Right.
Schaub had at least won a couple divisions, got you to the postseason.
Yeah.
So there's that. Mark Davis, though, who was he talking to in this, Seth? The person's Twitter.
I thought was it Kevin Durant?
No. It was a football player because it was somebody who said
okay.
it was somebody who said he caught passes from Tom Brady, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay.
And the Twitter account and the podcast name was Pharaoh, and I'm like, okay, well, it's not Pharaoh Brown. There's only one other Pharaoh in Pro Football Reference, Pharaoh Cooper. It's not him. So at any rate, Mark Davis was on a podcast with what appears to be a former NFL player. Basically confirmed this, that it was that they were in on Tom Brady because they got talking about Tom Brady being a part owner of the Raiders now.
I'm Brady.
Okay.
You brought Tom aboard. What is that? Yeah, I mean, I caught some passes from Tom Brady when he won his championship year when he decided to play in
Tampa,
yeah.
Well, you're going to bring up some bad feelings.
With him?
No. He was supposed to be here in 2020.
Oh, he was?
Well, that's when our relationship started.
Got it.
Was in 2020 when he was a free agent, and we talked about him coming here to play quarterback, and obviously it was a tough decision for him, and he was close to wanting to come here, but the head coach and general manager decided they wanted to go in a different direction.
Yeah.
So we didn't sign him.
Boy, what a rough year for John Gruden and Mike Mayock. The year that they drafted Henry Ruggs and Damon Arnett, they also said no to Tom Brady coming to the Raiders in a year where he went to Tampa Bay and won a Super Bowl with a whole slew of new teammates who weren't making the playoffs before he got there, just like the Raiders weren't making the playoffs before he got there. That's a tough one, man. That is a tough putt for Mike Mayock and John Gruden right there.
That was Baron Davis.
Oh,
who
okay.
does a podcast with the Raiders website.
Okay,
apparently.
all right. So maybe he was catching passes from him like on the
Just
field
at
before
a
the game.
charity event or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever it might be. That's why I didn't know. I had seen the quotes. I hadn't listened to the audio, and I just couldn't tell. I'd seen like a picture and not really looked at it. So anyway, the funniest part about it is not I think Tom Brady was right to throw shade at Derek Carr in that moment. But as far as almost like his disdain for the organization itself, stupid organization, and now he's there trying to, I guess, in his mind, right the wrongs of all the mistakes that they've made in the past.
It was interesting because Mark Davis, I don't want to play a ton of Mark Davis audio on the show. I just found this sequence of decisions to be incredible, and I also found it incredible. Mark Davis is immediately deflecting, like he's saying things now like if Mike Mayock ever wanted to get back into the league in a front office position again, well, here's another body blow. This is the GM. And Gruden was probably running things more then. In fact, Davis sort of alluded to that. But the point Davis went on to make after that was that's what began my relationship with Tom Brady to the extent to where we didn't sign him, but I circled back with him and said, but hey, if we can ever get into business someday together, we would love that. Like the seeds of Tom Brady being an owner for the Raiders were actually planted probably 4 years ago during that, or 5 years ago, I guess, during that, interplay that the two of them had. And now he does view Tom like that. Like he compared Brady, Mark Davis did, his role with the team now to what he envisioned Gruden being when he was the head coach of the football team, which is the guy who's going to be sort of the czar of football in the organization. Like it sounds like Tom Brady is going to be very active with the Raiders for a guy who owns a sliver of the team. Think of all the people that own a sliver of the Texans. They're all just sitting back counting their money year after year.
Right. Yeah, the minority owners on any given NFL team are just not doing much. It's a cool thing to be. It's a cool thing to be a part of.
Yep.
And Tom Brady's actively involved, and yet also allowed to just go and pepper various other teams' key players with questions in production meetings this year.
I
They're going to allow them in and just say, go ahead, Tom Brady, one of the smartest quarterbacks who ever lived.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and ask our quarterback exactly how he operates. Great. And I'm sure he won't give anything away in trying to impress Tom Brady.
I love how you were basically warning Nick Caserio of this the other day when he was on with us, and Nick seemed to be in lockstep with you on that.
It might get to the point, honestly, with Tom Brady, where teams whenever Tom Brady is broadcasting a game, they'll request certain players for the production meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Teams might just start putting out the most boring and least consequential players they have.
Why are we getting the long snapper for every single Brady game?
Yeah, at some point they're going to say, all right, Tom, you can't attend these meetings anymore. Like the broadcast, the network itself is going to say, okay, you got to stay out of the meetings. We're not getting anybody good.
We're really not getting anything out of the fullback of all these teams, okay?
The fullback that we signed 2 weeks ago. Hasn't learned the playbook yet.
That's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Football Friday. All right, coming up next in the 8 o'clock hour, I want to get to these QB rankings that Stephen Ruiz did. We're going to continue to dig in on the Texans and the Rams as we go on. I have a big question coming out of last night's Eagles-Dallas game for the Philadelphia Eagles. A big question based on what happened 6 seconds into the game. And we'll get to that coming up next. But first, Shoppa's John Deere. I'm a huge fan of Shoppa's John Deere.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yuck. I'm looking at the Astros schedule the rest of the year. I'm sure this has been pointed out by somebody, but they play 21 games the rest. They got 21 games left. They've got 7 series. They're all 3 games. 5 of them are on the road. They only have 6 home games left the entire season between now and the playoffs, assuming they make the playoffs. They've got a 6-game homestand from the 15th to the 21st against Texas and Seattle, and that's it. Other than that, they're on the road the rest of the year.
Yeah,
that
and
ain't
some
easy.
of the. I mean, remember when we were sitting back? I can't remember when we were looking at that point in the season where it said, "Hey, look, the schedule actually gets a lot easier from this point out." And we didn't know at that point that the Astros were going to decide to just stop swinging the bat in the month of August.
Doesn't feel like they took advantage, does it?
Yeah, they're just going to go out there and just and I almost mean that literally. They had the fewest, They've got the fewest pitches seen per plate appearance. Like they're not out there long.
No.
They kind of just every now and then somebody gets on base, but nobody wants to do anything about it.
No.
What were they last night? 1 for what?
1 for 11 with runners in scoring position last night.
It's becoming alarmingly routine,
including 2 strikeouts with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th inning. That was disappointing, is that the at-bats weren't even competitive with Carlos Correa and Christian Walker. That was disappointing.
I was like, I can't get mad at either one of those 2 individually, and yet, man, the team, they just.
I can get a little mad at Christian Walker. I mean, he's still batting like .230 this year. I know he's, and he still has that. He still, as a texter pointed out, he still does that thing where he walks like 0.02 miles per hour back to the dugout after a strikeout and sits there and mutters to himself the whole time.
Yeah.
Walk your ass back to the dugout. Stop it with the slow walk back there. Get your ass back in the dugout.
He's contemplating life and whatnot.
Yeah.
I feel, would you rather have him be happy and skipping back to the dugout?
No, I would rather he walk at a brisker pace back to the dugout. That's all. Yeah, no, I don't want him skipping. All right, question for you. In light of last night's Thursday night game, where all the talk right now as I look up at the television is about Jalen Carter. It's about 2 things. One, the Cowboys being, I think, more competitive than people expected. They were more than a touchdown underdog in that game last night. I think they were an 8.5-point dog. Yeah. When that game kicked off, they were an 8.5-point dog, which is a big number. And the other talk is Jalen Carter getting kicked out 6 seconds into the game for spitting on Dak Prescott. And this is, look, Jalen Carter has a history, some things much more serious than spitting on somebody, that show signs of immaturity, poor decision making. I think last night is the latest example of that. You could have cost your team the game. You're one of the best players on the team. You're one of the best players in the league. He's a second-team All-Pro in his second year in the league at defensive tackle. He came into the league the same year C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson did. So all the same conversations, Seth, that you and I are having and will have throughout the season about big, huge contract extensions for Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud are, I would imagine, being had in Philadelphia about Jalen Carter as well. I have 0 qualms about giving market-level extensions to C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. There is nothing that gives me fear as a Texan fan paying those guys. Now, I start to get a little anxious because now you're living in a different neighborhood now cap-wise where you got to do some things. But as far as the investment in those 2 guys, I have 0 trepidation about that. How nervous would you be to give Jalen Carter a massive contract extension? He is a good enough player to be in that highest paid non-quarterback conversation, right?
Yeah.
He's in that.
Okay. He's not my dream candidate, but I don't get nervous about him almost because he's a freakishly big and athletic and talented defensive lineman. But it's not the same way as with a guy like Will Anderson where you can see that, boy, he has crafted himself into that partly. There's God-given ability, and then there's what he's done with it. And Will Anderson has done everything he can. He works his butt off. With Jalen Carter, I just more get the impression that, man, I'd be surprised if he's the first guy in the building every day. I'd be surprised if he's doing everything the way that you want guys, to point younger guys. That's the way you do it, all of that. and yet it works for him. So it's not like, like you don't have to worry about some drastic fall off or something after he gets his big payday. I think he's just going to be that. There's going to be hiccups like this along the way, but he's just he's a really good football player who's not your dream Eagle Scout, but the Eagles don't care about that. And I feel better about giving it to Will Anderson. I'm not saying that Will's potentially going to have that drop off.
No.
I'm saying there are some guys that are dialed in, and then they get their payday, and then they lose the dial completely.
Yeah.
I don't worry about that with Will Anderson. But with Jalen Carter, it's not even an issue because I don't think he's all that dialed in. I think he's just a really good football player.
Yeah, do you worry at all about the off-the-field stuff, or is that something you feel like
was the off-field stuff, he had the incident in college, which is an awful tragedy. And
You're right. I shouldn't overgeneralize.
Yeah.
It's not like he had this that we know of. It's not like he had this long rap sheet.
Right. That's the thing that I don't know if, as long as if I found out that he's got 9, traffic tickets since then or something, then I might be a little bit nervous about it. But
we would know probably.
Yeah, I feel way better about Will Anderson. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that I wouldn't do Jalen Carter's extension.
That's a good way to put it. That's how I feel. Like, all right, this is the price of poker. This guy is a game wrecker in the middle of the defense. And those are hard to find, man.
Right. He's not Fromber.
Yeah.
I don't like Fromber. I worry about the erratic emotional stability part of it.
Yeah.
And with defensive linemen, you almost want a little bit of an erratic emotional instability. And Jalen Carter has that.
That's true. Okay. Yeah. You played the position, so you know. Yeah.
There's a tolerance for it on the D line that's different than other positions.
For sure. Yeah. For sure. Right. If my quarterback was doing stuff like that, like if Dak were the one spitting in Jalen Carter's face last night, that would have been a red flag.
It was still pretty bogus what he did. But
right, it's smart. It's guile.
He also wasn't getting flagged.
Yeah, that's what I want in my quarterback. He baited the other team's best player into getting kicked out of the game.
Dak was behaving like a sniper who never gets caught. Jalen Carter was behaving like somebody who's dumb enough to go up and spit on somebody's chest in front of a cop.
Jalen Carter was poking the cop in the chest with his gun. Man. Yeah. So
Dak was crafty about it. Dak baited him.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah. Man, great theater last night. Great theater. So Stephen Ruiz of The Athletic, who I believe was in West Virginia, right? He was in West Virginia.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. So maybe that explains.
I think he was the guy that looked a lot like a blogger. Okay. There was a guy out there one day, I was like, that guy's definitely a blogger from somewhere. He just had big baggy shorts and like a Hawaiian shirt. I don't know if that was Ruiz or Robert Mays or one of those guys.
Yeah. Well, I know Ruiz was out there. And he has his quarterback rankings he does every year for the Ringer, and it's in depth, man. Like they go into it's got all the interactive graphics on it, and it gives you ratings for pocket presence and accuracy, timing, creativity, decision-making, arm talent, all of those things. And then a pretty decent breakdown on each of the guys. I don't think any real shockers at the very top here. Lamar Jackson is his number 1. Patrick Mahomes is his number 2. Josh Allen is his number 3. And this is where I remind Texan fans, those are the 3 guys the Texans have to get through to get to an AFC title game and a Super Bowl. The top 3 guys right there. I guess technically they've got to get through Justin Herbert as well. He is in the AFC. He's 4th on this.
I know it almost
He's 4th.
And it says underneath the little graphic they do, 0 holes in his game. All right.
Can I bring up a counterpoint here from not me? I think people know how you and I feel. I think people know how you and I feel about the accolades Justin Herbert gets, because I think Justin Herbert's a good football player. Like when we have these conversations, this isn't me saying he's not talented, he's not good. If I were an NFL team struggling to find a quarterback and Justin Herbert became available, I'd roll with Justin Herbert. It's that he gets treated like one of these guys that's actually done stuff, and he's really not done anything yet.
The thing with Justin Herbert, it's interesting to me because this ranking has Lamar Jackson ranked number 1 overall, with the biggest asset that he really stands out being his creativity. And with Justin Herbert, for me, it's always felt to me like, man, he is a really good paint-by-numbers artist. So I would say his creativity or his ability to just truly improvise and all of those things, his just feel for the game necessarily is just not on par or caliber with the guys at the top. So if you're going to give it to Lamar Jackson based on his creativity, I feel like you can't have Justin Herbert at number 4 overall, where it's I don't want to say an extreme lack of creativity, but not on par with the genuinely great quarterback.
C.J. Stroud is 7th on this list, which I think is higher than a lot of this QB power rankings have him coming into the season. But while we're on Justin Herbert, I don't agree with Ryan Clark a ton on things. I thought Ryan Clark was spot on yesterday on his Justin Herbert analysis.
You're talking about the last time Patrick Mahomes played? I know you watch a lot of film. You probably watch so much film, and you didn't backlog so much stuff. You probably pushed away what Justin Herbert looked like against the Texans.
It was bad.
You probably thought that to myself, there ain't no way Justin Herbert threw more interceptions in one playoff game than he did the entire season. Not Mr. I could throw a football through a pinhole. Not him. Not look how tall he is. Look at his flowing locks. Look who his new girlfriend is. Right? Not that guy. Justin Herbert, whenever it matters, has been terrible. Justin Herbert didn't win big games in college as talented as he was. Justin Herbert in 2 games in the playoffs in the league. You lose a 27-0 lead. You go throw 4 interceptions against the Texans. I think Justin Herbert is extremely talented. I also think Justin Herbert is the fun friend, right? Justin Herbert is the friend you invite over when you're having a party. If something serious is happening, you don't bring him over because he's not responsible, accountable, and you can't depend on.
I think he meant responsible. Responsibly. I think he meant responsible.
I just the whole thing about Herbert is too, like last year. Okay, you've got a new coach, new offensive coordinator. The team was leaning into the run more, but it felt like Herbert had a good year, but that they were almost protecting him from himself at times and not him driving. It was like J.J. McCarthy at Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, just exactly what do I make of this? I mean, you look at his numbers last year. His numbers were basically like what C.J. Stroud's rookie year was. He had 3,870 yards, 23 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Great. Mm-hmm. I mean, C.J. Stroud, his rookie year, 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Yeah. And which was a great rookie year.
Great rookie year.
Is it what Justin Herbert should be doing in his 5th year in the NFL to establish that he's the 4th best quarterback in the league?
Right.
I don't think so. No. I think there's still a lot unproven. I mean, Herbert had that brilliant second year where he threw for over 5,000 yards and 38 touchdowns. That was awesome. But, man, just as it is, just like you have to hit the pause button with C.J. Stroud after year 2 because the things were all out of whack and everything. But we're going on 3 straight seasons with Justin Herbert where people are justifying – like elevating him to being the 4th quarterback in the league based on something he did 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So CJ is 7th on this list. I'm not going to read the whole breakdown on CJ, Seth. I'm going to read the last part here with how he can rise in these rankings. Now, he's already 7th, which is pretty damn good for a guy heading into his 3rd year. I mean, all the guys above him. Jaden Daniels is 10th. There's all the young guys are below CJ. CJ is the best. Like, Matt Stafford is right above him, like at 6th. How he can rise, curious if you agree with this. The Texans are giving Stroud the keys to the offense. What he does with them will dictate how far he can climb in the rankings. While I'd be shocked if Stroud ever threatens to crack the top 3 this season, if he makes good use of his newfound control over the offense and puts up big numbers, he could jump to the front of the line right behind the elite tier.
This is what I want to happen, is that everything that he just said right there, basically that's factoring in the offensive line. I think he's going to be surprised. I think he's very bullish on C.J. Stroud, but he's going to be surprised if he rises up that high this year. And I think partly because nobody really trusts the offensive line. Then are you going to give him extra credit at the end of the year if he does have an incredible year? Are they going to remember, oh, wait a second, yeah, and we didn't really like his situation that he was in, or that he actually could do all that well this year? Are you gonna give him credit for working with still what on paper looks like an unimproved circumstance. I mean, he's got the same tight ends. He's got less running backs, or fewer running backs because Joe Mixon's out.
Yep.
And the offensive line on paper looks like worse than last year's offensive line.
That's
on paper.
correct. Yep.
Will CJ get the requisite recognition for working through all that if he ends up having an all-pro caliber season?
I like to think from this guy, Ruiz, he would, because he's already got him 7th on the list. He's clearly a C.J. Stroud fan.
All these reasons why C.J. can't be as good as Jordan Love, can't be as good as Justin Herbert, all of these things. Like, okay, if he has identical seasons to all those guys, statistically,
got to be above
he had a better season,
He
right?
got to be above him. Yep.
I'm keeping the receipts, Ruiz.
That's it, man.
You hear me?
Let him know. Shout it from the rooftops. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Rams edition. Our first one of the regular season is up next.
Feels good.
Yes.
Feels good. Feels as good as if I had a big tub of Daisy French onion dip and a bag of chips and
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We are loaded for the rest of the show, man. We got 5 reasons I hate you right now. We got Take a Mania coming up at the top of the hour. All the bad takes from the week going up against the champ, Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco, and their sympathy clip for Desmond Watson, the 400-plus pound rookie for the Bucs last week.
They made it sound like the Bucs were just being mean to somebody for no reason by not allowing him to play football.
Play in the NFL.
Like it was a Make-A-Wish scenario or something.
Right.
Which, I mean, it kind of is. He weighs 400-plus pounds. I mean,
like plus.
I'm not an actuary or anything, but hey, let this guy have some joy in his life.
You're making him try to lose weight. He's supposed to play football.
Lifted out of his bathtub by a helicopter 10 years from now.
Yeah. Boy, all the damage they're doing to this kid who's 460 pounds.
They had a chance to get him on an exercise program while making $800,000 a year to play football. We'll get into that later.
We'll save it for 9 o'clock. Yeah, we'll do that at 9. 5 reasons I hate you. We do it every week during the football season for the Texans' upcoming opponent. These are 5 reasons to hate the Rams. Text in the reasons you hate the Rams to 713-572-4610. Number 5, Davante Adams is on this team now. I find Davante Adams annoying, and this is why. He is annoyingly bad at choosing what friends to follow.
Oh, yes.
Remember, he was on a really good team with the Packers. But he's like, no, I want to go play with my friend Derek Carr, who I went to college with the Raiders.
And his boy, the team that he loved as a boy, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Right.
All right,
Yep.
You want to go play for your boyhood friend, and the logo of your boyhood team.
That's right. So he goes there. Carr gets let go a year into the Davante Adams experience. So the friend he chose to play with, he wasn't even good enough to keep around. He gets sent to New Orleans. And so now he's got to play with Jimmy Garoppolo after that, who, as we found out during the Netflix series Receiver, that Davante Adams is like, man, I'm getting killed every week out here. I'm going to get killed. I got to get out of here. You were the one who wanted to go there. And then you go to New York, and you and Aaron Rodgers are at the trade deadline, and you and Aaron Rodgers are acting like you pulled off this caper, this coup. You're sneaking in the back of the shot on McAfee, like trying to have this holy bleep moment. Oh, my God, it's Davante Adams, and he's at Aaron Rodgers' apartment. Oh, my God. What happened? Except for one half against the Texans, y'all stunk. You stunk. And Aaron Rodgers was gone, too. You're a quarterback killer, Davante Adams. I bet Matthew Stafford's out of football next year because of you. You go to the Raiders, Carr gets shipped out. You go to the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers stinks, and now he's on the Steelers. Davante Adams bothers me. That's reason number 5.
Yeah, fake-ass Cooper Kupp wannabe replacement, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? Yeah, we have a chance to really smack around some narratives here.
Yes.
For some reason, Davante Adams keeps getting pointed to over and over again. Ooh, they got Davante. Oh, they got Davante Adams. Yeah. Ooh, they got. Yeah, all right, great. They got Davante Adams.
Yeah.
How's that worked out for everybody that's gotten Davante Adams?
That's exactly right. Other than one half against the Texans last year. Other than that. Number 4, I could do the next 3 on the QB room, I'll call it. That's how many reasons there are to hate this team. I was able to put all the quarterbacks in one bullet point. Jimmy Garoppolo, biggest mimbo in the NFL, male bimbo. Jimmy Garoppolo is a meathead quarterback.
A himbo.
A himbo. Stetson Bennett is widely hated. And part of me is like, I know he's widely hated. Why? And I asked ChatGPT. Boy, they give me a lot of reasons to hate Stetson Bennett. I love AI. But just to summarize, cockiness and swagger. Some view his confidence as arrogance. Displays of discontent on the field. Terrible body language. Passing limitations. He doesn't have any arm strength. Off-field behavior. He got arrested. He got arrested after the Georgia championship for public intoxication. And
that was when he was... Oh, go ahead.
He was in college back then, yeah. What were you going to say?
Yeah, he was banging on doors in a community of townhomes near downtown Dallas. He was just randomly banging on people's doors.
At ChatGPT didn't have that one. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure you're not thinking of Jim Kelly's nephew there that was doing that?
I'm thinking about this article titled Georgia's National Champion Quarterback Stetson Bennett Arrested After Door Knocking
There you go.
Incident.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
And they said apparently he was on his phone during the Georgia parade, and people view that as him being aloof. He wasn't.
Oh,
he wasn't acknowledging
I don't
fans.
have time for these people.
Yeah. For purposes of this segment, I'm here for that.
Yeah.
So Stetson Bennett, plenty of reasons to hate him. And then
it's amazing that despite his success in college, that 5'11", 190 didn't get him drafted higher.
I know.
So Stetson Bennett and Jimmy Garoppolo. God, I hope we see one of those two guys on Sunday.
Oh, that would be great. That would mean that the spear to Matthew Stafford's back that a listener wanted earlier probably have. And then Kelly Stafford. She's part of this quarterback room because she seems to do all of Matthew Stafford's talking for him. She's on podcasts out there.
Yeah, is Matt Stafford going to be allowed to play football next year? Is Matt Stafford Kelly better watch it, man.
Yeah.
This is the same way. It's the kind of stuff Giselle was pulling back in the day.
Yep.
She's like, oh, I don't know if no, Matthew's not allowed to play for that franchise.
Right.
No, Matthew needs more respect.
Remember when Matthew Stafford was rumored to be getting traded possibly to the Steelers? And all the talking heads, all the Schragers and people like that out there were like, I don't know if Kelly's going to want that, moving to a new city and whatnot. Like, okay. So Kelly Stafford. So that she's part of the quarterback room for me.
It damages her podcasting career.
It does.
If she's out of the hot spot that is L.A.
That's bingo. You're right.
That's why Dallas is always in play because, Austin has become the new podcasting, the hub of podcasting.
Yeah.
So
you could live in Austin and commute to Dallas every day.
Yeah.
A helicopter. That's number 4, the quarterback room. Plenty of reasons to hate that quarterback room. Number 3, I noticed this on their website, Seth. When I put together the reasons for this segment each week, one of the first things I do is go to the website of the team and just open up the roster and go down the roster just to see if there's any specific players to hate. That's how I found Devontae Adams, stuff like that. I started fishing around on the Rams website, and they have a section for Hall of Famers that were Rams at one point, whether it's Los Angeles Rams or St. Louis Rams, whatever the case. They've got both. And some of them on there I'm fine with. I'm fine with Kurt Warner and Jackie Slater and Jack Youngblood and Merlin Olsen, guys like that, Deacon Jones. I could go on, Eric Dickerson. I could go on and on. The Rams have a storied history of very, very good football players. They are also taking, for example, Ron Yeri, who was a Hall of Fame offensive lineman with Minnesota for 14 years, played 8 games as a Ram. He's in their Hall of Fame page on their website. 8 games as a Ram in his last season in the NFL.
Yeah.
How about this one? James Lofton. James Lofton, right? Great player for the Bills and the Packers. Good for the Raiders as well. He's on the Rams website, and I'm saying to myself, boy, I don't really remember James Lofton as a Ram. Well, there's good reason for that. There's a good chance I missed the one game he played as a Los Angeles Ram. One.
Yeah, this is beneath you, Los Angeles Rams.
Thank you.
You're an organization that has had some great teams in the past and some great players.
Of guys.
And you need to muddy the distinction of the dyed-in-the-wool Rams that are on that web page.
Yes.
You've denigrated and you've diminished the value of that web page.
I
will not have it.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Jack Youngblood has to rub elbows in cyberspace with those guys that were just carpetbaggers through the organization.
Yeah, man.
Have some respect for yourself, Rams.
Jerome Bettis being on there. Jerome Bettis was a Pro Bowler for the Rams his rookie year. Yeah. But in the 3rd year of his career, Rich Brooks got there as the head coach and wanted to move him to fullback. He wanted to move Jerome Bettis, the bus, to fullback in the NFL. And he said, well, we'll move you to fullback or we'll trade you. And Jerome Bettis said, I'll take a trade. And they trade him to the Steelers. And I'm guessing he made the Hall of Fame far more on what he did in the black and gold than he did in the blue and gold. But the Rams are putting him up there in their Hall of Fame thingamajiggy. Yeah.
You know what I like to do, Sean?
What's that?
That's available to me that isn't available for everybody else. I go through Pro Football Reference, and I can look through people who have died in any given year from the NFL. This isn't nearly as much fun.
That sounds fun.
No, yeah, and I can age select for guys that I might have known or played against and everything. Yeah, that's what I do. You go ahead and spend your time on Hall of Fame.
I do the Hall of Fame stuff. You're on there.
I wish it wasn't available to me. Honestly, no, I did it earlier this morning, and I'm remembering it now. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah,
so, I won't bring that to the radio show.
Okay. Number 2, and Champ Slice brings this up on the text page. I'm glad that number 2 for me. I'll just read Champ Slice. Reasons to hate the Rams. I would say L.A. fans suck, but they won a Super Bowl, and nobody in L.A. cared. Right. Nobody in L.A. cared, and now they're all jumping on the bandwagon after. The Rams didn't get or L.A. didn't get the Rams back because there was this thirst for football in L.A. They got the Rams back because they're the second largest city in the United States.
They had it. The commissioner made it his mission for over a decade to, like, somehow we got to get a team back in L.A. Yeah. L.A., how do you feel about it?
What's football?
They did it in their vocal fry. They're like, I guess so, yeah. I'd like to have a team. Are there going to be Instagram spots at the stadium?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Will there be good
an OnlyFans video?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly what it was, man. So bandwagon fans that just jumped on the bandwagon. Some of them didn't even jump on the bandwagon after the Super Bowl.
They're like uglier versions of Laker fans.
Yes.
You know? It just, like, all right, who's the eye candy sitting around the perimeter
100%.
there? 100%. It's Jason Bateman's often never heard about brother. So,
yeah.
So you don't even get Jason or his sister.
No.
You get the third Bateman.
Kind of like Justine back in the day, man. I like the sister. On Family Ties, she was pretty fire back in the day, man. All right, number one. I didn't know how to handle this one, Seth, because you were on the field for this one. So maybe this is a big reason why you hate the Rams. But the birth of Fitzmagic happened with Ryan Fitzpatrick in a Rams uniform against the 2005 Houston Texans.
Kevin Curtis. Another Ram first down and more. And the St. Louis Rams have come all the way back to win the ball game. No flags on the play.
How about that? Just a quick screen to Kevin Curtis, their fastest wide receiver now, and he just gashes him and takes it all the way to the end zone for the win.
Okay, what a horrible call that was. I know you guys weren't very good that year, and I'm thinking the Rams probably weren't.
It wasn't when we were definitively bad at that point in the year, was it? I can't remember what week of the season it was.
It was like it was in November. It was November.
Was it late? Oh, it was in November.
I was at the game. It was on Thanksgiving, and I was in town for Thanksgiving that year.
Oh, we were definitively bad by that point.
Yeah, you guys were like 1-10 at that point. But what happened in that game, that was a game-winning touchdown you heard on there on Fox. The Rams were down 27-17 with under a minute to go in the game, scored a touchdown to make it 27-24, recovered an onside kick, kicked a game-tying field goal, and then scored a game-winning touchdown in overtime. And that was the first time most of the nation had ever heard the name Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, do you remember when we had Ryan Fitzpatrick on the show a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Before a Thursday night game,
I
asked him about that, and I was like, hey, were you like, did you feel like, did you really dialed in and prepared for that game? Like, had you been studying all week and maybe you had an edge that most rookie quarterbacks wouldn't have? He's like, oh, no, I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Threw for 300 yards in
Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yeah. Could you at least make me feel a little bit better about it? Disrespect. Yes.
Oh,
that was the St. Louis Rams. What do I care?
Yeah. But
This is a different squad. This is the LA Rams.
The LA Rams? All right. Yeah. So there you go. That's 5 reasons. 5 reasons to hate the Rams. And specifically, I'll give you one reason not to hate them. David Quesenberry is on this team. David Quesenberry is still in the NFL right now.
Good for him,
That's an incredible story, man, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Like, he was, I just remember him getting cut by Bill O'Brien on Hard Knocks in 2015. And we all know the cancer saga and everything else.
And that's not like that's not like it wasn't, we're not criticizing Bill O'Brien.
Not at all. No.
It was hard for Bill O'Brien to cut David Quesenberry.
No, you thought his career was over. He got cut because he wasn't able to put on weight after cancer treatments and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
for him to still be around. Like, it was cool enough that he had made it and became a starter in the NFL. But it's still 10 years later, he's still on the team.
He's still kicking it, man. Like, that is a great story. All right, Astros. Let's circle over to the Stros. They've got 21 games left here. All right, 3.5 games up on Seattle. Some wrinkles in the schedule here that make me a little nervous as a Houston Astro fan. We'll hit that. We'll do Take a Mania at the top of the hour. Stay there.
Football Fridays are back again. Join Clint and Ron at Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark, this afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. This traffic report is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Still dealing with delays over on I-10 eastbound at Waco. Heavy truck accident blocking your left and a center lane. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes, recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builder Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner Suite. Visit KirkHolmes.com. That's K-U-R-K. Because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. Cloudy this morning in the low 80s this afternoon, mostly sunny, high of 95. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610.
All right.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth is conducting a pretty morbid study during the break. I just want to say that.
I've been going through every year that Pro Football Reference tells you former NFL players who have died. And I don't. The more depressing part of it for me is that I can go through and see, like, oh, dang, this guy was a teammate of mine for a year and he died a couple years ago or whatever. But you and I started having fun with it, and we're like, okay, who makes it in their 90s in the NFL? And it's tough right now because these guys who died in their 90s recently were still playing in the NFL way back when, before everybody got so huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd worked my way all the way back to 2017. Let's go to 2024. And so I was trying to be an actuary here and think, okay, what are my chances as a defensive lineman of making it into my 90s? So for guys that played back in the 1960s,
okay, that died last year.
Right, yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, for most of these guys that died last year would have played in the 1950s and early 60s.
Yeah.
So that were in their 90s.
They were in their 90s, right.
Okay, so we've got a defensive end.
Okay.
We've got a linebacker. We've got an end-defensive end. I'm guessing he played both ways.
Dude.
And we've got a halfback. Look at that. Defensive ends are cleaning up, Sean.
Okay, a defensive
ends are just fine, okay?
I'm not going to forward you any YouTubes of 1950s football, but defensive ends in 1950 would be baristas at Starbucks these days.
They'd be fitness influencers. I'm like, they'd be wearing those
shredded.
Who was the guy that used to have the Jack LaLanne? He'd have a Jack LaLanne bodysuit on,
right?
doing sweating to the oldies. Yeah.
Richard Simmons would have been a defensive end back in 1952.
Yeah. That's true. If we go to guys that died in their 40s and 50s,
right?
Yeah, there's quite a few linemen in there, Sean. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. Quite a few linemen.
Bit of a correlation. I'm not sure it's a hard correlation, but bit of a correlation. Oh God, that is funny. Ironic that the guy who yells at people to go die is in a
definitely
database.
Gonna die sooner than all those people, and I'm telling them to go die.
A database right now, searching death.
I don't know if you're like me. I think I don't know. I feel like most people do this. You kind of figure like, well, maybe it's just because the math is easy.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I'll probably live to be 100. So, yeah, I got 50 years left. That's cool. Yeah. And like, hey, realistically there, killer.
Right. I blame music because every song that's about this like flowery view, this overview of life.
Only got 100 years to live.
I blame John Ondrasik of Five for Fighting. It's his fault that we've got this delusional view of how long we're going to live.
My nephew has that. Like he's kind of like learning about mortality and everything, and realizing that everybody. But in his head, it's that people live to be 100 years old.
Yeah.
So my brother's having these difficult conversations with him, where he's like, "So Grandma will be alive for another 30 years, right?"
Oh, yeah. See, I was just thinking solely about him. I'm like, by the time your nephew is the age where it matters, we might be living on the regular till 100 years. Who knows?
Right. Yeah. That's part of it, too. I'm like optimistic about medical science that somehow, 100 is totally going to be the standard by 50 years from now. Sure.
I don't think I'll be around for that. I don't need to be around for that.
I don't need it to be the standard 50 years from now. I need it to be the standard 49 years from now.
Exactly. All right, so the Astros lose last night to the Yankees. Aaron Boone is out of our lives now for at least until the postseason. Maybe we see him again, and he can start examining the bats of backup outfilders when they hit a double in the ninth inning.
For those of you who missed it, Aaron Boone needed to save baseball last night. The integrity of the sport by reporting that Taylor Trammell's bat looked like there was discoloration on the logo. So it's now being examined in and I'm sure a Cracker Jack lab at MLB.
I'm picturing like Homer Simpson with his feet up on the thing.
There's like 7 old dudes just looking at it, kind of like, I don't know. Looks weird to me.
Yeah. 3 open boxes of donuts on the table. Like they're all just,
Yeah, Taylor Trammell. That's why the Astros have a chance of winning this game. It's Taylor Trammell in his career 188 batting average.
Yeah.
Karen Boone.
Karen Boone. And if they come back to Dyken Park in the postseason, we must chant Karen Boone.
My guys are savages. My guys are savages in that box.
Oh,
Shut
the hell up. So the Astros, I didn't realize. I knew they had 21 games left, Seth. I figured it's probably 7 3-game series. They've got 15 divisional games left, which we could sit here and go, this is the worst division in baseball. There is no, ever since really over the last couple of years, but since you got swept by the A's and got outscored 32-7 in that series, there is no take you can have about the caliber of opponent or strength of schedule the rest of the way when it comes to the Astros. They can go 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position against the worst of teams. So I have nothing to say about the caliber of the competition. I think it's interesting. It is very division heavy, including 6 against the Rangers starting tonight, 3 on the road. They'll be here in about a week and a half. And then the Seattle series. If I had to pick one of these series where I go, okay, you get a genie in the bottle here, you can pick one series to sweep, it would be the Seattle series here. I think it's September 19th to the 21st. It's a weekend series. That's the biggest. That's the biggest one out of all of them. And I say that with at Toronto on the schedule coming up early next week, and that's a big one too if you have any hopes of trying to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
If you want to get a bye in the first round, also you can stick it to the Yankees a little bit since you couldn't win this series at least. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it for America.
No
all right,
kidding, man. Yeah.
Let's do it to someday. I don't know. I don't ever really want to see Aaron Boone get fired though, because I don't think I think his. Everything that he thinks is awesome for his team, I think, is part of why they're emotionally fragile and soft.
Yes.
And always ultimately buckle in the playoffs.
Aaron Boone is like that quarterback. I think back to, what's the game I always use as the example? When the Jake Locker's rookie year, when he was the starter for the Tennessee Titans, and he sucked. And Matt Hasselbeck was his backup. And at that point, Hasselbeck was one of those cagey vets that could win you a game if he came in. And I remember the Texans playing the Titans in 2011, and somebody absolutely just blistered Jake Locker. And I'm like, well, I really like that we got the sack. I really like that they hurt him a little bit, but they hurt him a little too much.
Yeah.
I want you to sack him, and I want you to make him feel it, but I don't want you to make him feel it to the extent he feels like he needs to be taken out of the game, because I don't want to see Matt Hasselbeck.
It's kind of like when Sanchez's backup was Brunell with the Jets.
Yeah.
I always wondered, all right, man,
who scares you more?
I know they're winning games and they're going to the championship game and everything, but Sanchez ain't doing it.
Nope.
I bet defenses were saying, don't hurt Sanchez.
Yeah.
Just keep Sanchez
Bring him
in the
down
game.
lightly.
Let's bring him down, but don't hit him too hard. Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
We don't want a veteran to come in that we haven't game planned for in the second half.
No. All right, are you ready for Take a Mania, my friend?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I got 50 years to live at least. I'm ready for this.
Oh, yeah. All right, Take a Mania. We do it. We have a champ, a defending champ, and the worst takes of the week will try to take down our defending champ, Ocho Cinco. It's a two-headed monster of Chad Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp. We'll play the defending champ cut, and then I've got 5 challengers to the champ for Seth to make the determination on here, and that's coming up next.
Yeah, Zadok Jewelers. You know how long they've been in Houston?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're gonna do Take a Mania. We're gonna do Take a Mania, but Seth is looking at his phone right now, which I
well, the last segment when I was when you were dashing all of my dreams of living to 100 against the Rocks, just like I will inevitably when I decide it's time to end. I said, hey, look at some of these guys that made it into their 90s.
Yeah.
Three or four of them were defensive ends, and you pointed out that back in the day, those guys that died in their 90s last year played in the 1950s when defensive linemen were a lot skinnier.
Yes.
ND Kalu texted me. He said, tell Sean to shut up. I was feeling good about the life expectancy of defensive ends until he reminded us the average DN back then was 5'10", 185.
This is where I do that thing like, ND, I'm not talking about you. You keep yourself in phenomenal condition.
Certainly not you, ND.
No. I love ND Kalu.
ND's beard, he's got an impressive beard now. And to me, it's the what are your intentions with my daughter beard.
Yep.
He looks like the guy that, like, if you go to pick up his daughter for the date, you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
he looks very intimidating.
Bald head with the beard.
Yeah.
We call that the Kimbo Slice look. The bald-headed black dude with the beard. Yeah.
I'm not going to mess around. I will have her home at 7:10 p.m.,
That's
sir.
exactly right. On the dot. Oh, man. All right, let's do Take a Mania. This is where we examine the worst takes of the week. We go find some contenders to take down our champ. Our defending champ, our 1 week defending champ is Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp. They were on I'm guessing this was the Nightcap podcast they did this on, but they were talking about Desmond Watson, the rookie 460-pound undrafted defensive lineman from Florida, who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers signed and made the priority for him to get into some semblance of shape first.
Yeah.
I don't think he will.
Or a different shape than he was.
Right.
More like a normal human body shape.
More like a rectangle, less like a pear. Yeah, that kind of thing. So here was their take on the evil, nefarious Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Because the Bucs cut him,
They cut him, yeah. So here's the defending champ.
The Buccaneers waived Desmond Watson, the former Gator rookie, listed at 449 pounds with the Bucs. Are the Bucs giving up with Big Dez too soon, Ocho?
I would like for him to
allow him to play and see how he plays at the size he's at now. He played at that size at Florida, so I understand what you guys are trying to do for safety reasons, but it's how he played at Florida. So why draft him if you're not going to allow him to play the game of football? Why not let him finish out his childhood dream? Why even put him through the ringer like that?
He's 6'5".
Yeah. Big boy.
He only gonna get so small through diet and exercise. 6'5", you're not gonna get him to 350. Because if you get him to 350, he can't play football because you taking all his strength away.
Hold on. How much Vita Vea weigh, huh?
Vita Vea probably 350.
So he's 365. Desmond Watson, 365?
450.
Oh.
Okay, so Ocho didn't really know the whole story, obviously.
No.
I give him credit for hitting the brakes. Hitting the brakes to reassess the situation.
Dude, the last 5 seconds of that are the best.
But Shannon acting like a man who's 6'5" can only get down so skinny. How could you expect a 450-pounder when he's 6'5"? Yeah,
a worthy champ, no doubt.
Where in the NFL can we find examples of guys who are 6'5" but less than 350 pounds?
Oh
Is it even medically possible? I don't know.
All right,
this one's so good because it's so entertaining.
It's
though,
funny,
too.
I know.
Especially because Chad Johnson does the
bleep at the end.
The bar stool.
Yeah. How he's 360?
Like he pushed back from the bar. We're like, whoa.
How heavy is he?
450.
How heavy is he? 365? 450. Oh, bleep. All right. So spoiler alert, none of these are going to be as funny as that one is.
Yeah.
But they can be equally piss poor or maybe even worse. We'll see. This was Sean McDermott, Buffalo Bills head coach, talking about just how hoppin' mad he is that Buffalo as a city gets a label every year, and a lot of it has to do with the failure in the postseason. He is just really angry, but at the very end, I think, makes a proclamation that is very, very poor.
Just overall, changing the narrative on Buffalo, that is honestly probably the number one thing for me. You know, I hear it on TV. I hear it on, I'm not even watching a football game or not even a football broadcast or whatever, and they refer to this area, and I'm not even going to say it. It's like they don't know this community, they don't know us, and just because it didn't work out 4 years in a row, nobody's ever going to do that again. People don't ignite. This is, you talk about, now you're going to get me going. Like, it does. It bothers me. It honestly pisses me off because people don't know this town. They don't know how hard that is to get to 4 straight Super Bowls. It'll never happen again. That's where there's other things that drive me. Yeah, like, we're good.
Okay. There's a lot in there. Like the whole white knighting for the entire city thing is a little strange. I'll give him that.
I mean, the Chiefs did just go to 4 Super Bowls in 5 years.
The Chiefs have been to the last 3 Super Bowls. That's my issue with this take. When you say something's never going to happen again, you talk about Cal Ripken's consecutive game streak. You talk about maybe Wilt Chamberlain
things where nobody's even come close, and there's nothing in modern baseball that suggests anybody will do what Cal Ripken did.
They load manage now. It's not even a thing to play all those games.
In football, the Kansas City Chiefs, though not a favorite to go to the Super Bowl this year, are very, it's attainable this year.
This year, they've been to the last 3. If anything, he gave Kansas City, their arch nemesis, by the way, knocked them out of the last 2 postseasons. If anything, Seth, he gave them bulletin board material.
Exactly, yeah. It's a bad take. You know what I've learned in how I judge these bad takes, though, sometimes? It almost also has to be a good take in the way that it's delivered. It's better. I tend to award a winner for worst take if it's actually got some more elements of a good take, in that it's either forcefully delivered or confidently delivered or somewhat succinct or whatever it is.
Yep. You're the judge on this.
He was kind of meandering. When somebody is sticking up for somebody, either their own team or a family member especially, they're unlikely to win worst take.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't as entertaining to me.
Nothing's going to be in this segment, I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
So no? We know on that one?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ocho and Shannon kick out. All right, now admittedly, this one is just one. I feel like Justin Herbert's been a bigger topic on the show today than most days, based on Steven Ruiz's. This one just disappointed me in my heart, and it's an opinion, so maybe it won't qualify. But man, here's Joe Montana being asked on I believe the Pat McAfee show, who are the 3 quarterbacks that you would start a team with?
If you were a general manager, head coach today, pick the top 3 quarterbacks you want to start your franchise with. And why?
I like this.
And not Brock Purdy. You can't take Brock.
Boom. Okay, Brock is your number 1 pick. We know that.
Yep.
So you love Brock Purdy. You love Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I'm taking the guy in Buffalo.
Okay, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh. The guy that surprised me that I thought would, obviously, Joe Burrows, another guy I like a lot.
Okay.
And believe it or not, I like the guy with the Chargers. Just Justin Herbert. I think they just they've kind of gone by the wayside there. But I just like the way those 3 guys are.
Boy, it's amazing that Joe Montana's TV career never got off the ground.
This is dirty pool by the McAfee show, too. Like, they're putting Joe Montana on the spot for something that I tell young athletes never to do. Never answer a power ranking question on the fly unless you've prepared, because you're going to leave people out. Joe Montana doesn't even know the names of the guys that he's talking about. So, like, he's clearly it's
the
a
guy
bad
in
take.
Buffalo.
It's like asking my grandma for her to give me a hot sports take.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Joe Montana more so than
and it's a bad take.
Anything else about that. Yeah.
All right.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't win the. That's a classic example of if he had delivered it confidently and if he knew the actual names of
that helps, right?
It has to be somewhat of a credible take before it can be the bad take.
I kind of like the guy in Los Angeles. Like, okay, they got 2 teams there.
You don't say.
Really? When did that happen? All right, this next one.
Tagliabue would have called me about that. Yeah.
That's exactly right. So, okay, this one I feel like is directed at me, which is why I'm getting a little.
This one might have a shot, by the way.
Might have a shot. This is Nick Wright on First Things First yesterday. They were talking about the Red Zone channel having ads now. It's on ESPN. Nick Wright pointed out they did start doing, I guess, some split-screen ads last year where you can still watch the game, but you got a Burger King commercial playing on the left and the right.
This year it's going to be full breaks. Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Not that many.
Yeah. It's, so, at any rate, this is less about the ads and more about Nick Wright's view on Red Zone, and if you're a frequent Red Zone viewer.
You cannot be a self-respecting, die-hard NFL fan if the only way you consume football is through Red Zone. Watch a whole game like an adult. Second screen, supplementary, on your computer, fine. But don't tell me you love the NBA. Like, what game did you watch last night? No, I just Bleacher Report speed, saw some highlights. You don't learn anything. You don't know anything. And sports media, you can't cover the league if you're just watching Red Zone. We got to learn, Coach, how a team matriculated the ball down the field, not just the candy of the touchdowns and the turnovers and the punt returns. So if you are a true football fan, throw on a full game, have Red Zone secondary, whether it's on your phone, computer screen. If you have multi-TV setup, that's fine. And if you're just a casual fan, just following fantasy, no problem. But don't try to get in football arguments or football discussions if you haven't seen a team run a 2nd and 13 from their own 20-yard line in 30 years.
All right, floor is yours,
All
Seth.
right.
What do you think of that one?
I tell you what, Nick. You know what? Honestly, I feel like you're using a lot of rhetorical arguments there that are beneath you. Like you, a philosophy major in college, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Nick was a philo,
I would say he's guilty of both the false dichotomy there, kind of separating the league into people who watch football seriously, and then you've got all these people who watch nothing but Red Zone.
Yeah.
Which allows you to attack kind of a straw man, which is that, all you people that only watch Red Zone and nothing else, I don't think that group even exists. I think most people that watch a Red Zone a bunch probably watch the team that they prefer most. They'll watch that entire game.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll watch the entire Monday night game. Yep. But they also like watching Red Zone. Personally, I don't like Red Zone. So I believe I have a certain degree of credibility in defending the Red Zonians.
Yes.
That this whole nonsense of people who are acting like they're the intellectuals and the adults in the room because I choose to sit on a couch for 3 hours watching an entire football game. You're like, okay, dude, all right, you're acting like you're a literary scholar or something. Oh, okay. Is that the same as reading War and Peace? Oh, I watched a whole football game because I'm serious about what I do in my leisure time. No, Nick. This is beneath you.
Okay.
This is beneath you, Nick.
It's beneath him. Is this take, though, beneath Ocho and Shannon Sharp talking about Desmond Watson?
Oh, intellectually, I believe, yes, it is. And yet, I love that bad take by Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson so much.
There's a big
I can't
part
let
of me,
go of it.
There's a big part of me that wants to listen to it for at least 2 more. This is the opposite. This is the opposite of the DeAndre Hopkins take that we had for like 5 weeks because it was truly terrible.
Yes.
This is Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp are entertaining and terrible.
No, and I think, you know what I'll accuse Nick of? I think he's doing this a little bit just as a playful jab at people, too.
I think so, too. Got a lot
so I don't think he's as earnest about it. So, no, he cannot dethrone Chad Johnson and Shannon Sharp.
Authenticity matters. Kick out. All right,
as soon as he said you're a child or whatever he said, I'm like, okay, Nick's just irritating.
He knows how the algorithm works, baby.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Dan Orlovsky had a rough one yesterday on First Take. We played the take earlier with Ryan Clark sticking up for Justin Herbert. That was directed at Dan Orlovsky, who was sitting next to him. When he was saying, you watch all this film on Mahomes probably so much that you forgot about how bad Justin Herbert was. He got into an argument with Ryan Clark and Stephen A. Smith about the generational talent of Arch Manning.
Yeah.
You know, Dan is a huge Arch Manning stan.
Yeah.
And those other guys are like, there's nothing special about the guy, and Dan is taken aback by that. Those are two. This one, to me, was just strange. Dan Orlovsky was talking about the Baltimore Ravens and how they're the team under the most pressure this year in the NFL, which I think is a fair take. But it was the if they don't win the Super Bowl part of this that got me.
There is no organization and no team under more pressure than the Baltimore Ravens. At some point, I love them.
No team under more pressure?
At some point, we have to get past the reasons and excuses for why it doesn't happen. This is a team that has a Super Bowl winning head coach. It has the best roster in football. Their starting secondary is all first-round picks, and they got a quarterback that has multiple MVPs. At some point, you got to go win the whole thing. Or there's going to be a restart. It can't just be, well, this is a great organization, a great team, a great collection of talent, and they continue to fall short. And they know it. In their own words, they say they continue to fall short in the playoffs. And when it matters the most, they, for some reason, don't play up to their standards. And I understand it's week one. I agree with Will. Like, this game is massive for Baltimore. It is. I'm not going to the extreme of, like, if you lose, your season's over. But there's no team under more pressure than this team to finally go get it done, because how many times do organizations have this type of setup and just don't win the trophy? It doesn't happen often in the league.
The bad part about that take to me, Seth, and they're for those who don't know, the Ravens are playing the Bills on Sunday night this week.
Yeah.
So that's a big game, maybe the biggest game of the weekend. The use of the word restart to me is the part where I'm like, okay, as he's giving this take, I'm like, okay, if this take arrives at a place where he's saying the Ravens need to blow it up and start over because they don't win a Super Bowl this year, that's okay. What are you going to trade Lamar Jackson? Fire John Harbaugh? Man, I don't know.
How did he say restart?
It was in the middle.
I was looking for the spot. I felt like it was legitimately, like, generally a pretty good take.
Yeah, it's the restart, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's the notion. It feels like it's extreme. Ben, can you?
Oh, they're gonna have to tear it down to the studs or something.
See if you read into it the same way I did. Ben, we'll play it up through that part.
There is no organization and no team under more pressure than the Baltimore Ravens. At some point, I love them.
No team under more pressure?
At some point, we have to get past the reasons and excuses for why it doesn't happen. This is a team that has a Super Bowl winning head coach. It has the best roster in football. Their starting secondary is all first-round picks, and they got a quarterback that has multiple MVPs. At some point, you got to go win the whole thing. Or there's going to be a restart. It can't just be, well, this is a great organization.
You know what I interpreted that as? I guess I figured like a new head coach. John Harbaugh, at some point, you got to say like, all right, well, we're not getting it done with you. We got to, which is a hard decision to make. I mean, like various teams in the past have gotten rid of the coach that gets a team to the playoffs every year, and then it's not so pretty.
I think of a restart as meaning something significant on the roster as well. Like that's more than just the coach to me.
I would say for me, I would just think that it's maybe he meant. I was thinking he probably meant. Fire Harbaugh.
Yeah. Well, this definitely doesn't win.
No, this doesn't dethrone.
Yeah, it doesn't even come close. Ocho and Shannon Sharp just threw this take into the first row, kicking out of that one right there. All right, so Seth, good news. Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco remain champion. Yeah.
Boy, the Nick Wright one, I'm not going to do an emergency one and reverse my decision or anything, but the Nick Wright one's really starting to eat at me.
I didn't think that one would eat as much as it did.
It's so dumb. No, people trying to act like intellectually snobby about how they choose to consume football annoys the hell out of me. It feels like Nick's not any different than the hyper stat nerds who act like unless you're consuming it with heavy analytics, then you don't really know ball. It's like, man, some people like watching Red Zone. Leave them be.
Well, and if you are a big enough fan to sit for 6 hours and watch Red Zone all day, you're a big enough fan to consume other content throughout the week about the NFL that's going to make you knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, Nick acting like he was taking on these legions of people who watch Red Zone and nothing else.
Yeah.
I don't think that many people, maybe I'm wrong. I just think that most people who watch a bunch of Red Zone, probably, especially like you said, the people that watch the whole day of Red Zone are probably watching Monday Night Football or their chosen team when they're playing and everything else.
Among the most informed fans out there about football because they're watching the whole thing unfold throughout the league.
Yeah, like they're not breaking it down like a fake film analyst something, whatever.
Yep, that's right.
You do you, everybody.
All right.
I'm not going to yuck your yum.
People like the Nick Casario. I like that.
I hate that phrase, but it's just so accurate.
I've never heard it, and I might use it later today.
Yeah.
People like the Nick Casario breakdowns of the opponent that he does with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. They've gotten a bit of a kind of a viral thing going on the internet over the last year or so. So, the Texans' opponent. Let's begin Rams prep through the eyes of the Texans GM. Offense and defense. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I know where I'll be about an hour from now. I'll be at the men's team.
giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, and this is where I want to once again point out, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, I'm going to hold it up to the camera, and you can see we've got these awesome beer glasses that say Football Friday, Sports Radio 610, a couple helmets on there. And you've got Academy Sports and Outdoors, their logo, because they're sponsoring it. On one side, and on the other side, you've got Payne and Pendergast, man. You got Payne and Pendergast right there, silhouettes of me and Seth. And you're probably like, how can I get hold of one of those amazing beer glasses? If you come out to Talliard Brewing Company in Sugar Land this afternoon with Clint and Show, the drive will be out there, and they're going to be giving these glasses away. So all you got to do is show up. But it's limited supply, so it's first come, first serve. There's 4 different designs. We're going to do a different one each week. So today is Payne and Pendergast. So Seth and I would ask kindly that enough of you get out there to where there's a line out the door and around the parking lot.
Pendergast and Payne.
Yeah.
For Pendergast and Payne.
It can go either way. Yeah. It says Payne and Pendergast on the glass.
And it's etched in there. It's not just some cheesy, paint job or something that's going to fade over time.
Etched.
These are dishwasher safe.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And good in the freezer and good to pour a nice cold beer into. So go see the fellas out there. 1 per person. But they're going to be giving them away. Get out there early. Hang out with the guys. Should be a fun Friday as we get ready for week 1 of the NFL season. So let's start doing that right here. We've been doing it throughout the show. Nick Caserio, whose voice you just heard on that little hotkey right there.
Pendergast and Payne.
From Penn. Was on Texans All Access earlier this week. Let's start with Nick Caserio talking about the Rams' defense.
Really good coaching staff, really good coordinators, and offensively and defensively, they have a lot of good football players. Great program top to bottom, significant challenge in front of us. It starts at the top, with Coach McVay and Les. They put together an unbelievable team. They have a lot of continuity and a lot of stability that's been put in place. On the defensive side of the ball, Chris Shula is defensive coordinator. Really good coach. You mentioned the defensive side of the football. Probably, we'll see how it goes. We're going to see a number of good fronts throughout the course of the year. But really 1 through 4 and 1 through 5, if you include Poona Ford, who they signed in the offseason, who's kind of I'd say an underrated, not really talked about very much, but he's going to help their team. But between Fisk, Kobe, Young, and Verse, and Ford, everything starts with the front. I mean, they've done an unbelievable job. They cause a lot of problems, so it's going to be a big part of the game. Have a number of players at the linebacker and secondary level, very instinctive. Some younger players, some veteran players. They drafted Kitchens last year, so good safety group. And then I would say Lake kind of fills some of the roles that Petrie does for us, kind of nickel to safety. Another undrafted or late-round player. And has some experience at corner with Witherspoon and Williams. So this is a pretty deep football team on the defensive side of the ball.
It starts and ends with the defensive line, right?
It's interesting when you talk about the Rams because they have a lot of really good young players, but they weren't good against the run last year, and that was part of the focus of their offseason. That's why they brought Poona Ford in there. Poona Ford is really strong, physical defensive lineman. He was one of the few Chargers defenders last year in the playoffs who played well against the Texans, kept playing well throughout the entire game, made a lot of plays in the backfield. He comes over to the Rams in free agency, and you look across the board, they run a 3-4, so the 5 guys that are on the defensive line, every single one of them is a really good football player.
Yeah.
And a lot of where you can test and hopefully hurt the Rams is at the second level and in the secondary, but you got to give your quarterback time to get there first, or you got to get the running back through that front line first. And that's a challenge with as I don't know if you guys have noticed as we've talked about it in the offseason, but offensive line has been a point of emphasis for a while now.
Miko noticed because he's sick of it. He's sick of us.
This is the whole. I honestly, if you're going to write a Hollywood script about this, Sean, you would let's say, and it was a movie about Nick Caserio. Mm-hmm. It would be Nick Caserio in draft day, except this is Nick Caserio opening day of the season.
Yeah.
All right. What's the challenge the hero faces? People question whether he can ever get to, put together a good offensive line for the Texans. Can he draft good offensive linemen? Week 1 of the season, you're going against 5 really good defensive linemen / edge rushers, and one of the guys you chose in the draft is going to be starting against them in Ariante Ursi.
At left tackle.
you've got a hodgepodge of it's like the Dirty Dozen out there at the other 4 spots.
Yeah.
Combination of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells out there that you're putting on the starting offensive line. How can they fare versus these top-notch defensive linemen? If I were a Hollywood scriptwriter, the Texans would take one on the chin this first game.
That's right.
This would be the big challenge.
That's the challenge.
This would be the test.
Because you got to come back from some adversity along the way.
Yes.
Yep.
I know, listen. Life doesn't have to be like a Hollywood movie. I'd like it to be 17 straight weeks of unblemished success by the offensive line as they very boringly just roll through anybody and everybody, okay? Let's not make this a good Hollywood movie.
I don't care about PFF scores. I don't care about win rate. I want our offensive line to have an 11% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, that's what I want.
I don't need this to be, the offensive line gets decimated. Meanwhile, Nick has a flashback to his childhood when his evil stepmother told him, "You'll never draft good offensive linemen, you idiot."
A wart on her nose.
Yeah.
She's hideous.
Yeah. And that's what drives him.
Mm-hmm. That totally
Proving
makes
his evil stepmother wrong. I hope he doesn't have a stepmother in real life.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does. All right, so let's hear from Caserio again. That's the challenge for the Texans offensively, the Rams defense. How about this offense that the Texans defense is going to be going against?
Offensively, you mentioned it, Johnny. Everything starts with Matthew. Yeah. I mean, one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the league, borderline Hall of Famer. He's going to be there. He's as tough as any player in the league. And if he can't go, I mean, they basically have another starting quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo. Adams is obviously a big signing for them this offseason. I'd say the Adams acquisition, along with the drafting of Ferguson at tight end, is going to make a big imprint on the offense. And they drafted Hunter in the 4th round. Similar, we drafted Woody Marks. And I think he's probably going to make a little bit of impact for him at some point, understanding Kyron's as good of an all-around back in the league. But deep at tight end, good receiver group. I mean, you throw Puka in there, Puka's career kind of speaks for himself to this point. And then they have some players in the kicking game that can be a factor. So this is a very good football team. They won the NFC West. They made it to the divisional round, had Philly on the rope. So we understand the challenge in front of us on the road opening day. So which brings some challenges in and of itself, but hopefully our team will be ready to go.
Yeah, the offense, if you look at the receivers are the ticket items there. And obviously Matt Stafford, if he's healthy, if he's feeling good, if he's playing at his best, then he's 37 years old as well. And last year wasn't his best season. 37 is still a number that not a lot of quarterbacks make it past. There's like kind of two. Some quarterbacks fizzle out at 34, and then it seems the ones who make it past 34 make it to 37.
Yeah.
And then it's really rare the guys that just go beyond that and remain really, really good.
He's taken a pounding throughout his career.
Yeah.
We forget he was with Detroit for over a decade. He's taken a beating. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it just comes down to, on their side of the ball, can they protect Matt Stafford? And I think they're going to get rid of the ball really quickly, given his back considerations, given the fact that their starting left tackle had blood clots all preseason long and just got back to practice this week. I think they're going to be measured in how many shots they take downfield, because as good as Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams are and Tutu Atwell, they're going up against a really good secondary. So you can't just go into the game if you're the Rams thinking you're going to sit there and carve them up with 7-step drops all day long while the Texans have these guys rushing off the edge.
I think it's a big key, man, Nick mentioned Kyron Williams, and he's one of the better all-around backs in football. Man, just keep Stafford in down and distance situations where he can't hit you with the quick game. Like that run game, all the things that happened to the Texans last year, getting in 2nd and 10 and 2nd and 12, be stout in that run game defensive line and put Stafford in situations where he can't rely on just getting the ball out fast.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what Clint said earlier this week, is that this, in a lot of respects, I mean, depending on what your definition of boring is, I don't think it's going to be a high-flying aerial attack by either team.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a whole lot of running the ball and setting up play action.
Yes.
And that's what makes sense for both sides. You've got protection concerns for both quarterbacks. Matt Stafford, because of his health and age, and because they're going against a good pass rush. C.J. Stroud, because you just don't flat out know what you have in this offensive line right now. So the best way to help out that offensive line is to run, set up the play action, and take your shots there. And then also a heavy dose of the quick passing game for the Texans. Make it lower the level of difficulty for the Texans' offensive line. Don't put it on them. Put it on just grinding the clock. And I think this game, if I had to put an over-under on how long the game takes to play out, I think it's going to be less than 3 hours.
Okay. Well,
I think this will be a 2 hour and 57-minute long game.
As the host of the postgame show, I like your prognostication a lot. That gets me home by about 9 o'clock. That would be good.
Especially for a game that starts a little bit later.
Yeah. It gets me home at a reasonable hour. That's good. Text message.
The average length of it? About 3 hours these days.
It's like about 3, a little over 3 maybe, 3:05, 3:10, something like that. Text
3 hours, 12 minutes, according to this one website.
I'm just thinking
2 hours, 57 minutes is a pretty quick game.
That's a quick one. Yeah, that's a quick one. We would take that. Seth is 100% correct. These elitist, I view sports in a superior way to all the plebes, are jackasses.
Jackasses.
You just called Nick Wright a jackass.
We had an idea for a segment we wanted to start doing is stat-free baseball. Because I think that, I mean, it's hard to talk about baseball without statistics. Really, really hard. But I think it's a point where it's swung so far over to now it's hard to read an article about baseball where it's not just a whole bunch of advanced stats with some connecting phrases in between.
Yeah, advanced stats with a lot of the, not GPS, but a lot of the radar gun stuff.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's cool, but it just becomes a big blur after a while. I think McTaggart still does a really good job of using the advanced stats very selectively and telling a story around it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to start sometime before the end of the baseball season. Let's do a stat-free baseball segment.
I like it. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on. Let's stack this NFL card. This is NFL Week 1, man. It's not just the Texans. We've got a pretty nice card of games going here, too, and I think all playing into some major storylines in the NFL. We will stack the NFL card for you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. We'll find out what the question of the day is. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, playing on underdog is easy, and you might
22. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, another quick reminder. The fellas, the drive, Stoerner and Hughley, they're going to be out at Talliard Brewing Company in Sugar Land today, and you can pick up your Payne and Pendergast beer glass. Beautiful beer glass with the etched pictures of me and Seth on the side of it, and you've got the Football Friday logo on the other side. First come, first serve, one per person, and supplies are limited, but they're awesome. And then hang out there and get ready for the first week of regular season NFL, second full week of college as well. There's some good matchups, but let's stack this NFL thing, Seth. Minus the Texans. This is what the card in the NFL looks like. Like to stack the card, and these are the games that I'm keeping an eye on for various storyline reasons. I don't know if they're going to be the best games, but they're the ones with the juiciest storylines. We have a game tonight on YouTube. No idea what to expect with streaming the game on YouTube here. Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner are going to be on the call. So it seems like NFL Network will be producing this thing. That's one of their broadcast teams. But
Yeah.
Chiefs and Chargers, two playoff teams. Chiefs, a Super Bowl team, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is the second year they played in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And the thing I remember about last year's game with the Eagles and the Packers is that turf was not that great.
The turf was awful, and I don't think it's going to be any better. You know, the problem is that turf is built for soccer players, and who I don't know what the average weight of a soccer player is, but it's much, 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 much less than the average football player,
Yes.
and especially linemen.
Yep.
That's why these European games the turf tends to suck. It's just built different. J.J. Watt tweeted about this last year. Because he has experience, obviously, with whatever they call him over there, the pitch.
The pitch.
Yeah. This is, and for those of you who are curious, it's not YouTube TV, it's just YouTube. So if you have the internet, you'll be able to watch this game on YouTube, which is cool. But, I mean, the Harbaugh rolling it back with Greg Roman as his offensive coordinator last year is interesting because he'd had a previous relationship with him, but Greg Roman was known mostly for, most recently for his work in Baltimore, where the question was always just, all right, can you get an offense to a certain level, but not really make them ready for the postseason?
Yep.
Is there kind of a ceiling on how much Greg Roman could do? And last year, they had a promising start, but it's not like it was a high-powered offense. They did some good things, but are you going to take that next step forward? And now you're doing it in this opening game versus that's a scary defense that the Chiefs have.
It is,
and
yeah.
there's no reason to believe that they're not going to be scary again this year. It's a really, really good defense.
Yeah, and you're swapping in new running backs. You got a rookie back there with Amari and Hampton and Najee Harris. I guess his eye is healed from the fireworks thing.
They got Mekhi Becton, and then they brought in Keenan Allen too. So they've got extra weapons, but it's a big test in week one.
Big test. All right, so that's tonight. So we get Friday night NFL football. We love that. All right, I'm kind of stacking this like a wrestling card. So my mid-card games, these are all Sunday afternoon games. Bengals and Browns on Fox. They're on Fox. Two AFC teams on Fox. We know that they've gotten a little looser with that. Seth, I love a good train wreck. Love me a good train wreck. I will have eyes on this game while you and I are doing the pregame show for the Texans. I will have eyes on this game because this Browns bleep show unveiled. This whole quarterback thing where Joe Flacco, it almost feels like in Cleveland, they think the Joe Flacco they're getting is the one that got them to the postseason 2 years ago, not the one that showed up in the postseason looking like the Flacco from 2 years before that, and not the one that showed up in Indianapolis last year. It was so bad that they put Anthony Richardson back in 2 games into this thing. When they were still trying to win football games, they had to bench Joe Flacco. I am always here for a Cleveland Browns bleep show.
The Bengals have a 1-11 record in weeks 1 and 2 since Zach Taylor became the coach.
That's an amazing stat.
I feel like if you're into the conspiracy theories and whatnot, and maybe you just want the Browns to look like they have some sign of life early in the season, then hey, at least put them up against a divisional opponent that has been horrendous, absolutely horrendous in the first 2 weeks.
That's an amazing stat. Because they've been for most of that time, they've been decent. To very good.
And there's an element of surprise with the Bengals defense, at least in that they have a new defensive coordinator, Al Golden. So, so maybe the Bengals defense, just for whatever ambush, surprise, or element they have there. Who are you actually pulling for in this game?
Oh, the Bengals. I'm not a Browns fan.
You want to see the Browns spiral, mercilessly out of control?
I can't root for the Browns. No. Although rooting for the Browns would make more sense because the Texans are going to probably find themselves in some sort of tiebreaker battle with the Bengals down the road. But it's week 1. I don't want to think that far ahead. Raiders at Patriots on CBS. That's an early game, so the Raiders are traveling cross-country to play a 1 o'clock Eastern kick. I like the Brady angle on this one. Tom Brady has a very horrible-looking statue of himself in front of Gillette Stadium now. And yet is a part owner of the team that's coming in there to play the team that administered that horrible statue, the New England Patriots. So I like the Brady angle on this one. I'm sure he'll get mentioned.
Do you think they're doing some kind of a tribute to Tom Brady before this game?
I doubt it because he's probably busy that day because he works for Fox.
He's not a player, and it's not the first time he's been back or anything like that.
They did it in the preseason. They did the statue thing.
Right. Yeah, they did that. I know, but just like they do with baseball. You know, sometimes you play a little tribute to a guy when he actually comes back as an opposing player.
Are they going to play a highlight reel of Brady because he owns 5% of the Raiders?
Because he's an owner of the Raiders. Yeah, I would say no.
That would be kissing.
Especially when the Raiders have kind of owned. This would be their 3rd straight win over New England.
Really?
After losing they lost their previous 6 meetings from. Listen to this time span. From 2005 to 2020.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, which shouldn't be too much of a shock given how good the Patriots were for most of that time.
That's
but
still crazy.
15 years without beating a team.
That's crazy.
After the team that knocked you out of the playoffs on a very sketchy call and circumstance.
Yeah.
That first in 2002 or 3. Yeah, that's
2001. That was the first.
2001.
The first Super Bowl. Yeah, the first Super Bowl the Patriots won. Steelers at Jets also on CBS. J.J. Watt on the call for a T.J. Watt game.
Ooh.
The quarterbacks, Rodgers going against his old team, Fields going against his old team. These are both guys.
First time in NFL history
that really?
2 opposing quarterbacks who had started the first season opener. Oh, it's the first season opener in NFL history between starting quarterbacks who played for the opposing team the previous year.
Okay, that feels a little more
So it's happened before, but not in the season opener.
Not in the beginning. Yeah. Okay, so Steelers and Jets. That's the mid-card for me. Semi-main event, Lions at Packers on CBS. Micah Parsons' debut as a Green Bay Packer. This was already in the argument for game of the day, I would say, Lions at Packers. I mean, Lions 15-2 last year. Packers were a playoff team. But I'm anxious to see how they use Micah Parsons. I think it was J.J. Watt who said this on McAfee earlier this week. He plays basically. He's a defensive lineman. We're not that smart. JJ said this. We're not that smart. Just turn us loose and have him go do his thing. Go stop the run and go get the quarterback.
Yeah, Hafley there, the defensive coordinator for the Packers. He does some funky stuff as we saw last year. They do a good job of disguising things. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a couple little wrinkles. I mean, Micah was an off-ball linebacker. It's not like I appreciate what JJ's saying. But also, Micah's a little bit of a different nut in that he could be an off-ball linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
It's not foreign to him or anything. So they might spring some surprises on him. The Lions are 12-4 against the spread against the Packers since 2017.
Okay, so when they win big, the Lions. That's a good number to know. I wonder, I'll have to look it up. I'll look it up when we start doing the toss, who's favored in that game. That's Lions are 12-4 against the spread in their last 16 games against the Packers, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. That's worth noting. All right, in the main event of the weekend on NBC, we could just as easily play Carrie Underwood right here because Lopez and I are in the room, and we're both big Carrie Underwood honks. Ravens at Bills. Possible AFC title preview. In fact, I think I don't know if you polled a lot because I think there's a lot of people that think the Chiefs are taking a step back this year. I think if you polled America on this one, that Ravens and Bills would probably be the ones that are, ironically enough, the Chiefs have made 3 straight Super Bowls. I think they'd be the third team looking in.
The theme of this preview so far has been the first time various quarterback matchups have happened in a season opener. This is the first time the top 2 players in MVP voting from the prior season meet in the season openers since at least 1970.
That surprises me a little bit, only because we've, the season. Okay, in the season opener for these teams, not the league season opener was last night. So this the season opener for each of these teams, right?
What?
The
season opener for the teams.
For the teams,
the
I got you. I thought you
yeah.
meant like the Thursday night game, like the season opener for the league.
No. Yeah, like in the opening season.
I got you. I got you. That they've met in a season opener. I got you. All right, got you in week 1. All right. With that, on that note, that's a good. I mean, that is a good slate of games this weekend. I can't wait. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, they
Hello.
are here. What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Great. Already having a good day. All good.
Good, man. Crosstalk's brought to you by D&M Auto
That's
Leasing.
right. I don't see Micah Parsons as an off-ball linebacker. I know it's a thing that happened.
He was drafted as
Well, no. They're not going to use him consistently as that. I'm saying if you want to provide some wrinkles or whatever. Just, like moving him around or moving him back off the line.
But he better be blitzing. He better be getting after the quarterback because all the other read stuff he hasn't done in a while.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that all of a sudden he's going to be the will linebacker or something. Yeah.
Green dot. Oh, that'd be awesome if they gave Micah the green dot on the helmet. That would be fun. So we didn't get the full story on the spitting until we all woke up this morning.
Oh, yeah. There was a second spitter.
Dak spit.
There's a gravelly road.
He was behind a grassy knoll.
On the gravelly road.
A fatty knoll. Because he was behind the offensive lineman. He was standing behind a fatty knoll.
He was. Dak Prescott was Roger McDowell.
Yes, he was.
We actually, Zapruder filmed it a little bit at Kirby Ice House, didn't we?
Okay, so do you think Zach's spit was Zach kind of Southern belled it, where he's like, I spit 1,000 times a game.
And then give a smug look to the guy who's exactly in the direction that you're spitting at. Yeah.
Baited him into it, man.
He's a conniving guy, isn't he?
Okay, so along those lines, the question of the day.
Yes, the questions of the day is, and this is not necessarily to fight, let me make that clear, but what are some things you have to do whether you want to or not? And it's based on if someone spits on you, you got to throw. You gotta fight.
Yeah.
Whether you want to or not. Like I would not want to fight Jalen Carter.
Is there a single more disrespectful act than spitting?
I don't think so. I think a close second is the finger to the face.
Well,
pointing at you, the finger in the face.
Peeing on somebody is pretty bad.
What's that?
Urinating
on somebody.
That would be bad.
And then you can go the whole Hannibal Lecter route too, or not Hannibal Lecter, but the
when you rip their face off it and then put it on your face.
Yes.
The prisoner that threw something at Clarice, not Hannibal Lecter, but the other one.
Oh yeah.
So any kind of bodily fluid thrown at somebody is about as bad as it gets.
But I don't necessarily want to make it like, okay, things that make you fight. No, I'm saying like things that you got to do whether you want to or not. The example I gave you before, Sean, was, and this has happened so many times, and I'm ashamed to say that I have not wanted to go so many times. Anyway, someone you casually know, or whatever, and they say, hey, we should do lunch sometime. And you're like, yeah, we should do that.
We should.
And then they follow up and schedule a lunch, and you're like, oh.
So do you have to go on that lunch?
You got to go.
You have to go,
You got to go on that lunch.
Well, yeah, because you look like quite a jerk if you're like, actually.
No, but what if you keep coming up with excuses?
And they keep rescheduling. You know the type.
Yeah.
I know this has happened to you.
Michael Scott on The Office is the type. No, it's happened before. You're 100%. You're 100% right. Mine that I thought of isn't nearly as depressing as the ones of getting spit in the face or as a lunch scheduled where you have to spend an hour with somebody you don't want to spend time with. But if you're somewhere with friends, you're memorializing someone or something, and you have to. They say let's pull the shot. Let's all do a shot. In honor of Bob. Or in honor of the 1978 team or whatever. Something where everybody is taking a shot in honor of something, even if it's a shot you don't like, and even if you haven't been drinking. Now the only caveat is if you're an alcoholic, you don't have to do it. But if you drink. Even if you don't like the shot, you got to take the shot.
Got to take the shot.
Got to take the shot, man.
I think I agree. I think I 100% agree with that.
Take the shot.
I actually take that a little bit further, and I think people will disagree. If somebody buys me a drink, I'm like, all right, I got to.
You got to. Well, you have to hand it to you.
Yeah, it's like, all right.
Do you dump part of it out while they're not looking?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'm comfortable in any of those situations, just not doing it. Yeah. I'm gonna like, oh no, sorry, man, that's cool. I'll take a sip of the shot.
What about the lunch?
What's that?
What about the lunch?
I just don't agree to lunches ever with anybody.
That's a good policy,
Yeah,
actually.
pretty much.
No,
Yeah.
Seth. That's one like really good piece of advice that Seth I've heard give is learn how to say no to things.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And that you don't have to have an excuse or a reason. You just say, no.
No,
If somebody
can't do it.
presses you for why,
Yeah.
that's their faux pas.
Yeah.
That's not their right to
Trust
know.
me.
They're like, no, not going to do it.
I've been
Yeah.
trying to have lunch with Seth for 6 years now. He'll just say no.
Aren't you happy that?
Don't like you. 4 hours is enough.
Aren't you happy that we roped him into a dinner for charity? That was the one
that I'm gonna
we
look
found the
forward
back
to.
door.
Seth's
That's
going to go,
free food.
can't do it. So
that-
is there anything that comes to mind then, Seth?
Yeah, whenever I have to get involved with like anything with the in-laws, where it's like, all right, well, I try to stay out of everything completely 100%, but there's every now and then you're like, well, got to say something. All right, I will drive over and I will have that conversation, and I never like doing it, but you flip that switch and you're like, nope, I'm going. All right, yep.
How long is the drive?
Well, it depends where I am. I mean, sometimes it's 27 hours, but it's better done in person.
I got you.
So,
Yeah. I'm just thinking how long you're stewing in the car for.
Oh, no. Or, I mean,
A Matt
obviously
Barnes
phone.
situation?
Yeah.
I prefer in person if it's usually a hard conversation.
I hear
because
you.
It's always better to. The people, tempers don't get as raw. The more face-to-face contact you can have with a tense situation, the less likely it is to for there to be
escalate.
extra miscommunication.
Unless there's
or whatever.
spit. Unless there's spit. All right. Well, fellas, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
By the way, what do you think of these Payne and Pendergast?
Hey!
Those are
glasses?
really nice.
Yeah, they're really nice.
Yeah.
We've been encouraging people throughout the show to make sure there's a line out the door at Talyard Brewing Company today and around the parking lot because we want to have the best optics of glasses demand
Of course you do.
for our show. So, yeah. But
We'll the Payne and what is it? Pendergast and Payne?
Well, according to Casario, it's Pendergast and Payne. Yeah, but Payne and Pendergast. Yeah. So the one each week. This is our week. Next week, I would imagine we're doing
it's
this
ours.
chronological order. Yeah. So next week will be the in the loop glasses out there. Talyard Brewing Company today. Go see the fellas 2 to 6. If I didn't say it already, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
You did? That's the second time.
Just in case. And go see the guys out there. And you get one per person, first come, first serve, and these are amazing glasses. And so that should be a good time out there.
I also hear they make the beer taste better.
They
do.
Always,
I hear that.
especially frozen.
Mhm,
Yes.
mhm.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and enjoy your Sethless lunch.
Oh, I will.
I've enjoyed none of them for 6 years.
Oh, I will.
6 years I've been trying to have lunch with this guy.
Oh, you can't make it? Oh.
This freaking guy. All right, we are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT and KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, ready for a Football Friday, baby. They are in the loop, and they start now.
It's a Football Friday in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. You know the people involved. That's John Lopez wearing my least favorite shirt of all time.
Damn straight.
I'm Reginald Atatula, and that's Figgy Fig on the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. And then you. On the text line, 713-572-4610. And also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page and, YouTube page is Sports Radio 610, the Twitch chat 610 Houston. How are we feeling on a Football Friday, gentlemen?
Fantastic, man. Good, really wild, good game last night. Went to the doctor today, had a really good cleanup.
Because of the game?
No, I had my regular. That's why I wasn't drinking last night at our thing.
Gotcha. He was like, hey, that game, I don't know, I feel sick.
By the way,
I think I got the football fever. I need to go check on it with the doctor.
Even better, because not only did I have a good, clean bill of health, although we're waiting for the blood results, of course, but I think that's going to be good.
Wait, you can't. Wait, hold on. Good, clean bill of health. Haven't gotten anything back yet.
She said I look perfect. That's a quote. But even better, I get a physical every 6 months. I never remember if this is the time that I'm going to get the whoop,
What is it?
The whoop. And so I got there.
Never heard it described.
That must be some Aggie type stuff. The whoop.
Yeah, right? Wrong finger, by the way.
Because and that's why you always have a woman doctor, because they have smaller hands. That's it. I'm telling you, the helpful hint, get a woman doctor. Because once you get into your 50s and beyond, and they got a whoop. And so I never remember.
Or you could get Kenny Pickett.
Get Kenny Pickett.
Joe Burrow. My proctologist.
But I never remember.
It is 10:05 and we've already talked about. Wow. Okay.
But here's the thing.
Very good.
I never remember if that's the 6-month one or because it's once a year, and so I got there fully expecting what, Figgy? Whoop, the whoop. And this was not the occasion. It's going to come again in March. So it's already a win. Already a win.
What's more offensive? the unexpected whoop or getting spit on?
John seems a little disappointed.
I'm happy I didn't
You
have
see
to.
it, don't you?
That's what I'm hearing.
I was very glad that this was not one of those occasions. So looking good health-wise, man. That's always good.
That's good.
No lube was involved.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's turn this car right back around.
Unbelievable.
That's right.
Now for the next, I don't know how long, anytime I hear whoop, I'm not thinking about A&M or nothing else. I'm thinking about that, unfortunately.
You're thinking about me on that doctor's table.
Thanks for absolutely nothing.
Palms down.
Oh, come on. So let's talk about football, then.
Yeah, let's talk about football.
Goodness gracious. We're off and running, baby.
Yeah, we are.
Season has started. The reigning champions get a win. They ain't look like champions in that game, though, and what I should have recognized was going to happen. That was an 8.5-point spread, and it didn't look like that. And you want to know why? Division game, baby. This now changes
Throw
the
the
way.
records out the window.
Yes. It changes the way that I look about the entirety of the rest of week one. Because there's a lot of division games, including tonight's game, football again, day 2, out there in Brazil between the Chiefs and the Chargers. We'll talk about that later. But I was like, oh, yeah, that's right, division games, they go crazy. And this was a weird game from an injury, which obviously you never want to see, right on the opening kickoff, to immediately thereafter a dude getting ejected for spitting on somebody, to then having a lightning delay, to then having one of the top, let's say, 5-10 receivers in the league dropping inexplicably a number of catches that would have helped them win that game, to a Eagles team that was in the Super Bowl looking pretty mundane and mediocre at the very least on defense. What stood out for you the most on opening night between the Eagles and the Cowboys?
Well, come on. I mean, we got to say the question of the day is going to revolve around did it 1040, but the Spitgate, can we call it Spitgate? Because it wasn't Spitgate. It was just a really bad thing that Jalen Carter did until we started seeing the Zapruder angles on all this thing. And there was a second spitter, as we talked about, and that second spitter was Dak Prescott. I mean, the game. We're going to get to the game because it was. I have a little bit of pushback on what you said about they didn't look like
what.
Champions. But we'll get to that in a second.
How dare you?
Okay, because at first I'm like, boy, how dumb can you be? How dumb can you? And it's still dumb. But Dak kind of looked at him, and his explanation was, "Oh, I always spit," and but he did walk forward and kind of spit between the linemen, and then looked at Jalen Carter and smiled and all this, and I'm like, maybe it was a little bit of a provocation, So that is going to dominate and has dominated on the game itself.
Wait, before we get to the game itself, I do want to at least do this the justice that I think it deserves. There's people out here in the talkosphere at this point who are like, well, if you're going to throw out Jalen Carter, you got to get Dak Prescott. He also spit. How do you view that?
I think he spit smartly.
These are not equivocal.
He didn't spit on him. He spit at him. If you're going to say that he did,
he definitely goaded him.
He's clutching his pearls and saying, "Oh no, I just spit. I always spit," which I don't know.
1,000 times a game is wild. Come on, man.
But if he did it on purpose, and I kind of think he was maybe, I don't know. I go back and forth. I think
he just didn't get caught.
Maybe
that's what it was.
Making some kind of a statement or something. But he didn't spit on him. He spit at him.
Yeah, and that's the thing is how do we then, if we're gonna get into wacky world, do we then start litigating intent on Hawk and Loogies?
Yeah,
because I think he obviously he's exaggerating, but dudes do spit on the field like that happens. At what point do you go, oh, I think his eyes were locked with somebody else? You know what? Flag, whistle.
Yeah.
That's unsportsmanlike. I don't think that you can really get to that place, and that's why Jalen Carter. How dumb can you be? All right, he spit your direction. You also spit kind of generally in this direction, not on his body. That was just too obvious. And there was a clear, as we moved to the game itself, there was that clearly made a large impact in this game. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm not giving the Cowboys enough credit, which I clearly didn't coming to this one with all the drama of how Jerry Jones comports himself and whatever. I definitely didn't give them enough credit. However, I didn't think they were going to be able to run the ball like that because it felt like I don't even know who their offensive coordinator is right now, but I know Brian Schottenheimer's over there as the head coach. And I wonder if Shotty was like, hey, how about we run the football where the big, large man is no longer?
Yeah.
Because Jalen Carter is supposed to be there to help them stop the run, and they were just like, right up the middle. And they were able to have, a number of the first few drives, the first drive in particular, but then the next few drives where they were able to run the ball fairly well, much to Sean Pendergast's delight. And in a way that I was not anticipating just in general for the Cowboys, but specifically against the Eagles team that I typically view as having a good defense.
No, and they definitely have some issues at cornerback. I think that was abundantly obvious. But, to your point of they didn't look like a Super Bowl champion or however you put it.
Are you about to do some will to win stuff right now?
No, I think, I'm going to do some another cliche. I'm going to go into the bag of cliche with another one. They made the plays they needed to make. I mean, they really did.
Thank you, thank you, cliche detective.
But before the the lightning delay, the Cowboys easily and they should have taken a lead and maybe even taken control of this game. But they did, they did grab that fumble, it was punched out. That tackle on who was the running back that went almost all the distance, was 50-something yards.
Miles Sanders?
Yeah, Miles Sanders.
Man, all right, we giving Zach Bond credit for tracking him down, or are we coming at Miles Sanders for not having juice? Because I feel like I go the other way.
I think the answer is yes. I mean, Zach Bond did make the play
from the offside.
Yeah. So they did that. They got the fumble. Dang near could have had a touchdown if not for Dak Prescott making a tackle.
Hey, give him the green dot on the other side too. Let him play middle linebacker.
So, and then beyond that, I mean, they did tighten up somewhat on defense in the second half, and they have Jalen Hurts making plays that Jalen Hurts can make.
Yeah, there was a lot of that, but I did want, because again, this Cowboys team is probably better than I was giving them credit for. Again, getting caught up in all of the hoopla. However, this isn't a great defense, and there was a lot of dudes seemingly, I guess, covered or taken away where Jalen Hurts was pulling it down. Obviously, shout out to Channel View, pulling it down, running, ultimately scoring touchdowns, and so on and so forth. But with that, you also end up in a game where you only hit A.J. Brown a single solitary time.
Devontae Smith twice.
Yeah, Devontae Smith twice. You are stifled a little bit, and then also you talk about not letting the Cowboys score after the lightning delay. They also didn't score after the lightning delay. It was to a point where it was and I know that Fig, you said that you weren't able to see this. You were like, hey, take it to bed when you saw that lightning delay.
Yeah, that was a wrap for me.
You see that final,
you're
like,
you were alone.
Did they cancel the game after the lightning delay? Is that what happened? No, they came out and played, but also the Eagles weren't able to find anything against a team that, again, there's a familiarity amongst these two teams. They play twice a year. But still, I thought that would look better. And I don't think that you could just say Jalen Carter got himself thrown out, and that's kind of what did a lot of this.
And then there's the CeeDee Lamb question. Man, they not only could they have won the game on that run by Sanders, if CeeDee Lamb just catches 2 of the 4 drops, those were bad. I'm
going to hit you on something that I know it lives close to you. Is this evidence?
Oh, come on. Stop it.
Go ahead and finish it.
Stop it.
No, because this
preseason.
How much of this do you want to? Because again, how much do you want to go? Hey, these teams are just generally in football are going to be a little rusty coming in without as much preseason.
Rusty or rest?
What about
713-572-46?
That's right.
What about the other 52 guys? What about Dak, who was throwing dimes? Absolute dimes.
Okay, so I think that Dak Prescott, obviously being the quarterback of the Cowboys, is already going to be a little bit of a fun dichotomy and conversation the day after anyways. But he gave us the perfect eye in the beholder game, because if you decide to look at the stats, 188 yards, 21 of 34, no touchdowns, no interceptions, a quarterback passer rating of 76.6. However, I thought he was balling in that game.
Dude, he was so accurate. He didn't need a preseason. I mean, he was putting the ball. What's that geeky stat about balls, great throws, or balls on target, or something like that? I saw somebody tweeting like his number was off the charts good in terms of accuracy. Basically, is what it is. And he didn't need a preseason. And this was just CeeDee Lamb having a really bad game. a really bad game.
Yeah, yeah. And
some people might need a preseason, though, man.
Well, that's fair. 52 guys didn't, and CD did.
Well, I'm not going to say 52. There were some other guys in there that was a little shaky.
The defense didn't need it.
So, actually, I do want to bring this back home a little bit because I see this on the text line saying from the 972 that they were feeling jealous watching the Cowboys' offensive line with 3 first-round pick linemen, wishing that the Texans had that. Did you have at any point, any part of this game where you go, that's something that brought you back to the Texans? Because offensive line could be one of those. I know that Sean, again, we were all out as a station hanging out at Kirby Ice House yesterday. And one of the things I know Sean mentioned was, I'm at this drive I'm watching Tyler Booker. Is it Tyler? It's Tyler, right?
Yeah, a kid from Alabama.
Because they got like 4 Tylers on the offensive line.
He's right guard, yeah.
Yeah, and he played pretty well. But it's like, okay, that's a guy that at least the Texans were interested in. They had no real shot at, unless that they were actually going to be able to move up, like we had speculated at some point. But were there anything else in that game that made you think, I tie that back to these Houston Texans?
Not really. And even the offensive line is kind of to be determined, right? Let's see if these moves. Not drafting other than Tay Ursery, an offensive lineman, and not having a lot of draft picks other than maybe Titus Howard there. Let's see if it still pays off. Their strategy was very, very clear. I've been saying it all summer long. They threw a bunch of dudes against the wall and see what stuck. So maybe it'll work. But that's to me, that's kind of to be determined.
Yep. I was thinking just watching that game last night. One Saquon Barkley. Because we were in the mix with trying to get Saquon, and I was thinking like, damn, maybe you should have paid a couple more million to try to get him in Houston.
One. That's one of 2
because he was solid, man. Healthy,
he was,
because that was a big thing about him. I guess that was a conversation down here. Can he stay healthy and all that stuff? And look, I love Joe Mixon, but right now I don't even know if he's going to play this season.
Yeah, that's where I took it. Not quite, when the Texans had an opportunity to get Saquon, because that's a little bit removed at this point, but it's fair to bring that up. For me, it was, I saw how Saquon Barkley, along with Jalen Hurts, clearly were the guys that were carrying the Eagles while the offense was having a little bit of trouble early on in this game.
Running the ball, catching the ball. He was doing it all, man.
And then that brought me to who is the Houston Texans equivalent of that is Joe Mixon, and you're not having him right now.
Yeah.
So what happens if you have an offense that is struggling early, which is possible. I don't want to say likely by any means, but it's possible. Who is the guy that you go, all right, well, we're just gonna put it on his back and he's gonna carry us through these struggles that were happening. It would typically be Joe Mixon because by hook or by crook, whether offensive blocking is there.
Yeah.
And he's not there. So that was one thing I thought of. And the other thing was kind of more of a positive towards the Texans, which is all the edge rushers in that game were small. And they looked like they couldn't get off blocks. And I was like, thank God I got 51 and 55 to look at.
Well,
because they are not going to end up in that situation where they're like Jalix Hunt getting held up and got caught up by Terrence Steele on the end. No. You're not holding Danielle Hunter. He's getting to that quarterback.
And to that end, back to the game last night, I did catch myself saying, because Jalen Hurts, his big 2 runs, 2 of his big runs were he kind of reversing his field, going back and forth. Micah would have had his ass. I'm telling you, Micah would have had his ass.
That's probably actually that's definitely
that make
the
a
case.
big difference. Yeah.
And how much also do you go? Ready to see CJ do a little of that?
Yeah, for sure. For sure, but
I don't know if he's gonna do all that, man.
Not to that degree necessarily.
No,
he's not the runner that Jalen is, but do a little bit of that. He's done a little bit of it already.
I distinctly remember a third down, at least in the positive side of the field for the Eagles, might have been red zone, where it's a third down, nothing's developing, and he goes and makes a little something out of nothing with his legs and goes and picks it up.
Yeah.
That's the thing that CJ couldn't quite do as much enough. They were in a lot of third and longs, but I think that he might be more willing to do a little bit more of that and hopefully keep drives going as well. Somebody said, we got Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. And I say, we're not comparing that to what was happening with Saquon there. Until I see it. Is it if it's the same Nick Chubb as we had we've seen before? Maybe. Depending on what Woody Marks develops into, maybe. I know it with Joe Mixon. I definitely knew it with Saquon last night. All right, we're just getting going on a Football Friday here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Remember, we still are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the Cougars play the Colorado Buffaloes later in the show. B. Scott will be joining us as he does in the 11 o'clock hour. But coming up next, we got a little bit more information on seeing Christian Kirk on the injury report. Yeah, don't expect to see him this week, maybe in the next couple of weeks. With him being out, what's your confidence level on how this offense is going to happen and maybe some of the more central people to this offense? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, we are back to football. And
listening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez, Reginald to the Figgy Fig, rolling with you on the first Football Friday of the 2025 NFL season. It feels good, excited.
Say it again.
First Football Friday of the 2025 NFL football season. We are mere days. I mean, you could count it by hours if you really wanted to. Till the kickoff of Texans Rams SoFi Stadium. You'll hear it live here on Sports Radio 610. 3:25 is when kickoff happens, obviously with Vandermeer and Ware. Getting you up ready for that. 12:25 is when Texans Countdown starts with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. Man, excited for this football game. And the Texans are already moving in that way. They have an off day today, which is unusual, right?
Well, they're in
at
NRG,
least media availability wise. Apologies in the way that I said that, but they will be no media availability. They'll be traveling to the West Coast today, interestingly enough, not tomorrow, as is kind of the case usually. I like it. Do you have any qualms with such movement?
No, I do like it. You know, West Coast games don't inherently mean you travel 2 days early. A lot of teams still travel on Saturday. I do like that the Texans are going to get there today. They'll probably go into some meetings and some ballrooms for walkthroughs and all that. And then just get acclimated, man. Just get acclimated. How many times, especially if you're a gambler, you know this, how many times, they're traveling from the West Coast to the East Coast, or they're traveling from the West Coast to this or that, and they have, especially if they have a noon game, that, you know, in that direction.
The old body clock game?
Yeah, it happens a lot. So good for the Texans. I like it.
Yeah. All right. What is maybe not as good for the Texans, depending on how you view it, Christian Kirk, the big-time addition that the Texans traded for, to bring in a little bit of, to solidify in some ways the wide receiving core with known commodities, known production. You know you have Nico Collins. What do you have after that? You have some interesting pieces, the Iowa State Cats that you're looking at. Obviously, you're looking for another jump from Xavier Hutchinson, but the whole idea was get somebody else that you know can perform in what you want. That was Christian Kirk. Except he's dealing with the hamstring, and it seems like he will be out for maybe a week, 2, possibly. We don't know exactly what it is, but I think that you could probably hypothesize maybe back for week 3 versus the Jags. That's neither here nor there. The big thing about it is you're not going to have him on the first adventure, the first voyage out for this Texans team on the 2025 season. What's your confidence level, and how much more difficult did the job become for all the other people that are trying to get this offense on track in this season?
Well, spoiler alert, I am going to pick the Texans to win this game. That said,
what?
No, I think the defense is going to really show out. But that said, confidence level in this took a big hit.
Really?
I mean, you brought him in for one reason, to be that other guy.
Yeah.
You know, and to be the guy that maybe can take a little bit of attention away from, you know, because if you go into the year saying they got Nico Collins and a few rookies and Xavier Hutchinson, they're going to double Nico every play, man. They're going to cheat a safety over there at least every play. Christian Kirk was brought in to mitigate that a little bit.
Sure.
Because if you just, you know, take away what we think we've seen from whether it's Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel or Xavier Hutchinson, if you just said, all right, it's going to be Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Xavier Hutchinson and Nico Collins, you would worry a little bit about that in terms of what the defense is going to.
In a vacuum, sure.
Right. In a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum, sure.
Yeah.
I think that's the beautiful part for me is we don't have to be in a vacuum because we know exactly who you're facing off this week. It's the Los Angeles Rams. And as we talked about yesterday, that secondary, I think the technical term is boo-boo.
Yeah.
I think that's the technical. No, this is not a good secondary, particularly when we talk about cornerbacks, we talk about safeties. In fact, I was telling you this off air. I didn't bring up this man's name, Akello Witherspoon. He was the big money in the secondary. He was previously on the team. They re-signed him. He's on the injury report coming up yesterday. So, like, who I might consider their best cornerback or defensive back shows up on the injury report a few days before this game. I'm looking at this and I go, I feel a lot better about the guys that need to step into the role for Christian Kirk, namely because of who it is specifically who fits in that role, and his name is Jalen Noel. I hope that one of y'all Houston Texans fans out there took a flyer on him late in your draft like one of my homeboys did, just off the strength of me talking about him all the time, because I think this will be your opportunity to look at the rest of the people in your league and go, look at how damn smart I am.
Look how smart I am.
I think that his ability to get open that showed up in training camp was so noticeable that we all fawned over him. And the question was, does this translate to the regular season?
Right. And it's a big question.
And it is a big question.
Yeah.
That question is made a lot smaller when I go, the dudes over there aren't good. You know what I mean? It gets a lot easier for him to do that. Now, the big question actually for me is not necessarily can he get open, is does he have the nuances? Because we know that this particular offensive style, the way that they're going to call the plays, is going to be, you need to know what's happening, everything, right? Because they're not calling individual routes out for you. This is the concept. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what everybody else is doing? That's something that we knew Christian Kirk had as a vet.
Right.
Does Jalen have the handle on that? If he does, I think that he has an opportunity to have a fantastic game.
If he does.
Sure.
And so that's why, I kind of wanted to throw out to you guys, whose job just became appreciably more difficult, more central to getting the win. Jalen Noel, to me, is, if not at the top of the list, very close to the top of the list.
Oh, yeah. Well, he gets more responsibility, certainly, because not just offensively, we mentioned that. He's probably in line to be the return man because Braxton Berrios is also on the injury report as well. And so that he's the next guy up in that regard. So, but I feel confident about those because the return game, and not to belittle what they do there, because clearly there's a lot of nuance and capabilities. There's reasons why one guy is better than another. But I think that it's a lot more plug and play, as in, you know what you're doing, get out there and do it. It's the receiver that I go, what happens there? And because of the circumstances, I feel good about that. But to your question, whose job gets harder? It's clearly Nico Collins. Like, just generally, I think that that's the guy that you circle when you look at the game plan, is that's who we stop. And depending on how much belief you have in a Jalen Noel and a Jaden Higgins on the other side, and a Xavier Hutchinson, and obviously Dalton Schultz, you go, yeah, we could probably gear more of our resources to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And so his job, I imagine, gets a little bit more difficult because I imagine they get a little bit more comfortable with the idea of, if we stop him, we probably have more of a chance to mitigate whatever this Texans offense is capable of doing.
Nico is very high on my list, but I think he might be second because I feel as if C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and just the entire offense, they're going to throw the ball to Nico no matter what, because he's the most trusted, he's the best, he's the biggest. I think they're going to trust him to make a play. Now, it does get more difficult because of the attention that we're talking about. But number one on my list is Nick Caley, man. Nick Caley, all of a sudden you've lost, an integral piece to your offensive puzzle, and now you're going to have to use, as I mentioned, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Xavier Hutchinson, and figure out a way to, number one, run the ball effectively, and that's a tough defensive front, to set up some play action, maybe, affect the safeties and such. And number two, get Nico Collins open. Get other guys open that can make the plays, and call the right plays. And, oh, by the way, his first regular season game ever calling plays, I would put Nick Caley number one and Nico Collins number two.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely fair. I think you did a good job laying that out. And all that's left is to be able to see it. We'll actually talk more about Nick Caley, because you're right. This is his first time doing this in the regular season with all the stakes for all the marbles or what have you. And so we'll talk more about that. But I think you're right. Like, it does become a little bit more difficult because as a coach, known commodities are a comfort. And I think that when you're first time out there, having those comforts, having one fewer of those comforts would be a little bit more difficult. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. We talked about the Thursday night opener, and when somebody spits on you, it feels like you just have to throw hands at that point. I feel like that's just one of those things that has to happen. So in honor of that, what are some things that you just have to do, whether you like it or not? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Bronze Roofing.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Question of the day. What are some things you just got to do whether you want to or not? 713-572-4610. Because last night, amongst the many oddities of the season opener in the NFL, including a lightning delay, including a top 10 wide receiver, a number of scuffles, some ejections, top receivers not getting the football, top receivers dropping the football, all sorts of stuff. There was also an incident where one man spit on another man, and that is just something that typically one cannot abide by. In fact, I see the very strong takes coming in on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. Somebody was like, look, man, if you spit on someone, you a bitch. And I'm like, I tend to agree. What comes through your mind where you go, I am going to take my saliva and project it onto you? I feel like that is behavior where your father did not do enough of his job.
Yeah, unless you like some Italian or something from back in the 1800s, and that was a thing.
I spit on you.
Yeah, I actually been playing this game, Mafia, and they did that a lot.
Did they?
Game. Yes, and I cringe every single time.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh no, y'all ain't about to just do that, and then we just go in the knife fight. Well,
it's going to be a fight afterwards. That's the thing. It's like it feels like that is such a sign of disrespect. Unless it was like, hey, I'm talking and, just a little bit of spittle. And even then, I look a little sideways at the people that do that and don't apologize. Yeah. You know damn well you caught me in the eye. But, yeah, if that's such a sign of disrespect, you're like, okay, we got to handle this.
Yeah, and you truly, like Jalen Carter, you're like, well, hell, I don't want to do this, but you have to.
Although I feel like this very particular circumstance, because somebody was like, Dak should have swung on old boy. And I'm like, maybe, but also I feel like in this circumstance, one, it felt like he was baiting him. I'm going to be honest. And then two, he got the comeuppance that he wanted. He was like, now that guy's out the game, and now we will run directly at his empty
better
space.
Than a swing.
Yeah, because he might have been out of the game.
Yeah.
So, but again, it doesn't have to be necessarily fighting. You can talk about this. I'm talking about just life in general.
Oh, yeah.
Or sports where you're just like, oh, I got to do this now. I have no choice.
Hell, I got a couple fight ones, to be honest, man.
Yeah.
So we were out and about. This was back when I was like 18. And one of my homeboys, he was totally in the wrong on this one, man. He was wrong. He was trying to talk to this dude girl, man. He was trying to talk to his girl. And we like, chill, man, chill out. And then the dude came out and wanted to fight. So it's like we all got to fight. Now we got to defend your dumb ass because you trying to talk to somebody else's girl.
Yeah.
So we all had to fight and defend this dude from getting his butt whooped.
Yeah, it's your homeboy.
Yeah, but I'm just like, man, why did you do that? Now we in the situation.
In it. Now we're what about there? This is an interesting one to me. Like you're at a bar or something, and some guy just does the hey baby, to your girl, and that's not necessarily okay. Now I got to fight him, but you do have to do something.
You got to
say something.
You got to market territory at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got to put your arm around. Hey, baby.
Yeah.
What's up, baby? How you doing?
Yeah, she's my baby.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one to me.
Lopez, I'm very interested in how you view this one because again, I know that there's other ones. There's really good ones outside of the realm of like when you have to search yourself physically, but those are the ones that have come to mind for some folks from the 2A1. Defend your wife in an argument even if she's wrong.
I wouldn't.
See, that's what I figured was going to be the answer.
I wouldn't.
All right.
Now
it's about honesty, right?
No, but
not an argument with you, like an argument with mixed company.
Where are you at? Because if you out and about,
yes.
Nah, man. You can't talk to my woman like this, man.
I was thinking maybe, but I was just thinking like an argument about a topic.
It's been a lot of situations. Hell, dudes got killed over this type of stuff at one point where a girl just be talking crazy.
That's different.
And now you got to try to step in to defend your girl.
Yeah. No, I was thinking more like an argument. No, I'll tell her, no, man. You're wrong.
Yeah,
you're wrong.
But I let her have it in the car. Like, don't be doing that type of stuff. You was wrong. Now I got to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, you was wrong.
Yeah, this is what we got to fix this in the car.
Shut the hell up.
We will fix this in the car.
Yeah, I ain't gonna embarrass you in front of everybody else. Yeah. But when we get in this car, I'm letting you have it.
Shout out to HTX Joss, who understands me very well. Just got to pay that rent.
You got to pay that
every month. It's like, damn it.
I got to pay again.
Just got to do it.
Other scenarios, and I didn't mention this one earlier, but it definitely popped into mind. because people know what I've done in my life in terms of work, that I'm always, hey, can you read this for me? I'm working on a manuscript. I'm working on a letter to so-and-so. Can you read this for me? And more times than not, in fact, the majority of times, I don't mind if it's someone like Figgy. If you said, hey, I'm working on a book, can you read this? I would be thrilled to do it. But I get like complete strangers sometimes. Like I get emails and texts and stuff like complete strange. Hey, I've got this book I'm working on that blah, 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 blah. Can you read it for me? I'll email it to you. I feel like I have to. And then I spend a weekend reading a book that I'm like, oh.
It's not that good. That's really the bad part. Like, it's not about reading the book. It might be good. When it's not, it's like, what am I supposed to say to this? I'm trying to be nice.
Exactly.
Or what about the people that, hey, can you write me a letter of recommendation? And you don't know them at all?
That's
like that?
one where I think it's so important that I will actually, the Seth Payne thing, sometimes you just got to say no. It's like hey, no, and I'll couch it. I was like, I don't feel like I'm, know you well enough or have been around you enough to smartly be able to intelligently write about that, give you but some other ones, and this was so bad because my mother was such a good cook. I mean, awesome. And even in this scenario, it was good. But have you ever had something that you like in middle school, like something she made like you liked in middle school or high school, and then she always makes it, even when you're in your 40s? Like, oh, I know you like blah, blah, blah. I made you blah, blah, blah.
Or I bought a whole pack from Sam's Club because I know you like these so much. I was like, I ate that once.
I know. I like.
Why do you think I love these?
I liked them when I was 5, but you got to eat it. You got to eat it.
I got one that's kind of in an entirely different realm, but I feel like we will all universally agree on this one. If a child hands you a phone, you better pick it up.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like you got to play along. If a baby goes, hello, and they trying to like play phone with you, you better pick up that phone. Don't leave that baby hanging. That baby wants to talk on the phone. You better answer it.
Or honestly, sometimes I feel a little uncomfortable with this, and I love kids. But when a kid just come up to you, you don't know, and they just want to play, and they just got some little goofy game that so now I'm like, damn, I got to play along with it and they'll never get tired. They just keep going, and
that's a good one.
You got to step in like, all right, that's it. You got to step in like, all right, that's all.
That's a really, some
and they
kids
just keep on running to you.
Whatever the game is, and then you're like 40 minutes in, and you're like, okay, come on, man.
No, they never quit.
I got stuff to do.
Like, I'm throwing in the towel, buddy. That's it. That's right. And they just keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Somebody said that a random guy in the club asked his wife to dance, had to tell him to get his own dance partner. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And then the ultimate one, do your taxes. Have to do your taxes.
Oh.
That's right.
Yeah.
Engage with your brother-in-law or your in-law at family events when you can't stand them.
100%. Hey, we've got so-and-so's birthday today. Is so-and-so going to be there? Yep. Damn it. Damn it.
That's fair. That's fair. And sometimes, there's other people that you don't like that you just, in circumstances, you got to deal with. And more power to you and managing to avoid those people or deal with them in the way that you want. Somebody said maybe Dak Prescott shouldn't have fought because you remember that video of him getting knocked out? What was it? I think it was it PCB out in Florida where he got in that fight? And he did not acquit himself very well. He really and truly didn't. But the refs handled it for him, and he played very well, but unfortunately for him, Eagles got that victory 24-20. And that's rough. 0-1, see if you can go do it. But it seems like I feel like the Cowboys might have a much better shot at making the playoffs than I had previously given them credit for, because they looked a lot better all the way around, and not just like played well. The schematics of it looked a lot cleaner than I anticipated. I got to give Brian Schottenheimer a little.
It might be a little tricky too, because they might be into most of these games like this,
but
they can still be a bad team.
That's
man.
true. That
because
is true.
it is the NFL. It ain't like college where everybody they just gonna get blown out. But
Biggie, stop bringing that logic. It's overreaction. Week 1 is overreaction.
No, I'm just saying, don't be surprised by this if all of their games look like this.
The Eagles
had a chance.
They also had a month to prepare.
The Eagles look bad, and so they're not going to the Super Bowl, and the Cowboys look better, so they're going to the playoffs. That's my overreaction. I'm sticking to it until Monday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I see the man in the room over there. B. Scott will join us as we go around the NFL. We're not done with the start of the football season. Tonight, we got Chiefs Chargers. What are we expecting? And we'll talk about some other things next.
Football Fridays are Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, ready to go around the NFL here, and look who we have in the studio. If it ain't Brandon
How
Scott.
about that?
Yeah, man, I'm glad to be here, man. It feels like, I guess since we do this on Fridays now, it feels so long, right? Like,
Yes.
there's something about it being the end of the week. I mean, it's
You
still,
miss us.
It's still the same amount of time. It's 1 week later, but it being Friday makes it feel like, man, I wasn't in here, man.
You know what it kind of feels like? And this isn't quite one-to-one, but I think you know what I'm feeling like, especially in the time of year. It feels like when you get a pick at the end of the round of your fantasy draft.
That's it.
And you got to get your double pick, and then you wait for about 35 picks before you pick again.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah,
as opposed to like middle of the week.
It's your late round pick versus your mid round pick.
This is
versus
exactly
your
what it
early
is.
your lottery pick. Yeah, no, that's
Yes, sir.
exactly it. I'm glad we can make that sports. That was good.
Thank you. I'm trying to get.
really
I've been
good.
listening to a lot of sets. I'm
I
trying
caught
to get
it
better.
immediately.
I'm trying to get better. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, that's
I
all.
followed that very easy.
It's week one for all of us. You know, I'm trying to. I had a long off season. Really worked on myself and hoping to.
You worked on yourself.
Be productive.
Well, we're off to a strong week one. Like I
baby.
feel like just the start of it between you right now, bringing the sports analogies and the game that we got last night.
Yeah.
I am feeling the football spirit right now.
Let me ask you something real quick, because we talked about this before we came in about Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
I saw your tweet. I know your stance. We've talked about it. You and I have talked about it on air.
Right.
That you think that you should be allowed a murder.
Yes. Well,
At that point, it's not murder.
That's what I'm saying. It should not be considered murder.
Yeah, okay.
Because it should be a justifiable killing.
Does anything change because of what we now know, and they're showing it on TV right now, that Dak Prescott did?
Yeah,
Does your stance change?
No, because Dak Prescott didn't actually spit on him. In which case,
But there was a little bit of a spit instigation.
Yeah, I get that he was provoked, and
This feels like a Seinfeld.
And I didn't feel like he was unprovoked. I was sure that something happened even before we
There
got
was
that video.
spit involved.
But you landed the spit on me. I honestly don't care about the context. Like, you spit on me, and you can be killed. Now, obviously, I don't rule the world, and so that would be considered a murder. But under my Constitution, the B. Scott Constitution, you can die.
If you
for
cast
that.
your vote for B. Scott, the first order of business, chief on the platform.
We are taking spitting out of the murder statute.
Can I lobby you to tack on nut punchers?
Yes.
Like, I feel like we should.
Yes.
Can I just
justifiably killed?
What's justifiable if someone comes right up to your face, points his forefinger right at your nose, and starts shaking his finger right in your face?
Assault. Aggravated assault.
Aggravated
yeah.
assault.
I don't think that's murder.
We need to get these down on paper.
Yeah. No, we kind of need to change the calculus just a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
All right, I'll pull the curtain back. Lopez, I pointed at the phone because remember, yesterday, I believe, 2 days ago in the mixtape, I did alert you to the fact that today, 11 o'clock, is when you get that alert.
Oh, it happened.
Yes.
I did get that.
Yeah.
That's what you're the
I was
emergency
trying to,
alert.
because I got it real quick before it made any noise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all were trying to stop the emergency.
Got
Yes.
the emergency
Yes.
alert.
Yes.
Yeah, I did get that.
I was just trying to make sure that we were clean radio-wise. All right,
I got you.
Excited for football?
Yeah.
It continues on tonight. You don't got to wait till Sunday. In Brazil, Sao Paulo, you will get the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Los Angeles Chargers. What excites you most about this football game? Because there's a lot of places I think to look at.
Well, I like the opportunity for the Chargers. Just kind of bigger, before we even get to the granular football points, just kind of bigger picture of, the Chiefs being the boogeyman or the big brother. Boogeyman's not accurate because they actually are out here winning.
Yeah.
But like being the issue for them, and the Chargers kind of being the up and comer for so long, the underachieving team, you could say. Harbaugh in his second year with Justin Herbert. Herbert is somebody who people are starting to turn on, starting to look at and say, hey, what's all this hype about? Why does everybody think he's so great? I don't think he's going to answer all of those questions in just one game, but certainly this is the first step toward that the first step toward the Chargers actually looking like a serious outfit.
I mean, you nailed it. I think this is a big game and big year for Justin Herbert, and we're still not even going to know until or if they get to the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, no, he's still got that question to answer because of what happened a few years ago against Trevor Lawrence of all people
versus the Texans.
Against the Texans last year. And so, yeah, man, this is, to me, as much as we talk about locally, this being C.J. Stroud sort of redemption year after what people want to call a down year in his second season, this is really the case for Justin Herbert in sort of reestablishing the narrative about what exactly he is in the quarterback ecosystem.
Do you think that – all right, because I understand and I hear you what you're talking about when it comes to the Justin Herbert thoughts. You think week 1 in Brazil is going to be the place where anybody changes their mind?
No, I don't think it – I don't think it happens just in week 1. I think this is this is a moment. This is a moment. I don't think it's something that we're going to forget if they go out there and have, an incredible game, if it's an incredible back and forth, and they win. I think winning would go a long way. I don't think it's going to change things, but it will go a long way. It will set the tone for what this season is supposed to look like in their eyes.
Technically a home game for the Chargers. 3.5-point favorites are the Kansas City Chiefs. And yes, Texter, the Friday night game is a YouTube exclusive.
Yeah, man.
I don't know how I feel about this. I think this is produced by NFL Network. I still have not gotten.
Rich Eisen is on the call.
He is on the call.
You to believe that.
Kurt Warner is your color commentator, and so or your analyst, I guess is the more PC term to use there. So I would imagine that it is NFL Network produced, but I don't know how I feel about this. Not even on anything, because again, this is going to be available for everybody. It just feels like yet another step, and I know I've been complaining a lot about streaming recently in the ways in which this is just dividing. We're just going to have to. Hey, do you have the Wapadoo app? Because the NFL game this weekend is over there. Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to be. I don't like this. I don't like it.
And see, I don't like it. And I'm normally on the other side of this. Like, I'm normally the one that's complaining about the people that's complaining because I have all of these things. I acknowledge that there's some level of, not everybody is the same, right? So I have all of these things. The thing that's starting to really bother me now, I don't mind them doing the money grab and going to streaming and all of that. It's that they're going to all the streaming services, to the point where it's hard to get organized. It's hard, even if you're an organized person, much less just like a casual fan who just wants to watch the game. Even if you itemize these things, this game is coming on this channel, and this sport comes on, has a partnership with this network, and you know where everything is. This is hard to keep a hold of.
I can guarantee you. I mean, now that I'm talking about it, maybe not, but I could guarantee you, even though we've talked about it being on YouTube. We're talking about it now being on YouTube. I'd get to my couch or my chair today, and I'd be like, "Where is that game?" Yeah, it just boggles the mind.
A perfect example was yesterday. I had to correct a couple of people on the game, or at least I had to correct someone, or I heard someone on another station being corrected about where last night's game was going to be played. Yeah, because people were saying Amazon. I was hearing it a lot.
I did the same thing last night when I got home from the bar. Yeah, I went right to Amazon. I'm like, where is it? It took me to a WNBA game.
But that's the point.
But I didn't think it was their fault that they were confused.
No, Thursdays are Amazon apparently. Yeah, except at the start of the season. Yeah. Or on
give me all my caveats.
Or on the third Sunday in May.
Exactly.
I'm like, it's Peacock app. Yeah. Let me open the Peacock app.
Yes. Yeah. It's just too much. But I do think, Reggie, I think it's going to be a great broadcast. YouTube is just, they're so good.
I will say that. I'm encouraged by that because, I don't feel like this is going to be Netflix. YouTube is used to crazy traffic and all that. I think that they'll hold up. We'll see. There's 2 records that Patrick Mahomes can break tonight.
Okay.
Both of them have to do with his age. He's not 30 yet. However, he has 291 touchdown passes in his NFL career to this point, which 245 in the regular season, 46 in the postseason. The current record for most touchdown passes in a player's first 9 seasons is 293, which is set by Peyton Manning. Mahomes needs 2 touchdown passes this season to pass that record, which obviously it feels very evident that he will do, barring a catastrophic injury. He could do it tonight. In addition, that 245 regular season touchdown passes is tied with Dan Marino for most by any player before they turn 30. One, neither, or both on records that Patrick Mahomes breaks tonight.
Ooh. I could see, Chargers defense.
Basically, the question is, does he throw 1 touchdown? Does he throw 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns?
At least one. So the 2 touchdowns I'll give him.
Okay.
Let me check my Underdog app, and I'll tell you because I did bet on that.
I'll take 2 touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes, especially with, like, if you're able to rattle that off here on the radio, I'm sure he is very much aware of all of these things. So, yeah, I would. I perhaps even both, but I think the 2 touchdowns would be more.
And I'm going to take this opportunity to remind people of how awesome Dan Marino was.
Yes.
Go ahead. You got
it. That's my guy. This is in the early 80s and mid 80s.
Yeah, by the time I caught Dan Marino, he was an old man. Yeah,
245 in the regular season in that era. That's why I always put him with the best there's ever been.
Somebody say he's getting both. That means you think he's throwing 3 touchdowns on the day, which is possible.
Yeah.
I don't know how
feels aggressive.
I don't know how plausible I think that is against Jesse Minter's defense. They seem like they just do things pretty well. Like they're just, we do our jobs very well, and the talent then dictates what the aptitude of what we're capable of doing here is. I'm interested, by the way, to see what that looks like for the Chargers. I wanted to make this note. There was the Koch family. I don't know if you know them. Very, very rich family in the world. They are buying a stake into the New York Giants at a valuation of $10 billion. So that, I mean, previously
a stake.
I thought it was $1 billion for 10%.
Yes, they're buying 10%, but the valuation of the Giants would then ultimately be $10 billion based off.
Yeah,
and the math was nice and easy. $1 billion for 10%.
Okay,
you multiply that by 10.
Yeah.
Quick math. $10 billion valuation for the Giants. These things just keep, like, every time there's a sale, these things jump up like pass rusher salaries, average annual value this offseason. Like, that's what it feels like. The NFL just keeps going up.
Yeah, it's a foolproof business. It's the reason why last week when we got the Micah Parsons trade, I just either rolled my eyes or shrugged my shoulders every time somebody was like, you can't pay him $47 million. And I'm like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, because $47 million for your brain and for what you understand them to be able to make is like a lot. But it's not, as Reggie just said, it's not real money, and the fake money is just going up. So this is just the way life is.
I think this ties in with our streaming discussion. You know, the NFL is they're milking and squeezing and trying to get as many dollars as they can.
Yeah.
And these platforms are just uncharted territory that is just a motherload of more money, and that's why the valuation.
Yeah, as you get more access to the NFL and watch these salaries go up, understand the correlation.
That's what I'm talking about.
Understand as the way the world changes and like how the things are related.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is, as they keep going up, I think your fan base starts to feel a little bit more of the squeeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I know where those extra money's that extra money's coming for. It feels like it's coming right here.
And I'm not telling you how to feel. Feel how you feel.
Right.
I'm just saying to be aware of exactly what's going on in front of you. But certainly, if you don't like it, you got a right to feel a little violent here.
We haven't had an opportunity to talk about this, but obviously rosters were solidified this week, and we did that kind of from a Texan standpoint. Have we checked out the AFC South in general, some of the other things that they have done that are interesting in the depth charts? It looks like you were kind of giving a good look at it.
Just out of force of habit, I always, you want to see what the other rosters look like in your division. So I wanted to bounce a couple things off you. Travis Hunter, first team wide receiver, second team cornerback on the Jags depth chart. My thing was they're really doing this, number one. Number two, did you see who their starting safety is on the depth chart?
Is it my guy that was here for
Eric Murray?
The guy that was here for like 10 years.
They paid him to do it. That makes sense.
No, they had to pencil him in. But that to me was like, because the other safety is I got it right here, Andrew Wingard, who's kind of a surprise himself. So their safeties and Travis Hunter. They're really doing this with Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and I thought that it made more sense from a workflow standpoint to do it the opposite. Like if you really like Travis Hunter as a corner, to not make him a back, like make him a corner and then just kind of like float him into the offense. Like as he's, see how he's feeling. Like you don't have to force it. Have Travis Hunter plays, but like you don't have to force it and make that such a central piece of your offense. Hopefully, especially if you really value him as a defensive back, as a cornerback. So I see on the depth chart, as you mentioned, that he's first string wide receiver, second string corner.
Yeah.
I would have done it the opposite. I would have flipped it personally.
I think most of us would have, because it's more the conventional way that this has happened historically in the National Football League. The problem is the magnificent Gladstone and obviously Liam Cohen being the offensive guy. They're like, hey, put him on offense.
Yeah.
And I actually understand that. Now, also some of that comes to Travis Hunter is probably more polished. I think he needs more polish on both sides. He's more polished as a defender. They might have thrown him in there like, hey, let's give him as much as we can offensively. But then also,
because we know he can close, defensively.
Right. I think it might just be as simple as, hey, the dude who's running all this, what toy does he like the most? And it's offense.
Yeah.
And so I'll be intrigued, and it'll be good to see, like, what does that pairing actually become?
Well,
is this just all talk, or is this coming to fruition?
He obviously loves offense more because, as Lopez just illustrated, they got Eric Murray out there as they start to say. And I'm making a joke. Eric Murray, I think this actually shows the value of him as a player, that he was able to stick around as long as he did with the Texans and then go get a starting job somewhere
Now, let me
else.
ask you guys your thoughts on the Titans depth chart, the thing that stood out to me. Because if you are in the camp of Cam Ward is going to be at least pretty damn good.
Which there are people on the station that think that. Yeah,
I think he's going to be good. I think he's intriguing.
Yeah.
But if you're in the camp of Cam Ward's going to be pretty good, how does this strike you? Now their wide receiver room, their starters now are Calvin Ridley, of course, Tyler Lockett, of course, and a fourth rounder that apparently just blew the doors off of everything in camp, named
Elik
Ayamanor.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, I went, where have I heard that name?
Stanford, Colorado. Multiple overtimes.
265 yards against Travis Hunter.
I will never forget that dude. He is my favorite just because he is a dog.
So does that make you feel a particular way? They have a wide receiver that all of a sudden just has burst on the scene, went for 265 against the guy that's going both ways in Jacksonville, and Cam Ward is gaining accolades as well.
Look, I am dismissive of the division in a more tongue-in-cheek way, like a little Texans hubris, like the AFC South. Get out of here with that. But I have been saying that the Titans are the wild card of the division.
Yeah.
We don't exactly.
It made me kind of.
I think you're lying if you say you know. You can have a take, you can have an opinion, but nobody really knows what the Titans are right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
How about you? Make you feel a particular way, or are you still?
Oh, no, I'm very intrigued to watch that offense. I am not really sold on what that defense is, if
that's true.
To be honest. Actually, I mean, they got people on the defense. I don't want to be too much of a jerk.
Is Jeffrey Simmons still with us?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
And Tavondre Sweat is.
Tavondre Sweat, Sebastian Joseph Day, Roger McCreary. Like they got names on there.
And then nothing really stood out with the Colts. Tyler Warren, of course, is going to be the starting tight end.
They're so boring.
But I did.
Oh my God.
They're boring. But I did notice this.
On
Xavier Howard did not take a single snap in training camp or preseason. Starting cornerback.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you come in there with your name. He ain't played in what? How long? A whole season?
Didn't play last year.
Like
That's
2
right.
years.
Yeah.
It felt like.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
I think the
That's
Colts are going to crash.
Yeah.
excited to see what that looks like this weekend. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going in the 11 o'clock hour. And B. Scott's in with us as he is wont to do on a Friday. So let's get B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do that next.
Ready? Football season is official. sportslistening.org, and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
You know what that music means. Brandon Scott from Hiram Clark in the studio hanging out with us on a Friday, headed into week 1 of the NFL season. I can only imagine what B. Scott's thoughts are. Let's find out.
So we just realized with Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios being out that means that Jalen Noel is going to have more than likely an increased role, perhaps in a couple of ways, both offensively and in the kicking game, in the return game. And it just made me think that, like, this team, when you look at it overall, is going to rely on the rookies a lot more than I was expecting them to going into this season.
How many? What, we got 2 in a possible?
Oh, man, no.
2 and 2 possibles?
Jalen
Smith?
Look, you got Ariante Ursary for one thing.
That's one of the ones.
Is your starting left tackle.
Correct.
Jaden Higgins has been penciled in as your starting wide receiver. I think there's some debate and discussion on whether that's going to actually be Hutchinson and how that's going to actually play out. But I think without Christian Kirk and without Braxton Berrios, albeit guys who play, who line up differently, just from the numbers game standpoint, he's going to be relied upon more, as is the case even more so for Jalen Noel. We've gone through 3 right there. So that's 3 off the top, and I'm really kind of focusing on the offense anyway because the defense feels like it's in a good spot. But let's just be honest. The cornerback depth is something that we've been talking about feels like since the beginning of time, and you're an injury away from a rookie playing there as well. So I'm not saying that I'm overly concerned about it. It is just something that I'm keeping an eye out for or monitoring, looking at. I will say for the Texans part, and to their credit, they have done well drafting over the last several years, honestly, and rookies have had good seasons as Texans. The Texans have done a good job relying on rookies in the past, so it's not like this thing to be overly concerned about.
Rookies.
It's just not what I was expecting going into the season, and it was, I would say, amplified a little bit with the Christian Kirk news that we got.
And what's Woody Mark's role going to be?
Woody Mark? There was the one I left out.
We still don't even know.
Oh, he could very well be your running back number 2, and of course your running back number 1 looks like it's Nick Chubb, or if it was Dameon Pierce, that would be 2 guys that have been injured. Of course, Joe Mixon's out at minimum for the first 4 weeks, so you're an injury away from Woody Marks perhaps being your number 1 running back, and you do expect him to factor into things offensively. So I mean, that's at least. What do we go, 4, perhaps 5 guys that are rookies that could really be relied upon early on by the Texans this season?
Yeah. How would you, in true sports radio fashion, how you power rank the rookies that very well could have impacts for this Texans team early on in the season? Let's go confidence level, from confidence levels perspective.
Confidence level, I'm going to go Ursary.
Okay.
Noel. Marks. It feels bad that Higgins is the top pick and is going to be 4th on this list, but I think we talked about this.
Or 5th.
He feels like more of maybe 5th, but he feels like more of a long-term play and just solid. Like he's going to be easy to overlook, I think, because he'll be, I think he's going to be kind of have a more specific role, more of a defined role, like kind of a red zone target, maybe even a solid 3rd down target when Nico is seeing double coverage, that sort of thing. But like Noel, I feel like has game breaker ability both with as an offensive player and in special teams. And of course, your starting left tackle being a rookie, being this particular rookie, I think is going to be a big thing. I would go Ursary, Noel, Marks, Higgins if I were power ranking them top 4.
You are right in where I was thinking from the 8-3-2. Dude, y'all are starting to sound like Bill O'Brien when it comes to rookies. I love the blend. I think we're going to find some real diamonds in the young guys. Hold on.
I just told you I like the rookies.
That's an affront.
Hey, if that's the case, let's start all the rookies then.
I'm taking umbrage with that because how you going to take that to Bill O'Brien as if we were saying them boys
Jalen Smith, let's start.
Oh, don't misrepresent what we said either.
No, the whole topic was confidence level.
I like the rookies. The only point that I was making, the main point that I was making is that they're going to rely. I thought they were more luxury items, more supplemental pieces, more additions to a team that was already established and was already good, which it is a team that was already established and is already good. But these guys have shown either through merit of just stepping up and maybe outplaying the expectation in the case of an Ariante Ursary, or through necessity in the case of, let's say, a Jalen Noel with Christian Kirk being out, or with Woody Marks with Joe Mixon being out. Now you have an increased role that's a little bit more than what you were expecting when you drafted him, and even when you went into training camp and we're looking ahead to the season. So I got confidence in the rookies. I like the rookies. I just wasn't expecting to be leaning on them as much as I feel like they will as early as they will.
Rookies they don't know anything.
I got to be honest, though, going back to what you were talking about, Higgins, that's where I am, and I recognize that some of this is, the nature of trying to do a number of things while at camp and, maybe letting Higgins slide through, the periphery, whatever. I feel like I am most interested in learning what his role is and what he truly can mean to this Texans team. I feel like I know more about Noel than I do about Higgins right now. I feel like I clearly know more about Ariante. I feel like I know more about Woody Marks, and I feel like I know more about Jalen Smith. I feel like he's the least of those rookies that we're talking about here. He's the one that I personally have the least of a grasp on.
There's not a lot of information that you've socked away on him. Now maybe that's going to be one of those game plan type things that all of a sudden we're going to be here Monday going, hey man, did you expect that out of Jaden Higgins?
I think a lot of this has to do with the buzz around, because we're so locked in, right? So a lot of the buzz around training camp, and you saw it translate in the preseason games, was around Jalen Noel. Not as much.
But he created it.
No, I understand that. I'm not taking anything away from him. What I'm saying is there wasn't as much buzz in practices from day to day with Jaden Higgins. But for me, where the confidence went up a little bit, and this was the case for a number of players, not just Higgins, but when I saw it in the game, he made a couple of catches in the preseason that made me think, oh, you know what, that's very consistent with the scouting report on him and like the movement for that size and being sure-handed. He made a couple of really difficult catches, I thought, in the preseason. So, like, I felt a lot better about watching him in game speed, albeit preseason, than I did from, like, not having these highlight moments, these Twitter moments from practice, like we did have more so with Jalen Noel. So I think it has to do with having so much information that we're like kind of leaning. I was cautious about this, not leaning too much on what we're seeing from practice or not seeing from practice, and really keying in on what we're seeing from the games.
Yeah,
that's why I feel like week one is big and really exciting, because you get to see a little bit more from the rookies.
I'm with you, Reggie, on like the most unknown, so to speak, is Jaden Higgins, but to me the most intriguing is Woody Marks. I could see him getting no touches or carries or 12. I really am intrigued by where he's going to end up.
I would be interested in the justification for him either getting no carries or even just a few.
Yeah.
Because, like, Nick Chubb, for as valuable as I think he is going to be to this team, I think the best way to use him, similar to how I was talking about Joe Mixon last year, agent running back, do not try to make this guy a bell cow. Have some kind of committee that you can rely on. It doesn't have to be, an even split necessarily, but have somebody else that you feel like you can rely on, even for a drive if you want to, right, or for the majority of a drive. And I think that the way this is set up between Nick Chubb coming back from injury and not necessarily being the exact same player, Woody Marks being a rookie, and I'll be an older rookie, and Dameon Pierce being somewhere in between there.
And an unknown somewhat.
An unknown, but somebody that they, for better or worse, and whether you agree with it or not, they seem to have a lot more confidence in Dameon Pierce than I feel like the general conversation is. We'll see how that goes. But I do like the idea of those three as a committee, because I don't see a bell cow between the three of them. Not at this stage in either of their career, in any of their careers. So I would hope at least that Woody Marks is at least a semi-prominent role, has a semi-prominent role in the running game.
And I don't think he will, early at the very least. And
you think they're just gonna feed Nick Chubb and Dameon Pierce?
I think they're going to feed Nick Chubb and Dameon Pierce. First and second down are y'all's in whether it's like here's 2 or 3 drives for Chubb and then here's Pierce to spell him for a drive or 2.
I honestly don't know.
And then I think third downs are Dare's.
I can't even push back because I don't know. That's why he's the most intriguing. He had some good carries, some good runs.
He's better between the tackles than I think he was being given credit for, because the conversation was he's a third down back and the dude out of the backfield and all that. Yes, he has that as part of his game. It might even be the best part of his game, but he can do some of the other stuff as well. So I'll be intrigued just as y'all are.
Yeah, the thing with Woody Marks, I think if he get on the field, even if it's just one time and make a good play, he got to keep doing that to the point where they got to make it tough. He got to make a tough decision where we can't keep him off the field.
Woody Marks
I think that's the thing.
He's gonna have to be a sniper.
It can't just be getting in and then 1 yard carry and not really doing. He got to come in and be like, wow.
I think
we got to keep him on the field.
Right. I think his opportunities are going to be few and far between early.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's just they know what Nick Chubb is. They have a large respect for him, so I think he slots in as one. Dameon Pierce is a dude that, regardless of what everyone else on the outside, including myself, thinks, they view him highly. They believe in him highly, and I think that they will trust him in that place. And then Dare they trust what he brings the third down back. And we heard that even kind of in the tone of what Nick Caserio said, Texans All Access. Woody Marks was, again, in line fourth, and that, kind of was like, hey, we'll kind of see how he fits in. And that doesn't sound like a dude that fits prominently, that seems like will prominently fit into their plans early on.
Yeah, so we know Nick Chubb is the guy. We don't have to debate that. Nick Chubb is the guy. But I just hope that they see the value, and I imagine that they do, see the value in keeping Nick Chubb fresh. Whether that's Dameon Pierce, Woody Marks, Dario Gumawale, whatever it turns out to be, I just hope it's not that they don't treat Nick Chubb like they treated Joe Mixon last year. Like that to me would be the disaster and the thing that I would critique the most. And I project that Woody Marks probably has the most value as a secondary running back for them right now.
I don't disagree. I just feel like we've learned a little bit about the way that they seem to operate. But again, today will be very insightful, or rather not today, this weekend will be very insightful, including without having that Joe Mixon type figure and with a new offensive play color. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Did we have a Karen on the loose at Dyke Park last night? We'll talk about that and more next.
The Drive with Stoerner. with ZipRecruiter. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We are just so enamored with football. We're getting ready for the game that's happening tonight. It's 7 p.m. Central Time. Chiefs, Chargers, Sao Paulo, Brazil. YouTube is going to be on YouTube. So, breakout. I don't know if you're watching this on your phone. If you got the smart TV, get the YouTube app. You don't have to pay for it. So, cha-ching there, right? It's Rich Eisen. For now. It's Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner on the broadcast. NBC is producing this, I went and found. So apologies for saying NFL Network earlier. You'll have Kay Adams on the pregame show, but also there's going to be alternative broadcasts in true YouTube form that have digital content creators. I know that they were doing some promotions with Mr. Beast. We don't have to go there, but just letting you know. And then iShowSpeed ended up being a conversation here in the room over the break because he is going to be a part in some way, somehow, with some things that they're doing. And we got into this whole topic of just the bubbles and the silos that we end up in.
Yeah, I feel like this is the way, if you want to get my 10-year-old son who likes football, but just cannot sit still for long enough to watch a football game because he's got to either be playing, he's got to be more stimulated than that, actually playing a game, talking with his friends, playing the game, this, whether it's Fortnite or whatever it is, it's like these kids are warped. So how do you get them, right? How do you actually reach these children? If you want to get
the kids these days,
my warped 10-year-old son to sit, literally last night tried to get him to sit long enough to watch this game with me, right? We just got our movie room set up last night or over the weekend.
Nice.
So it's really cool, right? I'm like, hey man, stop playing that game. Come over and sit down with us in the movie room.
Come over here, boy.
These couches that I spent $400 on.
Let me learn you something right quick.
And let's sit down and watch this game.
Yeah.
Then of course the rain out happens.
Yeah.
He loses his interest. But I'm not sure how long he would have sat anyway. iShowSpeed is the way to get him.
Yeah.
Because he knows who that is because he watches enough YouTube and Reels,
44 million
whatever the
followers.
hell else, TikToks. And yeah, this is the way to get him in. He would watch this alternate broadcast that I have no time for.
From the 929 YouTube, oh God, I guess I'll be catching up with my parents today. And it took me a half second to be like, what does that mean? I imagine his parents will be calling him hey, how do I get the football game?
Hey.
Yeah.
Can you put it on the TV for me?
And see, my dad is just going to quit and watch Gunsmoke. If he can't find it, he's not going to. My mom, she'll text me. And she'll text me even if the game is on ABC.
Yeah.
What channel is the game on? My dad, if he can't find it, is going to be hey, Dad, what is this? Man, everybody in this show is dead. But this is what I watched when I was a kid.
I'm just glad that B. Scott is the old guy now, talking about all the problems these little kids have.
No, I mean, I got all of the streaming services. I'm gonna sit up here and watch everything, but iShowSpeed, I need iShowSpeed to watch football.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Apparently,
my son does. I'm good.
Do they got grass in a pigskin? Well, I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of the grass, mind you, apparently they don't want what happened last year to happen again in the NFL. Apparently, they contributed to the turf renovation in Brazil ahead of this game, unlike last year where the turf was real problematic. What was it? It was Eagles Packers last year where it was really an issue. There was real, kind of concerns about health and safety. And that was one of the things that we were surprised by. We're like, we're going back to Brazil again?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like the NFL actually put some money on it this
We'll bring
time
the field, all right?
to make sure.
We'll bring the field.
That's another thing that I guess you could watch as this thing is going on. Was there a Karen out there at Dyken Park?
It feels very Karen-ish, Karen-esque.
What we're talking
Karen-y.
Yes, that's right. Is there any other way to Karen-like?
Yeah,
Karen-like. Throw that in there. The Astros unfortunately fall to the Yankees. It looked like they might have been able to replicate for a moment
a little bit
the game that they had the night prior, where they went down. They were like, "Nah, I'll chase you down," and then put up some insurance. No. And Aniel Santos saw that one break open. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't Aniel. It was Ort. When he got on the mound,
I thought Aniel gave up the big hit.
Yeah, well,
I think he did.
Yeah. Oh, yes, he did, and then Ort, and then it didn't get any better.
But man, almost any time Ort's out there, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
that is the bullpen at this point.
Yes.
They did a great job holding on, and then the cracks started forming, and then they got bigger, and here we are. But that's not what I want to talk about being Karen-like. Taylor Trammell. Damn it, I always forget the right way to say his name. I'll get it on the second time at the
Alan
very least.
Trammell. Taylor Trammell.
Yeah.
that sounds like it would help.
Same spelling.
But it's not going to help me. Like, I understand what you're doing there, and thank you for trying. I'm going to get it wrong every time.
And see, I live near Trammell, Fresno, and so I'm thinking about like Trammell, Fresno. So I would do the same thing.
Yeah, but Taylor Trammell, his bat was confiscated for a supposed discoloration, and apparently Aaron Boone was the one who hipped the game, said that he noticed it while watching tape. And I mean, Taylor Trammell said he's been using this bat since he's been with the Astros. He takes BP with it. He might go to sleep with that bat. That bat has been what he's used all season long, and all of a sudden it becomes an issue because Karen Boone is apparently, they're calling him on the social medias, decided to speak up.
Yeah, this is Karen adjacent at the very least.
It's adjacent. Yeah.
But because let's just say this, man. Aaron Boone does have an obligation to advocate for his team, and if he really genuinely believed that there was cheating going on, he should probably at least say something and call it out. But at the same time, I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, even just as a competitor, as a dude, to go, you're gonna go tell a teacher, you're gonna go tell somebody, you're gonna go out there to the mound, say investigate the bat. Again, part of his job, but also, come on.
I did feel, I thought it was interesting in this regard. I thought, like you, come on. And then they showed a close-up of that one area that was discolored. And some people were talking about the rule, and you can't shave the bat. Apparently that used to be a thing.
Yeah.
It kind of looked weird. I'll just say that. It looked weird. I'm not saying it was done, but I could see where, Aaron Boone would want to at least bring attention to it or ask a question. But the thing that bothered me the most about what Boone was doing is his explanation afterwards. He was basically saying, I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, I don't know.
Right.
He literally said, I don't know. I just, I kind of wanted to ask.
I'm just asking questions.
I'm just asking. I was come on, either stand on it or don't. You know?
But let's say he did stand on it. And to the point, it's not like you said. It looked a little weird.
Yeah.
And I'll just say points were made.
Yeah.
That's why, sometimes the Karen thing can be difficult because it's like, does Karen have a point?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
it's
fair.
and sometimes Karen does have a point, but it doesn't mean that she's not Karen.
Yes.
So sometimes you got to
that's the best way to
It's almost like you got to both sides the Karen thing because she's being a Karen or he's being a Karen in this case. But points were made. I get it.
Allow me to both sides here as well. The player in question, the aforementioned Taylor Trammell, whose bat is, has the discoloration or whatever and was ultimately taken away. Over the last 28 days, last month, is battering a robust 154 with a 549 OPS.
He ain't even cheating right.
Yeah.
So
allegedly.
He hits a double, and he's like, what the hell?
Is this what we worry about? But then also at the same time, you could go to the Aaron Boone where he's clearly not doing this just to try and get the bat out the lineup. He's like, hey, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Can we look at that? But yeah, that was a funny thing that happened, and I wanted to talk about the funny thing rather than the fact that they lost. Oh, can I give you a happy thing though?
Of course.
Or at least a not sad thing when you talk about the Astros? Literally every single team in the AL West lost last night. And so
that feels like it. I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often for how ass it is.
So
the Mariners have lost 15 of 21.
Dude, it feels like almost because it feels like almost every time the Astros lose, I go over and check and say, okay, what are the Mariners doing? Whew, wiped out. Because I don't always necessarily check the rest of them.
Yeah.
It's who cares? But the Mariners, I'm like, okay, what are they doing? Oh, yep, they lost 2.
Yeah,
feels good. feels good to be here. The race to be
they're just flat out lucky right now.
The race to be the race to mediocrity.
The Mariners got to be the biggest disappointment, man.
Yep.
They made all that noise at the trade deadline, and they are out here losing 16 of the last 21, something crazy like that.
Yeah.
what you mean disappointment? They are being consistent. This is the Mariners.
We were looking at the Mariners.
No, I know we were
for a
looking
little
at them,
bit, man.
But over the last 5 years, probably
the trade deadline and all that stuff is just they about to make some noise. They ain't do nothing.
Up until the point where, of course, Jordan and Jeremy Pena a few years ago in the World Series year had that big series against them.
Yeah,
before that, they were the longest team in professional sports without going to the postseason in their respective leagues.
I do want to say
plus.
this about the Astros because I think it's important. Remember before Jordan came back, we kept asking the question, is Jordan going to fix everything? Is he a fix? Apparently not.
The answer would be no.
He is smashing.
Yeah.
Absolutely we were looking at the exit velocities of his last however many hits, 6 or 8, it's like 111, 109, 109, 106, 105, 104. And then he did get the 69.5, but that was off the end.
And that was still a double.
It was still a double. He is mashing, and they still go 5-5 in the homestand.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not, one guy he can change the complexion of the lineup, like how you got to pitch to certain guys and strategy, and just the fact that he's in the lineup does make them better. But mostly though on paper, right? Like just makes them better on paper. You got to actually go out there and help the guy out. They are not doing that.
No. Now every team in the AL West will not lose today because the Astros are facing off against the Rangers. One of these teams got to win.
Rangers are hot.
Well, I was going to say somebody got to win, somebody got to lose.
Rangers are hot.
They are. They have been hot, and they have Merrill Kelly on the mound today, so that will be quite an interesting challenge for the Astros. That one is a 7:05 first pitch.
That's the team that's actually more disappointing because it's a team that spent a lot of money and has had some recent success and are somehow in a down division looking up. And I know, like you said, they've been hot and they've had some streaks here or there, but mostly looking up at the Astros and looking up at the damn Mariners.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
TBD right now for who the Astros throw as of what I'm seeing. So
they called up Colton Gordon.
Yeah, so that does feel like the way that they would go.
Yeah.
And I actually don't hate that.
I don't hate that.
That probably
either.
says a lot about the way this year has gone.
Yeah,
let me ask you guys another Astros question here that I had after the game last night. Jose Altuve is 7 for his last 86.
Yeah.
Time to move him in the lineup.
Oh, I mean, move him in the line. I mean, that's what it feels like. This lineup is never consistent anyway.
That's right.
Yeah, but you don't want him behind Jordan.
Yeah, no, I don't. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would say yes. I would prefer maybe Christian Walker or Correa.
Yeah.
I know.
Correa.
I know. But this is also where we are.
Yeah.
Like I felt that physically. I want you to understand
Can
that.
Jordan fix everything?
Because I mean,
not when there's a hole in the bat of the dude next behind him.
Literally, everybody with just names are supposed to be candidates, right?
Correct.
Altuve, Christian Walker.
But Correa's the answer.
Correa's the answer. Yeah.
Or the Rangers and Mariners didn't play last night. That's right. It was a Thursday, but they all lost in the last outings, is what I meant. But thank you, 832, for keeping me clean.
Yeah, he just knows that you were going to beat yourself up for being
that's right.
slightly wrong.
I mean, I was wrong, to be fair. And then
made.
I did want to make this note because we talked a lot about the red zone thing yesterday, the ads. They are doing the PR of making note that, hey, it is 1 minute of ads over the 7 hours. So it comes out to like barely like 1%. It's the principle of the matter first and foremost.
Yeah.
And then secondly, it's the start. Right? Like this is where we start with 1 minute to see how we all react to it, and then it becomes 2 minutes.
Yeah, it
becomes 5 minutes.
It just all feels dirty, wrong.
It's not pure.
Yeah,
it's not the way we knew it.
That's it.
That's
not
pure.
That's it, Lopez. It's impure. I feel a little nasty.
Yeah, but there you go. A little 15-second ad like you watching YouTube is what's going to pop up. In fact, now I think about it, are we going to get those little pop-ups on YouTube tonight? You're just in the middle of a play, and here's a pop-up for the BetterHelp for you or something on your YouTube.
No. Oh, yeah, it'll be an ad of whatever your most recent conversation was.
That'll be very frustrating.
That's how it works.
Oh,
now
God,
on
yes.
these smart
yes,
TVs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
B. Scott, always appreciate you joining us, brother.
Always a pleasure.
Excited for what's going to happen with the Texans, and I appreciate you giving us your thoughts, especially when it comes to the running back situation. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this game versus the Rams represents Nick Caley's very first real-life regular season game. What are you expecting? What can we expect? Because he talked to the assembled media yesterday. 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about football.
Working in collaboration with Pfizer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, that's right, big voice man. It is a Football Friday. Don't it feel good to say that? Just say it with me. Well, here we go. Football Friday. Oh man, it's great. The Football Friday. It's pumping. The blood is pumping. The drinks will also be flowing at 2 p.m. As the fellas of the drive are out with the Football Friday, and they got a giveaway, don't they? Like they've got some special limited edition Payne and Pendergast glasses where you get a little image of both Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne on that glass, and there's just a limited amount of them, so you want to make sure that you pop out to see the fellas of the drive out there in Sugarland. I believe that is where are they? Oh, they Talyard out that 1033 Imperial in Sugarland. So head out there. They'll be out there at 2, fellowshipping, and take it all the way through the end of the show at 6. And again, you got the opportunity to get a free.
They're cool.
Free glass. I mean,
they're beer mugs.
They're
beer
be
glasses.
in here.
Or
did Sean take it with them?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get one.
Oh, we'll have some.
I definitely want one for the crib.
Yeah.
The Payne and Pendergast ones.
Yeah, or any of them.
Are you gonna collect?
Cool.
You're gonna collect all of them?
I would like to.
Yeah.
Because that's also a possibility.
Think about that. You can do that as a listener, too.
Yeah.
You absolutely should do that as a listener. Yeah. So go out and see the fellas. And before we all tune in to see the Texans with their new offensive play caller in a real-life regular season game, Nick Caley. This is his first time doing it in this circumstance, isn't it, Lopez?
You never forget your first. and no, in all seriousness, there's some questions that were going to be answered. I have a weird confidence.
Really?
I have a weird confidence in his play calling. Now, maybe come Monday, we're going to be going, what the heck was that? But I think part of it is they really just changed one thing. Now, it's an important thing. It's the play caller. But Cole Popovich has been here, and there were some questions about the way they wanted to block, and now they're doing it that way. Gerard Johnson has been here. His relationship with C.J. Stroud has not changed. I think it's safer, too, to be able to run the ball and be safer with the offense. I've been saying it all summer long. I don't think this is going to be necessarily a big play, big risk offense. It's going to be sort of matriculating down the field. I kind of feel like it's not like boring, but just a safer way to approach the offense.
That's interesting. We'll see, because I mean, that's a possibility. I don't even know what I expect, because remember, we talked about it early in the week. I think that if you're just looking at the nature of what he has called a game plan offense and what the defense kind of poses, I think it might actually be more advantageous possibly to see more of a throwing game plan in this one. So there's a lot to be thought of. 713-572-4610. What are you kind of expecting? This is what Nick Caley said to the assembled media. This is cut one fig. This was him discussing what people can expect from him as a play caller.
Yeah, we want to go out and compete. We want to play physical. We want to play tough. We want to play clean football. We want to play fundamentally sound football. So that's the expectation. It's been the expectation since we got here, in February, and our guys have been working hard and trying to get better every single day.
So there's not a lot of what are you going to call in that answer, but I think there is something that's kind of maybe even feeding into my weird confidence here. They're going to be a cleaner team. What was the most frustrating thing about the offense and especially the offensive line last year?
I feel like I'll let Andre Ware tell us what the most expensive. No, it was the penalties. It was the false starts, it was the holds.
Sloppy.
That should have come to expect it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we did. That's the thing. We actually did.
I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see. Get ready for the bell. The cleaner operation, as they like to say. I really do. And the fact that they're going to run the ball showed some success running the ball toward the latter part of the preseason. Again, he didn't necessarily say this is what our offense is going to look like, but he did give you an indication of how they're going to play.
Okay, yeah. So somewhat he's
the style. They're sort of
physicality, tough nose, all that. Yeah. Well, there's a number of different kind of areas to try and attack this from. And this was Nick Caley. I thought this was interesting. This was him discussing what he thought would be the biggest challenge of play calling for the first time in this game?
Biggest challenge, I think, just continuing to stay present, and I think I've tried to train myself through the offseason in a ton of unscripted periods that we've had. But again, there's going to be experiences that come up for the first time. You assess it, you move on, you adjust, you fix things, and you obviously rely on people that are with you too. And we got a good staff of people. So just staying in the present, staying convicted in our process and being process oriented. And so I try to continue to, do day in and day out.
And this is the one that made me anyway, but might make you pause.
Make you pause?
Yes, because it's one thing. He's never had to make the call in the moment, make the adjustment in a game, not necessarily, a who cares moment. I mean, things are going to happen, and the Rams are going to, obviously challenge this offense and give them different looks, et cetera. And that's not something that he's ever had to do. He's been a part of game plans. He's been a part of the actual script and all that. We heard from Sean McVay earlier, but he's never been the guy that everybody turns their head and looks at. All right, what do we call it? And then that's the one that is going to be interesting to watch.
But I think within that, and that's how an answer is supposed to work, right? Within that question that he clearly posed for himself, and I appreciate that he acknowledged that, hey, there's going to be some things that I run up against that I couldn't prepare for, even though I tried to put myself in situations where I have to come up off the fly and make decisions. He pointed to, I'm not alone out there.
Mm-hmm.
I have people to lean on, which was clearly, for the Texans fans, something that we looked at and we go, hey, buddy, Bobby Slowick, you have people to lean on. Where are they? And the problem was, it seemed like he was not willing to reach out his hand.
Apparently he wasn't.
This is an acknowledgement that Nick Caley's like, I will not make that mistake. Not I don't want to. I will not. I will lean on the likes of Jerry Shaplinski, the likes of Gerard Johnson, the likes of probably Ben McDaniel. There is a whole staff of people, so it doesn't have to be just my decision. I can lean on. Hell, I wonder how much he's going to lean on DeMeco Ryans. Maybe not necessarily, obviously, to call the offensive play.
Do you want to run? Do you want to give? Yeah.
What are you feeling from a man who has a little bit more experience?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bill Lazor's still in the room, ain't he? Like, what do you have as an experience? Because that was one of the questions I asked a lot last year.
Yeah.
Where's your OG? And Bill Lazor was supposed to be that. That's another guy that's in here that has experience. And I feel like those things actually gave me a little bit of confidence in him that he's going to take some of the experiences that they have, and some things you can only get by figuring it out. I don't know. I mean, you as a parent, I'm sure there was plenty of things that you told your
plan
child.
all you want.
Hey, guys, you do this so you don't make that mistake, and they just had to go make the mistake to figure it out. But I think that you can mitigate some of that with the number of people with experience around him that should help him out.
That is all true. That is absolutely the case. It's part of the reason I have that weird confidence, because I think they have some good people around him.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you said is true, but ultimately they're all going to turn and look at you. They're all going to turn and look at you and say, "All right, what do you call it?" That's the thing that maybe might give you a little bit of a pause.
And I don't think that. Well, we might get a shot of this. I want to see, oddly enough, what's his call sheet look like? Because I always think of like the Andy Reid, like big, Waffle House, the big old call sheet. Mm-hmm. Because we know that this is a guy who, and of course your game plan will help narrow this down, but this is a guy who, it feels like he got a cheesecake menu, Cheesecake Factory menu, as opposed to like some coaches have a Waffle House menu and some coaches have a Raising Cane's menu, where it's like, we doing these few things and we're doing, in fact, you might be able to say in somewhat of a way, on the opposite side, Sean McVay, kind of Waffle House menu. They're doing a very few things, but they're just getting to them in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what that looks like. And I mean, I'm kind of laughing about it, but what does that sheet look like, and how does that maybe give us an idea of how much or how little he has? Because there might be a little analysis paralysis where there's so many different options in those instances where you do reach one of those crossroads where you have to make a decision.
And he is going to be on the sidelines, right?
He is going to be on the sidelines. He made that decision very quickly after the preseason game 2 versus the Panthers here in NRG.
So we'll see. But again, I confidence, but there are some situations where you're going to go, okay, I don't know, and that's one of them. When the bullets are really flying and you have to make those adjustments, and C.J. Stroud comes off the field and he's looking at the tablet, and okay, how are we gonna change things here? And it's him. It's no one else.
Well, you mentioned C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
This is part of also giving C.J. Stroud more of the opportunity. I think that he might end up in like you remember when John Harbaugh at one point went to Lamar Jackson, was like, hey, what you want to do?
Yeah.
I think that might be more on the table too. It might not be a one-directional coordinator sends it in and now we go run this.
Yeah.
It might also be a, hey, CJ, what are we feeling here as well?
I hope so.
Now, there is something to be asked about. Can you manage all that input and know how to prioritize that and then ultimately take it in and have the right output?
Yeah.
That's also still in here. But I love the idea that it feels like there's more input that's available to him, where you have a brain trust as opposed to one brainiac, so to say. This was actually Nick Haley talking to the media yesterday about adjustments and his philosophy on adjustments, which again I think should give you more belief in what Haley can do in week 1.
I think every game can be like that for an experienced coach, a first-time coordinator, a first-time position coach, a new player, rookie to a 10-year player. Things come up and things evolve, and it's how you adjust and adapt that's going to be key and critical for everybody. So there's no different, just a different role maybe, but you're always doing that as a coach. I can say that. Adjustments, whether it's the first quarter, whether it's halftime throughout the game, you lose guys, you got to be able to adjust with different personnel and do some different things schematically. So I think as coaches, we're always trying to train ourselves that way, and that's what I would say. Staying focused on that is what I intend to do.
And the one that kind of got my attention on that one is when he just very briefly mentioned it. Talked about personnel. That's another thing that's big for him. We talked about the running back position with B. Scott. How am I going to when you put a running back in, not necessarily just this guy needs a rest and next guy up. You put a guy in a lot of times for the situation and what you're seeing.
How can I dictate something to the defense as well?
Exactly. Yeah. Whether that's a receiver or a running back or even a tight end. So those are the other things that it's going to be really, really interesting to watch. I'm looking forward to it.
Is there any level, as I pivot a little bit here, is there any level of something within you that looked at the injury report yesterday and thought, are we going to shuffle the line back? Because if you look at the injury report from yesterday, and we'll see what we get from the Texans today, no media availability, but obviously it's a Friday. We will get some indications of who's largely in or out just based off of who practices and not. In fact, do we already have that, John Lopez?
I look for it. I don't see it.
I just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk, both hamstring issues that did not participate, and both of those the backup there is the same guy in Jalen Noel. We talked about that earlier. But guys who had limited participation, Blake Fisher, who is still dealing with that ankle issue, that was something that he was on the injury report on Wednesday. Then yesterday, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Ed Ingram popped up with an abdomen designation. Now, I don't know if that's like abdomen as in, hey, you got to go use the restroom type abdomen, or if that's a like
muscle,
abdominal muscle type thing. Because one of those, while he was still a limited participant, mind you, makes me go, oh, you started getting comfortable with him at right guard. What happens if, and of course, I'm using if very heavily here, and that's why I'm going to stop and make mention of it again. What happens if Ed Ingram can't go? Are you shuffling this thing all the way back to where we were prior in the preseason?
I would be very upset if they did that. If you're moving three
Titus,
guys.
go right there.
Titus to right guard.
Yeah.
Bringing back Ariante Ursary back over to right tackle, and then Cam Robinson at left tackle. That's what I'm thinking, just what I'm saying out loud.
No way. No way would I like that, and no way do I think they do it. Their whole, everything they've been trying to establish this offseason is the 5 guys. Let's get to our 5 guys, keep them together as long as we can, get some continuity and familiarity with the offensive line, and then now you're thinking about changing 3 of them.
But this is why you move guys around.
And this is why you kept Cam Robinson too, just in case something like this happened.
I would just say Ariante Ursary is our left tackle. Titus is our right tackle. Let's get Juice Scruggs or someone in there. Hell, maybe Jarrett Patterson.
But you trying to get the best 5, though. The best 5 that will work.
I don't need to hear that. I really don't, because
it kind of scared me seeing Juice right there.
Because you can interpret that several ways. Get the best 5 offensive linemen, or get the best 5 for where they play. Because right now they've told us Ursary is the best left tackle we have. That's one of the best 5 guys right now. He's our best left tackle. You gonna move him to right?
Well, the question then becomes not just is he the best left tackle, but is the whatever perceived drop off between him and Cam Robinson, is that bigger or smaller than the perceived drop off between Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard, Titus Howard and Juice Scruggs at right guard, right? Or between having Titus Howard at right tackle and having Ariante Ursary at left tackle, or right tackle rather.
I do not want to see 3 dudes.
That whole juggle, I understand. Yeah. It's not fun, but I think that this is inherently what DeMeco Ryans and the entirety of all the decision makers, when they keep coming to, the reason why we move guys around is versatility for when we need to. I would hate that it have to happen this early. And again, this is still an if. We haven't seen the injury designations for today, which is, as you know, and you often espouse, today is the day where you kind of base your decision-making on who plays, whether or not they're available to practice or whatever. I still think that, and I know that it sounds crazy, I think you do the musical chairs.
No way. No way. I just can't see that happening. first of all, they have hell, Casario was talking about it this week, the confidence he has in Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
So
fair enough.
How hard is it just to replace? I don't want 3. Just replace the right guard.
Okay. We'll see if we get any information on that or towards that end as we go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Real quick before we go, I did want to hit you with this because Nick Haley actually talked about, actually in response in some ways, or the question was asked because, remember, D'Amico was asked about the tight ends, and he really espoused the blocking. Nick Haley, the blocking improvement for the tight ends, what goes into that?
Yeah, I think you got to give credit to the players for putting in the work, too, first and foremost. They've done a great job. Jake does a great job with those guys. Said that from the get-go, and I've got an affinity for that position, obviously. And then I think what you do as coaches, we all do, is we try to put those guys in position. We ask them to do things that they can have success. And everybody's got strengths and weaknesses. So you try to build upon the weaknesses, enhance the strengths, and play to people's strengths. So that's what we're trying to do with really everybody. And there's a variety of ways that you can use those guys, especially at the tight end position, really at all positions, but schematically, on the ball, off the ball, out extended, etc. So, it's a fun group to work with. I've been very pleased with the job and the progress that they've made, and just excited to continue to build in that direction.
And that was a really fancy way of saying we're not going to put them on an island anymore. It's going to be about the linemen and the tight ends working together, backs perhaps helping as well. I think this is schematic as much as anything.
Well, he started with you got to talk about the players because that was the question basically is like how much is this just the players? Is it the scheme? And I know he obviously got to talking about the scheme. Some of this is also like, hey, these players are more game for this. They're demonstrating a hunger.
But that's
to
also
get out there and,
some has to do with the system. They like it better.
Strong
they
agree.
That better. Yeah.
Strong agree. So that's also going to be a place of great interest for me when we get Texans Rams 325 right here on Sports Radio 610. 12:25 is when the pregame starts to get you ready for the beginning of the 2025 season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, in this hour, we're giving away tickets to the Houston Cougars Colorado Buffalo game on the 12th, so you want to keep it locked. But coming up next, we'll do our Lunchtime Confessions.
Ready? Football season is official. And tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Okay, so I got a question in part of this this confession. Is this entrapment? Let me explain. I'm a little skeptical myself, is my confession part. So the Seattle Seahawks, a lot of unruly behavior in stadiums all over the place. I'm sure there were some fights last night at Lincoln Financial.
And they were we're just talking about the field before we even get to the stands.
That's right.
Yeah.
A lot of unruly behavior in the stands. Did you see, Figgy, what Seattle Seahawks are doing?
I saw this.
They're going to have undercover law enforcement officers wearing opposing team jerseys at games in an effort to, quote, quickly detect and address illegal and unruly fan behavior. I got questions.
Why they have to be an opposing team?
Yeah, is this like the airport or something?
I got questions here.
Well, it's one thing to be undercover.
The undercover people on the plane.
Oh, the marshals.
Air marshals.
It's a good thing this is Seattle and not Philly because you getting beat up, cop or not. If you're wearing the opposing teams.
But isn't that kind of entrapment? Because
it feels like it.
Because even if you're not planning on fighting someone, people give opposing fans grief all the time, even if they're just doing it in fun. And so I'm kind of like, all right, so these officers, whomever they are, undercover law enforcement officers, if they start, like, what's their role going to be in trying to see if these people want to fight? How does it get from, you know what I mean? How does it get from, oh, well, they're just saying, oh, you suck.
If somebody say, oh, I beat your ass.
Yeah, okay, you're arrested.
Yeah.
It just feels weird.
I feel like they might be better off just having the law enforcement out there. Yeah, because if you see the law enforcement, you might pipe down a little bit.
You know what? That's a really good point. Instead of going undercover, just wear your uniform and walk around.
Just kind of walk around.
Patrol.
Yeah,
just walk around.
You're better off doing that, and you might not get a fight.
Because I saw of course you're going to get grief now.
Or we can go with the lawn sign approach, where they just have signs everywhere. There's like undercover cops in the area where there just aren't any. And maybe that's what they're doing here. They put this out there, put it on the news, put it on the King News and everything, that we gonna have undercover cops all over the place, and there's no undercover cops.
I will say this. I think it would be a bad idea if they did this in Philly. Just had like a Cowboys law enforcement dressed as a Cowboys fan.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad idea, man.
That is a very bad idea.
Because it ain't like it's the Cardinals or something like that where y'all ain't got no beef. Nah, man, you can't do that. Just imagine being in Pittsburgh and you dripped out in Cleveland Browns gear.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nah, man, it's a little more beef than that.
It just feels like entrapment. And at some level, it will be probably.
And to be fair, or maybe this isn't fair, this is just my thought. I do wonder, and this might just be because of stereotypes, whatever. Seahawks fans be getting rowdy like that? Like
everywhere, man.
Is that
everywhere?
Am I wrong for just thinking of
I think you're wrong.
Pacific Northwest
go to any stadium.
Who are they like true rivals? Because we know it's a big rivalry between Cowboys fans and Eagles fans.
I believe Niners. I believe they're big rivals.
I feel like everybody is rivals with the Niners, man.
But that one's natural.
They got like a couple.
NorCal to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I was just wondering with Seattle, do they got that one team where it's just like, man,
and what if the cops, in undercover, just try to gauge, air quote, where what the level of disdain is? Or
you got them throwing bait in the water?
No. What if they say, oh yeah, or something like that? Is that?
That's like the fake car.
Yeah, is that
the fake car? Somebody jump in the fake car, think they stealing it, and it's all a setup. Yeah. It's a mousetrap.
Yeah,
I love this. People are like, well, just don't fight with nobody that doesn't have a beer, which is a great point because you can't be on duty drinking a beer.
Oh wow, that's premeditated fighting right there.
Just like, does he have a beer? Oh yeah, I'm whooping your ass.
Fight him.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I saw you drinking that. Let's get it.
They could be holding a glass that looks like a beer. I don't know.
Oh wow, you're going real far on this.
Man, they just put on a uniform. It just sit out there.
Again, color me skeptical on this.
These are my confessions.
I realized that I'm a lot cheaper than I thought I was. Apparently, I am too cheap for fear. at times.
What?
I had a friend text me, in fact, this morning, and he's a homeowner, so he's wealthy. And he was telling me that there's like some level of vermin, some level of animal in like his dryer line, I think, if memory serves. And I was like, he's like, is it a bad thing I'm afraid to get in there? And I was like, dog, maybe it is, but I wouldn't get in there. I was like, knowing me, whoever, I don't know who to
sell the house.
I don't know who to contact about it, but I'd be contacting them. And he goes, yeah, I did. They told me it'd be $250. And I was like, oh, I would absolutely be setting up traps. Like, it happened that quick. I was like, nah, I'm not messing with that. Because what if it's a raccoon or someone with rabies or a snake or something? And I was like, $250? Give me that box. Give me that box. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, that quickly. I was like, oh, okay, I am actually too cheap to be afraid in that situation.
See, I think what happened is you actually would do it, and that just triggered, like, I can do this.
Yeah, that means you weren't scared from the beginning.
Yeah, you just were uncomfortable with
it.
Me,
I would have been like, whatever, just get it over with. Like, I don't feel like dealing with all that, sitting around waiting for it to come to the trap and all this other stuff. Nah, just get it out. I don't care how you do it, just get it out. So that way I can sleep peacefully.
And then buy a rubber rat and put it in the shower where your wife is.
That doesn't have to be part of this. There's no reason for that to be part of this.
Just call John Lopez. He'll get it out for you.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong on this one, if I'm being the jerk in this situation. So you go to a restaurant and you looking at a menu. Do y'all actually ask the waiter or waitress, like, hey, what would you prefer on this menu?
That's a feel thing. If you really feel like the waiter or waitress is educated and knows it and all that stuff.
Because it was one time kind of recently I said that because I had a choice between three different things that I really wanted. And I'm like, which one you prefer? She was just like, oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Those I don't trust.
She was just like,
they're all good.
She was just like, I like everything on the menu.
Yeah, no.
And I'm just like, man.
I agree.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed. I respect some of the people that's like, that ain't good at all.
Yes.
Like, I respect them so much, but I'm wondering from their point of view, I'm not a waitress or a waiter. Is that a little irritating coming from customers?
I bet it is.
What do you like on the menu? Because I used to kind of get upset working at Starbucks, and they used to come in like, oh, I'm not a coffee drinker. What should I get? I'm just like, get a cup of water. Like, why are you asking me? Like, get whatever you want. I used to kind of get a little irritated because I wasn't the type that's like, oh, maybe try this. And some people were.
Yeah.
But me personally, I don't know if I'm irritating these people by asking their opinion on the food.
It's a feel thing. Like, to me, it doesn't have to be like a fancy restaurant. It could be any restaurant. But if you feel like that waiter or waitress knows their stuff, I would ask them.
I wouldn't even go that far. Like, I don't even care if you know your stuff. I just go, hey, what do you like on the menu? It doesn't have to be a deciding factor for me. It could just be like, okay, now I know that.
More information.
Because they might say something, I go, yeah, not really feeling that one or whatever. And then also it gives you the opportunity to feel them out. Because if they did hit you with everything's good. I don't hate you. I understand you doing your job. But I'm like, okay, so you're not going to give me an answer.
I get real disappointed when I get that. I'm just like, man, she don't care.
Me too. Absolutely.
But you got some people that you don't even ask for their opinion. They be like, I stay away from that ham. That's a little salty. Go with the sweeter one.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, you know what you're doing.
Exactly.
You've been here for a long time. You know exactly what you're talking about.
See, now, this is something I hadn't really thought about, but it's right there in front of you from the 281. If they say they've never had it and it's not like a limited time only item, stay away from it. Because if it's been on the menu and they ain't never tried it, that probably means it's not the hotness.
Yeah.
All right. Those are your Lunchtime Confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I should remind you, as I always do, that NFL Talk, though, on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We are so excited for the NFL season getting started. Texans on Sunday, 3:25 versus the Rams. We'll get that, but it's also a college football weekend, so we got to get John Lopez's college football headline. We will do that next on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and
stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitulo.
That's right, big voice, man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. College football fans, rejoice. We're headed into another week of college football. Especially if you're a University of Houston Cougars fan. In this segment, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets so you can see the Cougs take on the Colorado Buffaloes on the 12th. That'll happen in this segment. But what will also happen in the segment is Lopez will give us his college football headline for week 2.
I call it the sappy college football theme.
He sure does. And so let's dive into that as our college game preview, which is presented by Walmart.
All right, you ready for it? What's the college football theme this week? You have any idea?
I have no idea.
OG rivalry weekend.
Okay. All right.
OG rivalry weekend. And you know why? Look at these games, and we'll dig in a little more. UH Rice, Old Southwest Conference, of course, longtime rivals.
Bayou Bucket, right?
Yep. Iowa State.
Cyhawk.
How about KU and Missouri?
Border War.
Old Big 12 rivalry there.
Do I know all these names? I'm 3 for 3 right now.
SMU Baylor.
Oh, is it Holy War? Is that one? No, Holy War is
TCU SMU.
Yeah.
Do they have? I don't even know if
they
that
haven't
one
played
has a
since
name.
'95, so I don't even know if they have a name.
Yeah, but that's an Old Southwest Conference one. And then the most bitter. And I know my listeners that went to one of these schools can attest. The most bitter in-state rivalry that almost never gets talked about.
Sam Houston State and Hawaii. That's right.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Texas State and UTSA.
That's right.
They hate each other.
That's right.
They hate each other.
Really?
Oh, God.
And that's like an hour away?
Oh, yeah.
That's not really that
not
far
even
away.
Sometimes, yeah.
Between San Marcos and San Ann?
Yeah, it is a bit. So I'm going to throw Texas State and UTSA in here. I saw a sign that was very inappropriate about you can't spell this without UTSA. I'll leave it at that.
Wait, hold on.
Spell it out for the people.
You can't. This was at a Texas State fraternity. You can't spell sack without UTSA.
Got you. I felt like I was in, for the second time, I felt like I was in a Seinfeld episode. I was like, Dolores?
Dolores.
That's a joke for a few people.
So we got an OG rivalry weekend. I'm going to start with another game, though, that is not necessarily an OG, but it's kind of a throwback. Michigan and OU is the game of the week.
That's, absolutely the game of the week. I am so intrigued. Obviously, Underwood as the quarterback at Michigan, but the Brent Venables of this all looms so large, right? This is a great opportunity for him to maybe demonstrate what he has, because it has been very mediocre, the results for a cherished son returning, right? Brent Venables returning to his program, to the Oklahoma program, after consistently putting up a very good defense at Clemson. You haven't seen that. Well, I mean, you've seen defenses show up, but you've seen injuries kind of, hurt them last year. They just haven't, was it like six win seasons? Now's the time where you better put up or shut up, because they will get but pretty similar to how the state of Alabama has hinged their identity on how the Alabama football program goes. Oklahoma, maybe even more so.
I totally agree.
So he better get to winning now.
Oklahoma, I would say as much, at least is as much hinging around the identity of the football team. Very intriguing, because Bryce Underwood, early impressions last week against New Mexico was really impressive. Even though the numbers might not have been off the charts, he made some plays that were like, okay, that's the 5-star number one recruit in the country.
There was a few of those in college football. I remember I mentioned the Cal kid whose name I still can't get
big
right.
Dude, yeah.
But he's fun. But no, this is going to be the big game. How are you viewing this game?
I think Michigan, man. I've lost all. Not that I ever had, a lot of confidence. I thought, it's Oklahoma. I've lost all confidence in Brent Venables. I love what the kid is doing. Michigan, also in something of a bounce back year, believe it or not, for their program to get back to double-digit wins and all that stuff. But no,
I just want to see John Mateer. I need you to ball out, young fella.
Yeah. So that's gonna be a big one. Now, as far as these rivalries go, to me, the most intriguing ones, again, outside of Texas State and UTSA, I got to give them credit. I've been reading some stuff online. And they hate each other. Anyway.
Yeah, the text line jumped up real quick
to
make that. I need to see. I'm guessing that's like an ESPN Plus game.
It might be.
That might be good enough for me to just have on the third TV just to get a taste. Because if there's nothing that, or if there's one thing that college football does very well, even if it's not a particularly great game or whatever, the vibes of mutual hatred comes through at some level of substitution, entertainment-wise. Yeah. And that sounds like there's a lot of mutual hatred, so I would love to just get a feel for what that is.
Yeah, so outside of that one, really interesting stuff. The best high-level matchup might be Iowa and Iowa State.
Cyhawk is a fun one.
Iowa State has a couple of really good wins, and I said a couple. Remember, they played in Ireland.
They did,
yeah.
And that win is looking less good now because Kansas State's defense, I'm wondering if they're any good. But they acquitted themselves very well in that. And look, Texans fans, we have a good feel of it. Matt Campbell puts a good program up. He rings the most out of the guys that he has there. And Rocco Becht, who might be an eighth-year senior, like still out here very confidently running that offense. Yeah, man, I would love to see what that looks like against the perpetual man that's out there at Iowa, just constantly doing the same thing. Like, I'm trying to think back. Last year, I think Iowa actually had a little bit of offense, but Iowa loves grinding a game to a halt, don't they?
They do, and they're trying to not do that, but I don't think they can help themselves. But really good test, for Iowa State, who have been early on, one of the more impressive teams because they have two impressive wins. We can't forget the Cougs and the Owls.
Yes.
Can't forget the Cougs and the Owls. UH Rice right here, the Bayou Bucket. I think U of H is going to take care of business. But it's
better.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see.
Hey, salute to Indy Kalu's son, man.
Well, he's at Baylor. Yeah,
I thought he had a son that played there.
Oh, maybe
Rice
he does.
At one point.
Yeah, but I know his son is a defensive tackle at Baylor. But before we get to SMU Baylor, which I think is going to be intriguing to watch as well for a number of reasons, UH Rice, just to see the next step of the second year at U of H now. So
yeah, no, it's really important. And apparently the Bayou Bucket won't resume after this for like 5 years. So you'll have some bragging rights for a little bit of time, which really I think looms larger for Rice because if Abel comes in, it's Abel, I forget the new head coach's name and I apologize, but he's bringing in more of an option offense. So I think that this is going to be an interesting test for Willie Fritz's. Are you going to be one of those programs that's capable of taking the curveball of a non-traditional offense when you get them? Or are you going to be one of those teams that just gets got by a team that technically has lesser talent than you when that shows up? Because not necessarily a huge indicator of success, but that's one of those things that a good coach is capable of handling, which, funny enough, Tulane had done pretty well with the likes of like Army, right, when they catch them in the American or whatever. So I believe in Willie Fritz's ability to do that. Again, you just got to beat Rice. You got to beat when you play a team named after food. You just got to beat them. With all due respect to Rice, you have to get that dub.
And the most bitter one, again, in that same category as UTSA, but much bigger, KU Missouri. Absolutely hate each other.
And yeah, they call it the border war. I was asking Ron this because I saw this on social media. Apparently, the Kansas fans out there in Lawrence are walking around campus crossing out the M's, and I was like, "Have they been doing this, or are they just jocking or on what Ohio State did?" So, like on any sign, because Ohio State does this when they're gearing up for the game. They'll go on campus and they'll cross out all the M's on campus, at some level of bleep you to the Michigan. Apparently, they're doing that to Missouri, and I was like, I didn't know that they did this ever before, and Ron didn't seem to know about it either. So, come on, Kansas.
Oh, they're
be better.
They're taking this from Ohio State.
I think that's what they're doing here.
They're stealing this from Ohio State,
and it makes me sad.
Sound pretty good to me.
And it makes me sad because I actually like I like them in this game, especially because Jalen Daniels, who seems like he just couldn't be healthy last few years. I feel like this is going to be a return to that Big 12, all Big 12 year that he had, where he was looking really good. I think that
they've looked pretty good.
I think he is back. So I'm going to be very interested in what that looks like. Opposite of Eli Drinkowitz's Missouri Tigers.
And then, of course, SMU. Oh, by the way, for the big, two big programs here, the Horns have San Jose State. Will kind of be on Arch watch just to see what he looks like.
Yeah, give me 3 touchdowns. Give me at least 1 on the ground. Make it look real good. Put away any doubts that was an indictment of you as an individual. Well, really, hey, the mechanics better look good.
That too. That's what we're going to keep it.
And so give people who are inclined to try and lean into the Arch Manning phenomenon the feel or the defense of, well, that's because Ohio State was really good defensively, and not because he's underdeveloped or does not have a high of an aptitude.
He really needs it, because then it's just going to fester and grow bigger. And the Aggies are facing the Aggies. Utah State Aggies versus Texas A&M Aggies. And we're really going to
Any concerns?
No, not in this one. We're really going to lean heavily into seeing what Marcel Reed, because he threw the ball really well.
Yeah.
Really, really well in that first game. If that's a thing with the running game they have, they could be onto something there.
Can I throw out some other games that I find to be somewhat interesting? Number 20, Ole Miss versus Kentucky.
Yes.
I'm interested in the Calzada kid at Kentucky. Like
another one of the former A&M quarterbacks.
That's right. He apparently didn't look all that great, and I'm interested to see if that looks better against an Ole Miss team who also is dealing with a level of new quarterback after Jackson Dart got drafted. I'm interested in that one. I kind of want to see, after USF put up a good game in week 1, what they look like against Florida, number 14.
Got Florida, yeah.
But then, more importantly, a need for a bounce back. They were on to Charlotte, UNC at Charlotte.
Yeah,
that's going to be 7 p.m. on ESPN Plus. I think that might find
you'll be rubbernecking that one, aren't
that
you?
might find its way onto a TV just as we continue to see.
Hey, look, a fender bender.
Does the Bill Belichick experience, does it get nastier? Because if you lose also to a Charlotte team that last time on SP Plus, which yes, I know I'm giving you a statistic, deal with it. Out of 136 programs, they were 133.
Mm-hmm.
You better not lose to them, and you better beat them big, UNC.
Yeah.
You better.
And then the other one, and I was kind of holding this for the end because, weirdly, SMU Baylor has playoff implications.
Agreed.
Yeah, but SMU Baylor, I know one of his sons is starting at defensive tackle there, Andy Kalu's. But SMU Baylor, all of a sudden, this is one where you go back at the end of the year and say, well, they beat Baylor or they beat SMU. SMU was in the mix last year all the way to the end. And Baylor's, are they the favorite? Are they the preseason favorites to win the?
They were up there, yeah. I believe so.
Yeah.
And that nasty loss that they had puts them in a weird place. Dave Aranda, this is going to need to be a bounce back game.
Yeah.
Remember last year he was already in that place at one point with the Baylor team, and they were able to kind of pull up on the reins. This feels like early on they need this significantly more than SMU. I think SMU is legitimately a good program under Rhett Lashley right now. I think that Dave Aranda, although I think he also has an opportunity to have his defense be in a much more conventional and better place again against SMU here. Yeah, they need to go win this. That is your college game preview brought to you by Walmart here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Excited for what conventionally
Look
isn't
at all
like
the Bobcats and Roadrunners.
Oh,
that
yeah.
are listening to us, man.
I love it.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Someone said Southwest Texas State,
Oh,
and I
that's
was
an
like,
insult.
oh, that's way far back. That is way far back. But yeah, appreciate you rocking with us. Right now, caller number, let's say 5, 713-572-4610 will win a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on the Colorado Buffaloes on the 12th. 713-572-4610, caller number 5. Go ahead and get those tickets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into it, baby. Winners, or not winners and losers of the weekend. We'll do that on Monday. But right now, Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the things that will factor into the Texans getting a victory? And maybe more importantly, let's set the definition on what beating them down defensively looks like for the Texans. We'll do that next.
Football Fridays. WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It is a Football Friday, ladies and gentlemen. We're feeling good. We're feeling great. How about you? Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. Or, come out and see some people in person, because the fellas of the drive are out and about as they have always been on a Football Friday. They're out in Sugar Land today. And, of course, as soon as I go to say the name, I keep forgetting it because I want to say a different name that is not that one.
Oh, I got the address.
You got the address? What's the address for me?
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Why did I think you were actually going to give me the address? That's not the – don't go looking for no –
he fell for that hook,
line, and sinker. Nah, it's Talyard. Talyard out there in Sugar Land. Talyard Brewing Company, 1033 Imperial Boulevard out there in Sugar Land, and a little bit of added incentive just outside of just seeing the smiling faces of Ron the Show Hughley and Clint Stoerner, giving away special edition Payne and Pendergast glasses. You have the nice bald head of Sean Pendergast and the beautiful smile of Seth Payne looking at you while you drink down your beer. You'll have a chance to get those by heading out to see the fellas out there in Sugar Land. So you'll want to do that 2 to 6, obviously, but I imagine if you can, don't get there toward 6. Get there toward 2, because there's a lot of Sports Radio 610 fans that I imagine will be stocking up on those. One per person, I believe, though. While supplies last.
While supplies last.
There you go.
And more coming from the other show.
100%. So, yeah, Football Friday, there's an additional incentive for that. All right. Texans win because, Texans lose because. The game starts at 3:25 on these airways on Sunday. Obviously, you know the people involved. Pregame at 12:25. Yeah. 12:25 with Sean and Seth at the aforementioned right here. But before we get to those times, let's figure out, what are the things that we believe will impact this game to determine whether or not the Texans leave SoFi Stadium on Sunday with the victory.
I think the number one reason the Texans are going to win this game, and I am picking the Texans to win this game, is the absolutely wreaking havoc from the edges. It's not complicated, people. It really isn't. It's Will Anderson. It's Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson, obviously improved his first 2 years. I think he's going to improve even more. I think he's going to have easily double-digit sacks, maybe more sacks than Danielle Hunter, and he's ultimately going to just dominate on the edges.
Stat man. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I am here with the statistic for you. I'm right there with you. I think the Texans win because they will be able to get bad Matt Stafford. And what you're saying, Reggie, what you mean? This is not Framber Valdez. I hear you.
Yeah.
Last year when Matt Stafford was not under pressure, no pressure throwing the football, EPA per drop back, I think is what I'll use as just a generic thing to kind of give you an idea. He was 8th amongst qualified passers in that metric. Obviously amongst just above Joe Burrow, just below Jane Daniels. That's the company that he's in, if that gives you any no pressure. When he was under pressure of qualified passers, of which there are 35 last year, John Lopez. Would you like to guess where he ranked in that same metric?
So he goes from 8th,
yes.
And I'm obviously thinking that it's going to be much lower than that. I'll take a stab at 24.
Figgy, would you like to take a guess? Out of 35 qualified passers, when he was under pressure, where Matt Stafford ranked?
I'm going to say 25.
30th. 30th. He would have barely been a starter if we were just going off of this metric alone. Under pressure, it gets bad for him. Now, of course, how does that change with the Devontae Adams? That feels a little bit more like a always open type proposition. I don't know. However, if he goes from 30th to 25th, how does that make you feel against this Texas defense? That doesn't mean a lot to me.
It doesn't.
And so we know that Will Anderson Jr. can heat him up. We know that Danielle Hunter can heat him up, especially with a tackle that's coming off of an injury. And I believe on the other side, we're not talking about like a perfect situation on the other side tackle-wise. This offensive line was so-so, and they had some mixing up themselves. Yeah, Rob Havenstein, who is a solid player. I mean, he was drafted back in 2015. He's getting older, and that you're losing steps a little bit with him, and he's dealt with injuries quite a bit. So those two guys, Allard Jackson and Havenstein, have dealt with injuries recently and are going up against two of the best to do it in the league, probably the best rush tandem. I think that Matt Stafford will be under pressure, and I think that will lower his play, and they need to play really well on that side because I don't think the other side of the football is going to go as well for them as this one goes.
Not only under pressure, but, if that accuracy or lack of accuracy and success when you are under pressure continues, then that directly leads to turnovers and can I introduce you to Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock and C.J. Gardner-Johnson? This is the Texans' formula to win. They're going to have to score some points. They're going to have some success. We know that. But their formula to win is these guys, the edge rushers, and by extension, the secondary benefiting and eating off of it.
On top of that, and I think Clint was right, like this is a game in which defense, you have to make your stamp on this game. It is incumbent upon you as the front door of this team, as the tip of the spear, so to say. You have to dominate on this side, and I think that they're very capable of doing that. Can I take you to the defensive coordinator of this team, Matt Burke? He talked yesterday, as did all the coordinators. This was his answer on going up against the head coach and primary, schemer for that offense, Sean McVay.
Yeah, it's cool. And again, obviously we practiced against those guys last year and had that same sort of back and forth, I feel like. And they're just, honestly, I would say just a high level respect for that staff and for him and how those guys operate. And philosophically, a little similar to sort of how we play on defense in terms of just we're going to do what we do and try to be really good at it and have some change-ups. But, they have a handful of runs and a handful of pass concepts, but they're going to doctor them up and disguise them and try to get you off guard with all your stuff. And they do a really good job at it. So I think it's just it's a really fun, like I said, I think it's a great week one matchup for us to kind of measure ourselves up a little bit.
You know why I played this audio?
Why is that?
Because yesterday we didn't get back around to the assertion that I made that I don't think this is actually as big of a test as you're trying to make it out to be against this defense.
Oh, I think it's a big test, and that directly fed into Texans lose because.
Okay.
I think I can build that off of what he just said. The disguising and the lots of motion, but maybe not the thickest of playbooks. That's what Sean McVay is elite at. He is elite at doing that. And I think the Texans lose because, foremost, if Matt Stafford stays upright, for the entire 4 quarters.
Big if, but.
Big if.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. But that is what can really hurt this Texans defense. And I'm not even going to go to Texans lose because the offensive line stinks or the C.J. Stroud isn't quite developed with, running the show, so to speak, or they don't have Christian Kirk in this game, which they will not if you haven't heard. I'm going to stay on the defensive side. The Texans will lose because if Sean McVay can do those things and the middle of the defense is still a question mark, it's still a question mark. Who knows what C.J. Gardner-Johnson, what it was. He's going to play, so no excuses, but what that will be. And I'm telling you, Sean McVay and that offense and Devontae Adams and Puka exploiting the middle of the field, that's what they live on.
I hear you, and I thought hearing that answer from Matt Burke, even though he capped it off with, this is going to be a good test for this defense, I think that we know that when you're up in front of the media, in front of the lectern, talking about your opponents, you're going to talk about them sweet, right? Tom Brady even made it known recently that he would know that other dude over there is ass and just say, "Oh man, he's a great great player," or whatever. That's the game. But within what his answer was. What he's going to do is it's very little that they're actually doing. They're just going to try and dress it up. One of the beauties of the way this defense goes, especially under Matt Burke and DeMeco Ryans, they don't change what they do too much. We do what we do, which allows us to play fast, play physical, and play to the capability of the talents of our players. Well, okay, you can get out here and try and dress it up. If we know that you're not doing a lot, which again, there's a lot of kind of familiarity with DeMeco Ryan specifically working in that division, playing against the Rams. We know what the baseline of what you're doing is. You dress it up in a lot of different ways. I think that they'll be able to cut through the crap and be able to just play fast and physical. And that's why I'm looking at this. And yes, you can point at some individual things that obviously are interesting for the Rams offense. I still think that this defense is going to, as we said, run roughshod through that offense, and we need to figure out what our metric is so that we can ultimately judge this on Monday on whether or not I was right.
But I think the what you're talking about, the dressing it up, it's not like the defense is going to stand still because they're thinking, oh, that motion doesn't mean anything.
No, sure.
No, they have to go with them.
To some degree.
They have to go with them. They have to move up a safety or move back a cornerback or whatever. Like the dressing it up part is the beauty of what Sean McVay does.
Oh, yeah,
he makes
for sure.
you tell that. He makes them tell you what you're planning defensively.
Well, that's the beauty is you don't need to figure out what they're doing defensively. Everybody knows what
I'm
D'Amico
saying
Ryan
is
defense is doing. Can you beat it?
Exploiting how you have to move. When there's all this motion and deception and everything, or whatever it may be. No, you're right. The Texans don't want to change, what they are and how they play. But if a guy goes on in motion or whatever, I'm just using that as an example.
No, I hear you.
And you don't necessarily, adjust and react, well, then you're toast.
And I think that the Texans, especially with, and as the question was asked, do you think All-Pro Sting shadows Devontae Adams? I think that you have more options now in doing some of that type stuff with obviously Sting. I think they believe in Kamari Lassiter to do similar type things. And then I think they also believe, as we've talked about, the possibility of throwing out base in some instances to help you. Now, of course, if you end up in base and now Devontae Adams is finding a way on the linebacker, that's a problem, sure. But I think that you have a lot more answers to some of those things that I think Sean McVay will try and throw out you in trying to generate different types of matchups. So, yeah, again, what metric do you want to put like, I'm trying to find what's a metric that would get to them beating up on them that's not just like, hey, the score. You think it's just double-digit score? Or do you think it's like yardage that gets put up here?
If they're taking a knee because there's no problem, 10 or more points. And not a flukish back-ender, whatever.
What about specifically Matt Stafford's, like his stats?
Well,
because if
he plays the whole game.
Okay.
Right?
Texans win because Matt Stafford back issues happen. That's also something that we have to throw out here now, don't we?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep thinking on that. But I did want to get to this from the 936. This is a fair point. Texans defense will dominate only if the offense stays on the field long enough from time to time. And that's also a part of this.
Yeah.
What is this offense? Because we've talked about the defense. Yes, they're going to be the front porch of this, I think. The offense still has to come up and deliver, and this is their first opportunity to do so. Are we certain that they're going to be able to stay on the field and maintain drives, which they did very well in preseason, but this is the big time now?
I'm fairly certain, but it is a valid question. The reason I'm fairly certain is they're not going to be going backwards very often, we don't think, but just based on the offense. And even their pass game is going to be very much more controlled. A lot of mid-range routes and such. They're not going to be taking those crazy chances. They're not going to be seeing all these reverses and everything else that Bobby Slowick ran. So I'm relatively confident that they're going to be able to keep the ball, or at least run clock, at some point. I don't think they're going to go backwards. I'm pretty confident in that, but again, that doesn't mean you don't go 3 and out here and there, So
right, and that's with a lot of offenses. I think some of it is, hey, can you get your
chains,
can you get positive yardage on first and second down? I think also because again, I don't think that this is a great defense as a whole, but they've been able to consistently generate pressure when they blitz, which means especially if you get in third and medium, third and long, which this entire offensive scheme is, let's get the hell out of those situations. We had far too many of those as a Texans team last year. But if you do find yourself in those, this is a defense that at least last season was capable of putting some pressure on you. So mitigate those. Hopefully you can continue drives, give the defense enough time to recuperate, and then get out and continue to dominate.
And ultimately, as much as, C.J. Stroud's going to be running the show and it's more safe passing, and it is ultimately, are you going to be able to run the ball at all? If you can't run the ball, we're going to be back in the same place.
Big question. Yeah. All right, Nick Caserio always gives you an idea of what's coming. You want an offensive scouting report or a defensive scouting report from the general manager of the team?
I would love a defensive scouting report.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, this is what the Los Angeles Rams defense looks like according to Nick Caserio, the general manager of your Houston Texans.
Really good coaching staff, really good coordinators, and offensively and defensively, they have a lot of good football players. Great program top to bottom, significant challenge in front of us. It starts at the top, with Coach McVay and Les. They put together an unbelievable team. They have a lot of continuity and a lot of stability that's been put in place. On the defensive side of the ball, Chris Shula is defensive coordinator. Really good coach. You mentioned the defensive side of the football. Probably, we'll see how it goes. We're going to see a number of good fronts throughout the course of the year, but really 1 through 4 in then 1 through 5, if you include Poona Ford, who they signed in the offseason, who's kind of a little, I'd say, an underrated, not really talked about very much, but he's going to help their team between Fisk, Kobe, Young, and Verse, and then Ford. Everything starts with the front. I mean, they've done an unbelievable job. They cause a lot of problems, so, I mean, it's going to be a big part of the game. Have a number of players at the linebacker and secondary level, very instinctive, some younger players, some veteran players, and they drafted Kitchens last year, so good safety group. And then I would say Lake kind of fills some of the roles that Petrie does for us, kind of nickel to safety, another undrafted or late round player, and have some experience at corner with Witherspoon and Williams. So this is a pretty deep football team on the defensive side of the ball.
I love hearing the ways in which football people are like, I want you to know I'm mentioning everybody, but the various different words I use here points to the idea of how well or how highly I believe some experienced cornerbacks, huh?
Yeah, they have some experience. They have cornerbacks.
They have played football games.
Yeah, they have cornerbacks. It's a thing. Look, the one thing that you can't deny is the continuity that he talked about.
Sure,
and that's where experience. Again, McVay, some of the things that they've done. It is going to be, something of an advantage for them, no doubt.
All right, you want to get this? This offensive scouting report?
Yes,
from Nick Caserio.
Yes,
this is the offensive scouting report.
Offensively, you mentioned it, Johnny. Everything starts with Matthew. Yeah. I mean, one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the league, borderline Hall of Famer. He's going to be there. He's as tough as any player in the league. And if he can't go, I mean, they basically have another starting quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo. Adams is obviously a big signing for them this offseason. I'd say the Adams acquisition, along with the drafting of Ferguson at tight end, is going to make a big imprint on the offense. And they drafted Hunter in the 4th round. Similar, we drafted Woody Marks. And I think he's probably going to make a little bit of impact for him at some point, understanding Kyron's as good of an all-around back in the league. But deep at tight end, good receiver group. I mean, you throw Puka in there, Puka's career kind of speaks for himself to this point. And then they have some players in the kicking game that can be a factor. So this is a very good football team. They won the NFC West. They made it to the divisional round, had Philly on the rope. So we understand the challenge in front of us on the road opening day. So which brings some challenges in and of itself, but hopefully our team will be ready to go.
All right. So what was the code there? That you like, because the offense you can't deny.
They're talented. They're absolutely talented players.
Yeah.
You started talking about. We didn't talk much about the tight ends. They have like 4 on the roster, including the young guy Ferguson out of Oregon, if memory serves. But actually, funny enough, I was looking at some advanced stats. The Texans actually were fifth best DVOA against tight ends last year, which does not feel like that's always the case. But it feels like, when you get a really good one, maybe they could attack the Texans. However, just on average, pretty good against those. And I feel like you're not hitting me with Tyler Higbee as being one of the best at that time.
No, but Higbee as an alternative, because the attention is going to be elsewhere too.
Possibly. But I still feel very confident about the Texans getting a win in this one, particularly behind a really strong defensive effort here.
I think the Texans are going to win. I think it's going to be really, really good, really, really close, tough game, but I think the Texans are going to win based on that defense.
And that's the beauty from the 8-3-2. Sounds like Nick is going to place a bet for the Rams to win. Absolutely not. That's the beauty of it. You make it sound sweet, even if you're going up against a team that I think you should beat. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, about that time we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, bro?
Yeah, so earlier we talked about Jalen Carter and the whole spit gate and all that stuff. So in the honor of that, what are some things in life that's just a no-no that should get somebody ejected?
Okay.
713-572-4610. Plus, Amazon is they cracking down on something, and I think a lot of people might need a little heads up on this.
Oh, no, you're not going to be able to buy any more wigs.
I need to know if I'm one of them.
You probably are. All right, let's do that next.
All right, Underdog, how can...
the football.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday, Football Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And before we get to this, 713-572-4610. Some things in life that is such a no-no that should get somebody ejected. Just random little things. I got a couple things on the list. Text yours in soon as possible. We'll get to it. But first, Amazon is cracking down on something. And when I first seen this, I said, uh-oh.
When you said it, I'm worried. I got to hear this.
I said, uh-oh. So apparently Amazon is ending something that a lot of people were doing, including myself at one point. Having Prime and using it in different households.
Oh, yeah, no, we don't do that.
Yeah. So,
no, we don't.
So I was
sounds like a perpetrator over here.
I was guilty of this because my wife, her best friend had Amazon Prime. This was a couple years ago, and she would use her Prime. So my wife didn't have Amazon. She wasn't paying for it, but she was using it all the way in Houston and her best friend up in Cleveland. So that was kind of, I guess, cheating the system a little bit.
Yeah.
But eventually my wife ended up getting her own Amazon Prime. But here's the news story from ABC 6 in Philly talking about this.
The online giant is eliminating a program allowing Prime members to share their free shipping benefits with people outside their household. So it's called the Prime Invitee program. And according to CNBC, it will end on October 1st. Amazon plans to notify those invited guests directly about this change by this Friday, September 5th. Starting next month, invitees who don't live with the account holder will have to sign up for their own Prime membership. The change comes as a Reuters report says Amazon's Prime signups in the U.S. ahead of this year's Prime Day fell short of last year's total. And the signups also came in below the retailer's own targets. I am Matt and Aliana. Days of freeloading are over. You've got to pay to play.
I got to tell you, I didn't even know that you could do that.
Oh, wait.
I had no idea.
That's very common. So, for instance, I don't know, I guess your kids might probably got their own accounts, but if they wanted to, they could just use yours.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Just get on the list, and then they could order stuff, and then they pretty much had Amazon Prime because of you.
Yeah.
So now, if they were doing that, now they have to get their own account, pay for their own account.
Well, I probably would have taken advantage of that if you had known. If I knew it existed.
Yeah.
But no. And by the way, everybody wants Amazon to make more money, right?
Of course.
So define everyone.
They don't have enough money.
We were talking about this yesterday off air. I don't know that I've met a single rich person who has been like, you know what? That's enough. I think I've done it. That's it.
I'm good.
I think we did it.
Yeah. So the gig is up. I thought I was in trouble personally, but I think me and Lopez still in the game.
Yeah, we're still in the game.
Yeah.
But this feels like it's more about like almost like Prime Video stuff. Like this can't be about shipping because I feel like I would just be like, hey, I'll send you some money. Buy this for me.
Well, that too. You could do that.
I mean, you could do that, but some people ain't have to do that because they were logged in on that same account and just living in probably a different state, just like how we were doing it.
Fair enough.
So that they're trying to cut the people out, man. Get your own stuff. All right, 713-572-4610. In the honor of Jalen Carter last night, Hatua spitting on that thing on Dak Prescott.
Are we going to call that the Dak Tua?
The Dak Tua.
It might be the Dak Tua. Yeah, so he did that to Dak Prescott, got ejected before a snap even happened. I think this was before the first snap of the game.
Yeah, it was.
The first official snap of the game. Yep. And what are some things in life that just will get somebody ejected?
Ejected from that environment. From
just whatever it is. So the first one I see on this list is eating food that's not yours at work. So going in the refrigerator.
At work?
Yeah. You're gone.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, you're gone.
Out of here. Out of here. All right, I'm going to go down the list. If you got some, throw them out, text them in. What about this one? Talking during a concert or a game. Just chatting it up and not even really paying attention to the game.
Context, right?
Yeah, that one's a little more up and down.
That don't bother me as much unless you're just being just ignorant.
Now, talking at a movie,
Depends
Outta
on,
here.
it even still depends on the movie.
But the loud talker, I'm trying to watch.
No,
here,
if
man.
I can hear your conversation,
Agreed.
then that's bad because I talk to my wife sometimes. But it's small talk.
Yeah, you gone.
Yeah, you gone.
Wow. Somebody said spit on Dak Thing is now their fantasy football team name.
Oh my God.
Goodness.
I had to really stress that Dak.
Yeah. So what about this one? Showing up to a party empty-handed. That don't bother me at all.
I don't think you should get ejected. They might pass a little judgment.
You got every right to judge somebody.
Yeah.
But it don't really bother me.
Yeah, you don't get ejected.
Reclining your airplane seat.
Not only ejected, but thrown off the airplane.
Damn.
Honestly, the funny thing is, I am amazed that their airlines have gotten away with allowing us to bite each other's heads off about this. When the whole problem is, why can't I recline without it being in somebody's chest?
Well, that too. But you know
why don't we have enough space?
You know the answer to that
for me to recline properly. Why do the seats recline if they're gonna put people in danger? Basically,
have you seen stock prices lately for airlines?
But my point, you get my larger point, right? Like it should not be so much of an issue as it is right now.
Mm-hmm. What about this one? This one kind of drive me up a wall too. Talking on the phone in the drive-through line while you in the at the speaker and somebody on the phone and they just trying to do both and all that stuff. Just get off the phone, man.
Okay, this is dicey now.
Because
I generally say, hey, I'm about to drive through or check out at a grocery store or something. I say, hey, let me call you back. But sometimes if it's an important call, I'll apologize to the person, say, hey, sorry, whatever. But 90% of the time, 99% of the time,
some people just be on the phone and they don't even say, hold on real quick. Let me take an order. They just be talking back and forth. And I'm just like, man, just get off the phone right now, man. You ain't got to stay on the phone right here. Just say, hold on for a minute.
Yes.
And then maybe once I get to the window, then hello. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
But to me, you getting ejected out the game for that one with me. What about this one? This kind of dicey too. Leaving the sports game early.
The tough one is when people got the babies and it's a school night.
But a lot of people don't be having no babies, man. A lot of people just John McClain ain't got no babies.
I have a hard time.
He be dipping out early, man.
I have a hard time passing too much judgment on this because I don't know what you got going on with your life, and you paid to be here.
That's where I am. My thought on this is you do you. You fan how you want to fan.
Now, I will laugh at you if you end up with the Miami Heat that one time where they left and the comeback started happening and they was trying to get it back in the doors. Nah, you made your decision. Don't watch that on TV.
That's right.
All right, what about this one? This one kind of bothered me a little bit too, but look, I ain't got no kids, so who am I to be talking? Not watching the kids at the family function. Just letting the kids run all over the place, knocking stuff down.
Get out of here. Now, the kids can run around, but you better control what they're doing.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of parents that just don't be saying nothing where I had to step in like, yo, hey, don't hang on that.
Exactly.
Or, hey, no, put that back.
Right.
And they just be just leaving their kids, ain't doing nothing.
Ejected and banned. I know what your kids are like.
Yeah, look, I definitely don't mind the kids running around having a good time. But when the parents ain't saying nothing and you kind of scared to say something because it's their kids, like, come on, man, y'all got to do something. No,
I'm with you.
Not bringing something to the potluck, but you steady taking all the stuff home.
Ooh.
So you take
who you pointing at?
I like, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were saying that I was.
Oh, Reggie is the one.
No, I wasn't doing that. Bring something to the potluck, Reggie. No,
I brought my effervescent personality. Especially if you're egregious with it. Like if you're not gonna bring nothing, at least you better be meek and humble about the way that you get your plate. Some people are like, all right, I brought a Tupperware.
Yeah,
and I got 3 plates with some foil.
They did bring something. They brought Tupperware.
So come on now. Yeah. Somebody said Tyler left the Astros game early last time he went. Did he?
I never knew Tyler as the leave the game early.
Tyler feels like the get to the game early and stay till be the last person in the
I feel like he stayed the whole time, even during the loss.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Unless he got something to do or something like that. But yeah, so that was a couple things, man.
I like that list.
Yeah, appreciate y'all chiming in on this. As I continue on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 16, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So I was kind of scrolling the internet a little bit. And something that happened, I want to say it was like 12 years ago, Do y'all remember a story about 3 missing girls who were found like a decade later in Cleveland, Ohio? And I remember that specifically because I just remember as a kid seeing all these posters around of the missing girls just all around. And here's the kind of the brief little story on what happened.
Begin with that breaking news in Cleveland, where cheers broke out in the neighborhood where the women were rescued.
It seems almost unbelievable. Missing for more than a decade and then found not far from where they were last seen.
So this actually made world news.
Yeah.
This was all over the place. That street on Cleveland was going insane, just with a whole bunch of different news outlets, people from other countries and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, salute to the guy by the name of Charles Ramsey. He's the guy that actually found one of the girls.
Okay. Oh, wow.
He stayed next door. And here is his interview with one of the reporters describing how he found one of the girls, which is Amanda Berry.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking with Charles Ramsey. He's a neighbor. Walk me through again what happened this afternoon. You heard screaming.
Heard screaming. I'm eating my McDonald's. I come outside. I see this girl going nuts, trying to get out of her house. So I go on the porch, and she says, "Help me get out. I've been in here a long time." So, I figured it's a domestic violence dispute. So I open the door, and we can't get in that way because how the door is, it's so much that the body can't fit through, only your hand. We kick the bottom, and she comes out with the little girl, and she says, "Call 911. My name was Amanda Berry."
Did you know who that was when she said that?
When she told me, it didn't register until I got to call the 911. And I'm like, I'm calling the 911 for Amanda Berry? I thought this girl was dead. You know what I mean? And she got on the phone, and she said, "Yes, this is me." And Detective Gregory Cook says, "Charles, do you know who you rescued?"
That's awesome.
Yeah. So he's pretty much a city Cleveland legend just for doing that. But here's part 2 to this interview. This is him reacting to the neighbor. Now, the neighbor that kidnapped them, he stayed right next door to him, and nobody there had any clue about this was going on. No girls was there for a decade.
Man.
Had no clue, never seen them or anything. And here's him reacting to the neighbor.
My neighbor, you got some big testicles to pull this off, bro, because we see this dude every day. I mean, every day. I barbecue with this dude. We eat ribs and whatnot and listen to salsa music. You see where I'm coming from?
And you had no indication that there was anything
going on? Bro, not a clue that girl was in that house or anybody else was in there against their will, because how he is he just comes out to his backyard, plays with the dogs, tinker with his cars and motorcycles, goes back in the house. So he's somebody that you look away because he's not doing nothing but the average stuff. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing exciting about him. Well, until the day.
That is so good.
That until today is wild.
He's good, man.
Yeah, no, he was really good,
candid,
man.
Yeah,
and this is his reaction. I'll get y'all out of here on this. This is his reaction to the girl's face when he saw them.
Yeah.
What was the reaction on the girls' faces? I can't imagine to see the sunlight, to be around people.
I knew something was wrong when a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms. Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Thank you very much for your time. And
either she homeless or she got problems. That's the only reason why she run to a black man.
Charles, thank you for being there, man.
Reporter was trying to get that microphone out of
He
his
was
face.
just like, all right, let's wrap this
All
up.
right, okay. We've seen enough
He
here.
was doubling down.
Biggie, that was awesome, man.
Yeah.
That was
Salute
awesome.
to Charles Ramsey. And
likes his ribs at McDonald's. And
yeah, we ate ribs with the man.
That was the biggest. How dare you be a bad person and sit with me and break bread?
We listened to salsa music.
Over some ribs? We shared ribs.
Yeah, and I will say, I remember I was around that time when I was up in Cleveland during that time when this happened, and he was all over the place. Every news outlet had him on. I
hope so.
He was that entertaining, not just off of the strength of just telling the story. He was just super entertaining, man.
That's awesome.
And I just had to bring that up. I wasn't sure if people down here remember this guy.
Oh yeah, people. In fact, supposedly there's people on text line saying there was a movie made out about it.
It was a movie made out of it.
I remember that.
Yeah, no, it was a crazy situation, man, because you think those girls was gone. You think that was it.
Or dead.
And you found 3 different girls. It was like 3 different girls that was missing. In one place, it was like, what in the world is going on?
I'm gonna start saying that.
Yeah, salute to Charles Ramsey.
We
man.
ate ribs.
We ate ribs with the man.
We listened to salsa music together.
I'm gonna start saying that. People are gonna be like, "What the hell are you?"
I knew something was wrong when the little white girl ran into a black man's arms. That reporter said, "All right,
Okay, all right.
Back
Time
to
to
you,
shut
Bob.
this down. Let's wrap this up. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every day right here in the loop. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out at Tallyard Brewing out at Sugarland, right off of Imperial, and that's actually right over there by Constellation Field, funny enough. So if you need an idea of whereabout you are, go out there. You'll be able to pick up the Payne and Pendergast special edition pint glasses. But coming up next, let's go ahead and draft the weekend. And I realized we didn't put it on wax. What do you think is happening in this Texans Rams game? What's your score? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it on next.
All right, let's get you that vehicle. Let's talk.
ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Biggie, thank you.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, get your ass out to Talyard Brewing out there in Sugarland where the fellas of the drive are about to get going. We'll chat with those guys, Ron and Clint, here in just a moment. They get ready for what is a fantastic Football Friday out in the greater Houston area, and they'll be doing that every week. And you'll want to get out there not just to see those folks enjoy some great Sports Radio 610 programming, but you also want to collect all of the various show pint glasses that we have going out.
Have a pint.
It starts today. Well, definitely you want to have a pint, maybe two, but you want to have them in your special Sports Radio 610 pint glass. This week, Payne and Pendergast edition. Yes, indeed. There are images of Payne and Pendergast on that glass, and you'll want to collect them because there's that one. Obviously, there's an In the Loop one. There's definitely a Drive one. There's Area 45 one, if memory serves. So, yeah, you want to get a hold of all of those, and it starts today here at 2. But before we get there, Lopez, we got our duties to do here. We got some due diligence. We will draft the weekend.
On the record.
But we got to go on the record here. Yeah. And I was thinking, I think we both came to the same place here as we were trying to figure this out. This is actually not as easy a final score to try and call, I feel.
It's not because, well, for a number of reasons. But there's so many unknowns, as there often are at the opener, but even more so with the Texans. You know, we've gone through it all. I mean, it's game time.
Not at
basically.
all. I realize that I've not talked about the running back for the Rams at all, Kyron Williams, and they do have Blake Corum as a backup in there. You'll remember Blake at Michigan.
I mentioned him a little bit. He's a 1,000-yard rusher.
But Kyron Williams, and he was legitimately, as I give you another just like really wonky stat, but Kyron Williams had the highest success rate on runs to the strong side of any like qualified rusher. So like if this is where the play goes, like generally they were very good at that. Does that maintain? I don't know, especially when we ask with the Texans, are they able to contain the run, especially seeing as they didn't really change. They didn't make much of a change outside of Sheldon Rankins coming in the interior of the defensive line. So that'll be something that I'm looking forward to watching as well.
That is important. Some of the other things that you just don't know about, you know, we've talked about all week long. I feel like this is going to be a low-scoring game.
I'm somewhat there with you as well.
I was there too.
Yeah.
I feel like both of these teams probably trying to work out some kinks and all that stuff, so it's probably going to be low scoring.
Week one, also the game last night kind of got in my head too, seeing how teams are trying to figure out where they are.
Yeah, and the Rams didn't play at all this preseason.
They did not.
Right.
So they never do. They never really play the starters.
I do think it's going to be close at the end. I do think it's going to be low scoring. And I do think maybe the one person who is truly going to be crucial for the Texans is Ka'imi Fairbairn. And I could see not one, not two, but 3 Ka'imi Fairbairn field goals in this game.
3 field goals,
In fact, that's why I'm going on the record with a final score of Texans 23, Rams 17, with 3 Ka'imi Fairbairn field goals and a couple extra points being the total there.
Okay, so I was being even more conservative than I thought I was, because the question for me, I know that this defense will do their damn jobs. Like I'm very, and we've talked about that quite a bit. The thing I am interested in is what will the offense be? Because we were very optimistic, but also sometimes in that optimism, it's just like, well, it's just not going to be as bad as last year, which is an incredibly low bar.
A low bar.
What does it look like in week one as they're starting to find themselves, trying to find their legs? Right, exactly. And what does can't be worse in week one against a team that I think a lot of people have a lot of respect for? I don't know, right? Are they able to move the ball downfield? Are they going to have long drives running the football? But what happens if they do indeed throw the football? Does that mean they go up and down? Do they then have quick 3 and outs? It's a lot of variation that could happen. So I'm going to still lean on the idea of maybe they're looking a little bit last year in that they'll get into the red zone and maybe kick some field goals, not finish out drives at times, which won't make me the happiest, but if they put points on the board, that'll be solid. Give me let me see, 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. Give me 20 points for the Texans, 13 for the Los Angeles Rams.
23-17, 20-13.
I'm going 20-17 Texans.
Yeah,
I think it's going to come down to a field goal. Ka'imi probably going to hit one in the clutch time, and that's going to be it.
I think Ka'imi's going to be crucial. And he's proven, well, as best as you can be, but we know there's been some hiccups, but largely proven, good leg. I could see that happening.
All right. I don't think we have time to fully draft the weekend, but if you had a game this weekend that is catching a majority of your attention, what is the one that is really gonna have you locked?
Ooh, I got to go down to one. Huh? Not counting Texans, of course.
Yeah, of course. Texans is clearly going to be the
Texans.
one, and maybe we get some college in here too, because I think
I'll do 1-1 on that.
All right.
I'll do obviously tonight is going to be my number one.
Chiefs Chargers.
Chiefs at Chargers on YouTube.
That's right.
Be sure to subscribe.
And hit the bell for notifications.
Hit the subscribe button.
Right. And then drop a comment down here.
If they had a subscribe button, like 7 million subscriptions.
If Rich Eisen was real, he'd make the joke.
Oh yeah.
Hey guys,
don't forget to hit the subscribe button. So that's I got an hour. I want them to do it. That's the NFL one. I think I'm going to be very boring here and just say Michigan, Oklahoma. A lot on the line there, man.
Not a bad one. Fig,
Yeah.
what are the games that are catching your attention here?
Yeah, so y'all probably going to laugh at this one, but I kind of want to look at Ohio State and Grambling State, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want, because I'm not really sure what to think of that quarterback. I know Arch Manning was getting all of the hate last week, but I just kind of want to see what he looked like. If he throw for like 300 yards and all that stuff, then I'm like, okay, maybe Texas was a tough team and all that stuff. But I just kind of want to see if he struggled a little bit, man. I'm gonna be a little worried.
Anything in the NFL space, or you're just
NFL, I'm gonna probably bounce around a little bit, to be honest. I definitely want to check on, see what kind of check around the division, see what Cam Ward looked like.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so I'll probably bounce around, see what Trevor Lawrence looked like with that new head coach.
Yeah.
So I'll probably just be bouncing around the division.
Oh, I just realized I had something for you guys that I didn't get to. Shout out to
more numbers.
No, it's not even quite numbers, although actually it kind of is numbers now that I think about it, which makes me feel a little some type of way. But our guy Aaron Rabel sent me something from some dude on
I
Reddit
saw this, yeah.
who put together a team that you should root for the most as a Texans fan. And I imagine he's going to do this every week. But in week 1, did you look at this?
I did not.
All right. Do you know what game, outside of obviously the Houston Texans at LA Rams game, would have the biggest impact on the Texans' probability of winning or going to the playoffs?
Tell me.
It is Carolina at Jacksonville. If the Carolina Panthers win, it would increase the Texans' probability of winning or going to the playoffs by 1.5%.
I kind of like this. And
so
these are.
So you want to root for the Carolina Panthers?
Yeah.
So we already here.
Jaguars.
We're here. Week 1. It's not early anymore in the NFL.
But I mean, in that place, you're just rooting against Jacksonville, which is easy.
Yeah.
Second would be Miami over Indy, right? Would make sense. I will ask you, right? So maybe those ones are obvious. The game that does not involve an AFC South team that would increase the Texans' probability the most. The Cleveland Browns winning over the Cincinnati Bengals. No, the Cleveland Browns winning over the Cincinnati Bengals in Cleveland.
That would help.
Yeah,
that would help the Texans. So that would actually be the biggest.
That wouldn't surprise me if they beat them, to be honest, because Cincinnati, they known for starting off kind of slow a little bit.
That's what kept them out of the playoffs.
Yeah. But they actually had their starters play in the preseason this year.
Yeah,
it
so
seems
maybe
like they're trying to.
And they, for some weird reason, Joe Burrow always struggled against the Browns.
Yeah, well, rivalry. We saw it last night.
Yeah, but
division.
He lose a lot against that team, man. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's no stats you could pull up to say why.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't surprise me if they win this game.
So root for the Browns over the Bengals in that noon slate. However, I'm still going to pick
root for Deshaun Watson. That's what you saying?
Who said that?
You said that.
I will still pick Ravens Bills on Sunday night. I will still pick that game because
that's a good second.
I love that game. And you know what? Bleep it. Houston and Rice. Give me the Bayou bucket.
Sure.
I want to see that because I also like seeing that triple op anytime you get in college football. All right. Let's take you out to Sugarland. Let's join up with the fellas on a Football Friday. It's Clint, it's Ron, it's The Drive. Fellas, what's popping?
Oh, man, we are in a beautiful, beautiful spot here at Talliard's. And listen, this is around my area of the city. I have probably been here 10 to 15 times.
All right.
Fellas, bring the kids out. This is one of these spots, Clint, where you get to bring the kids out, John. You get to have you an adult beverage, get you some food, and just let them jokers run.
Yeah.
And then just chill. And it is a great spot. They've got multiple levels, indoor, outdoor, playground, beer garden. They have cocktails. They have everything that you need here. It's going to be a good time here today.
And you got the beer glasses, the pints.
Yeah, that's right. Sean and looking at these things, Sean and Seth are on the glass of this one. Now you got to come to all of them to get all 4 of the commemorative glasses. But today it is Payne and Pendergast, and first 50 get a glass out here, and we got 4 $25 gift cards, and just in, you got a chance to win tickets to the Texans and the Cardinals game.
Oh, wow.
Tickets and parking to the Texans-Cardinals game. All you got to do is fill your name out, put it in our raffle box. So we never come empty-handed, and you can not only enjoy this great spot here in Sugar Land Talyards, but you can also potentially win a little something here.
Not like anybody needs any more motivation to get out there, but you said this is a spot that you might frequent. Is there something on the menu that draws people's attention?
Yeah. Well, listen, right off the bat, the queso is something strong, and then they roll the pork rinds with them bad boys too. That you can dip into, man. The burgers are really, really, really good. The burgers and the pizza. My kids get the pizza a lot, but they got some adult pizzas as well. So it's and they got a sneaky. I don't know, some people they got like a sneaky bowl that it's almost like a poke bowl that I enjoy when I come here too. So they got. I've tried a few things, John. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I think, fellas, this is my first time, but the concept is what's absolutely beautiful. Ron mentioned family, kid-friendly, along with adult beverages and food. So I mean, any parents out there, look, I got a 3.5-year-old. 4 years ago, I wouldn't have understood. 4 years ago, it'd have been about the beer and the views, if you know what I mean. Right now, all the parents.
What do you mean?
Well, you know what I mean. All the parents
hills and valleys.
out there,
I get you. Yeah.
There you go. All the parents out there, you understand. This is a place where you can come, you can take a deep breath, you let your kids roam free. It's safe. It's fenced in. There's several different areas, and kind of enjoy some adult conversation while the kids play a little bit. And then obviously it's a tremendous place. It's absolutely beautiful. The food's great. The drinks are great. But it's one of those spots where when you say, hey, we got the kids tonight, let's get out of the house.
That's it, man.
You just set your navigation to this joint and you'll be all right.
I love it. All right, so let's talk about adult conversation. Obviously, we're gearing up for Texans Rams, and one of the things that I've been coming with.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going with this, Reggie. I was going to say, man,
that's the whole idea. You're supposed to be on the edge of your seat here.
You said, let's talk about some adult conversation.
That's right.
All right.
I figured I found the right people to talk about it.
I was thinking about Kelly Whalen back in the day.
Lopez thinks I'm wild for this, but as much as everybody talks about this offense as a test for the defense, I actually don't feel like it's as big of a test. And we're trying to figure out what would be the way to determine that as we go through the game. Like, what would be the thing that shows us that actually this isn't as much of a test for this defense as maybe we ever once thought? Is there anything that comes to mind for you fellas about this, or do you just think I'm flat out wrong? That's also something that's
and for the record, I do.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a real test, right? And we've talked about it this week. It is going to be really, really great to kind of gauge our eyes and what we look at on paper and what we've seen against the offenses they have had to face, if that's going to be matching what we thought. Because, listen, I know we've made a lot about Matthew Stafford with the back. Hey, Matthew Stafford is at worst, right, Clint, a top 10 quarterback right now in this league that can make every play and has seen everything and has won a championship. And you start looking at those guys on the outside. You start looking at this is a real challenge to this defense. Like I don't think the Rams are going to run away and hide from them and just go off. But I don't necessarily think like this is going to be something where this defense just comes out and dominates this game like we've been watching them.
Look, guys, I think this is a great challenge for the Texans' biggest strength as well as the Texans' biggest weakness. Right? You look at the strength is this secondary. This secondary is thought to be one of the top 3, if not the best in the damn league, top to bottom. Wherever you land in that top 3 are best. And you're fixing to get a great play caller. You're fixing to get a great quarterback. And you're fixing to get 2 of the league's top wide receivers coming at you. And so what I think is the biggest strength of this team overall, the secondary, you're talking about 4 to 5 different positions there. How do they stand up to that level of a challenge? And then you look at our greatest weakness as a team, it's the offensive line, at least as we see it now. We don't know, right? The biggest weakness, and you're going against a team that I don't believe they necessarily have the guy that can individually overwhelm an offensive line and create so much chaos that the offense can't execute. But I do believe that they got 4 or 5 dudes up there that are stout and can play really, really sound, good football, play hard kind of deal, and it's going to be a good challenge across the board for the weakest link on our team, I think, and that's the offensive line. So that's kind of how I view this game.
Woo, we're off and running on a Football Friday, fellas. I'm already excited for more of your adult conversation.
Hold on real quick. Did all 3 of you pick the Texans this week?
I did.
I did.
I think I heard Figgy pick the Texans.
Yes, Figgy did too.
There you go. Good.
But I think it's going to be a much tougher test, and that's what Reggie and I were disagreeing on. Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be one of those layups, but I might be wilding. And maybe I'm on the Kool-Aid, but it's week one, baby. That's
layup?
Layup!
He said
defensively, at least. Yeah. Offensively, I don't know what's happening. I'm going to be entirely honest. I'm still interested in finding out what that is. But anyways,
all right,
we'll see what that looks like. Look, go ahead and tell me off for the next 4 hours.
I'm not going to tell you off.
No, tell me off for the next 4 hours.
I just don't know how you can get. I don't know. That got too many questions to think layup.
Defensively?
For the game. I mean, you're saying defensively. I'm talking about for the game. You're saying defensively. You think they're going to dominate the Rams?
Yes. I think on the defensive side, the Texans are going to dominate, and then offense, I'll look and see. And that's the only thing that, I say only as if that's not a big thing, but that's the thing that has me kind of questioning at this point. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like, and I'm excited. You know what? I'm open to revising it by listening to you talk.
No.
Too late. Baby. I'm open.
Do you? I know John try to give you some reason
John.
to revise.
I see him every day. Well, I see you guys every day too, but not as long. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. It's Clint. It's Ron. You got Chris Santiago on the 1s and 2s, and right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live.
That is right. T-Mill, he woke up struggling today, so we had to go to the bullpen, and we had to bring good Brian Abreu out. Not bad Brian Abreu. Good Brian Abreu out of the bullpen. Chris Santiago, you hear him every night on Area 45. He is rocking and rolling with us, and we are absolutely in good hands. And we are at a jewel here in the city, here in Sugar Land at Talyards. Come on out. It is one of the best beer gardens and everything else that you would want to have out here. Bring your kids out here. Bring your family. The ladies, you want to come out with the kids, come on out and have fun. You got places to take them. The fellas, you want to come on out and drink some beers and have some good drinks, cocktails as well. Come on out and do your thing. And, Clint, as we said, man, we got plenty of prizes for you to win. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box. You can win not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And you can also enter to win a pair of tickets to the Arizona Cardinals game coming up, as well as a parking pass will be included in that, so you ain't got to pay for parking pass, a pair of tickets as well, and enjoy yourself. So you can win, you can drink, you can have some good food, and they did ask me about something. I know it's hard to think about it. They got a mushroom pizza, Clint, that you know it's one you don't think right off the bat, but they got a mushroom pizza that is rolling. Somebody talking about free oil changes. Is that what it? Free oil change at Tomball Ford Quick Lane. There you go. I mean, damn, we got
all kind of giveaways, huh?
Yeah, no, Clint. Free oil changes.
I'm gonna tell you, I've been up to Tomball Ford too. That damn Quick Lane they got. It's about 5-lane highway, baby. They get you in and out of that joint. It's special.
It's worth it. All right, and also the cups. You can get a glass. The first 50 people here. If you're in the building and you haven't got one, you get a glass there. It has the SportsRadio 610 symbol on one side, as well as Payne and Pendergast. This one has the face of Payne and Pendergast on the front of it, so you could win and grab one of those. Win prizes, grab one of those. Also, you could be a part of the Ultimate Tailgate, where you win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and a pair of tickets in the suite coming up at the end of the season with the Texans. So a lot to give away here on a Football Friday here again in Sugar Land at Talyards. Clint, this is your first time here, and I don't even think you've been able to see the whole spot yet. Maybe in one of these breaks you may have to, but these concepts are fantastic, and as I said, I've come here a lot of times with my family, and I love it around here, and you will too.
Well, look, I mean, it doesn't take long. I mean, let's be honest. These guys have done an unbelievable job from the time you pull in the parking lot to when you walk in to you sit down, the menus, the drinks, the staff is it's one of the things where, you walk in, a lot of places you walk in, and hell, whether the staff is there or not, they don't make eye contact, kind of shy away from conversation, It ain't one of them spots. You walk in, you greet. Hell, I had a guy singing the song that was, I can't remember which rock song. It was not CCR, by the way, but it was an old rock song.
Sorry, I don't have them.
And one of the guys that no offense, but looked like a little bartender, had a hat on backwards, had a little beard. He was a little scruffy, my man right here. But he was getting down. He was in a good mood. Maybe just makes you get right when you come in. So it's one of them spots, man. You come in, everybody's happy to be here, and it's done right. And I'm excited to spend the afternoon here, man. Hopefully we'll see a bunch of people out there, man. If you got it's a Friday afternoon, slide on through and grab you a cold beer. If you got time for one, hey, guess what? They got one for you right here.
They
come
do,
on through.
and we are inside. You can come in and come right upstairs. I know it's a hot one out there, so come on down here and cool off with as Clint said, a cold beer or cocktails as well, as they have those available as well here at Talyards here in Sugar Land. It is right next to I almost called them Skeeters, the Space Cowboy Stadium.
I hate that the Skeeters are gone,
man. I know it, man.
There's a love-hate relationship growing up here with the Skeeters, and to have a team. That was
what a name.
That had deep roots, man. Not that the Space Cowboys doesn't, but the Skeeters just had. It just took me back to that backyard on Park Street where they just damn near carry you away. That was some good times.
Again.
I think back, it's borderline child abuse. My mom and dad not letting me go out there and not putting off on me every time I walked out the door. I think it was damn near child abuse, to be honest with you.
All right, shout out again to Academy Sports and Outdoors for this Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford as well. All right, Clint, some of the injury stuff, we will a little bit later on get the official injury report, but the things that have been reported up to this point, we talked about it yesterday. Still no change in that. Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios remain out for the Rams game with hamstring injuries. Christian Kirk, this could be a 1 to 2 week injury. They are more optimistic on Braxton Berrios. I did see Jalen Noel said he's prepared, as he is potentially a person that not only will have to answer the bell to one of those positions, but maybe both of those positions in the return game and as well in the slot. So that is the latest there from the injury report. We'll get the full one a little bit later. But you said something yesterday, Clint, that I think when you look at these injuries that enhances this is, hey, we're going to see how teams approach Nico Collins, and we're going to see how Nick Caley, how C.J. Stroud are able to still take advantage of their best weapon. And it is a tough thing. Now, they have dealt with this before, but it is a tough thing when your main weapon is kind of alone, right? It used to be, all right, there's Mixon, there's Tank, there's him, and now with Mixon being injured, it's clear the guy that the Rams are looking at say we can't let beat us is Nico Collins. And I would imagine they're going to approach this like this. Now, you got to still find a way to get him involved because he is your number one weapon. But I do wonder, Clint, what Nick Caley and company are doing and thinking and how they can use Nico to kind of help make life easier for everybody else.
Well, yeah, I think there's two things from a Nick Caley perspective in this game that as fans we're looking for, right? I think number one, Nick Caley, it is a fair expectation. To go out there and score 30 points is unfair. It's not realistic. To go out there and be flawless, it's not fair. It's not realistic. But to have a really good plan to protect our tackles, if indeed, particularly Ariante Ursery, the rookie, if indeed Jared Verse, who D'Amico Ryans is on record talking about, he's the tip of that spear. If he becomes a problem, it is on Nick Caley to fix that problem. It's not on the rookie, hey, you got to play better, hey, you got to execute this. No, it's on Nick Caley to figure out ways to keep that guy off balance. It's on Nick Caley to figure out a way to use your tight ends and your tailbacks to chip that guy, right? That's number one. Number two, to your point, and I think this has been the plan and probably the realistic plan all year long, with or without Christian Kirk, is you got to find ways to creatively get the ball to Nico Collins. Bobby Slowick did it pretty consistently. That's probably the one thing that it's hard to really knock Bobby Slowick on, is that Nico was involved. Now, we also saw Bobby Slowick at times when other receivers were hurt use Nico in a way that he didn't use him every game. I think this year, with or without Christian Kirk, with or without Braxton Berrios, Nico Collins has to be used in a more versatile, more complete, a more exotic way than just, hey, you're a big X receiver that is, a Mike Evans type guy, or a just your bigger bodied receiver that's a man-to-man matchup that can run the route tree. This is a game where I expect to see Ariante Ursary protected and Nico Collins used in a way that we've only seen as Texans fans a couple of times. We have seen it. I mean, Nico has proven that he can do it. It's nasty. Yeah. But those are the two things that I think are very fair to say right now before the game tips. Nick Caley has to do those things and do it well. That is to me, that is the floor of an NFL offensive coordinator. Forget the adjustments at half and the game management and getting 10 different guys the ball in creative ways to really suit their strengths, and forget all that. Nico Collins is the best player on this football field offensively, and it's not even close.
But that's my thing is, Clint, you would anticipate, right, if you're Nick Caley, like, all right, here, man, we got no Joe Mixon, no Christian Kirk. They got some rookies that are probably going to have to make and play a big role in this thing. Somebody just brought a cold beer by here for Clint, and we may have lost him here for a second here. But you would think that's got to be something that Nick Caley is anticipating. And my thing is, if they try like hell and just say, to hell with this, man, we're just going to do this. We're going to try to do whatever Dallas did to A.J. Brown last night. We're just going to try to take him away. That is the thing is, what's going to be the next move? What is going to be the move to be able to take advantage of that? Because I think you got to look at that as a space of not just, damn, man, what do I do? They're taking Nico away. That's got to be something you look at as an advantage to be able to get easier things for the quarterback.
Look, when we go win a Super Bowl and you've got an MVP quarterback and you've got a run attack that is probably best in the league, then we can start talking about your number one wide receiver not getting targets, right? I mean, that's a whole different animal right there. A.J. Brown not getting targets and Nico Collins not getting targets they're on two different planets. I mean, it's not where we're at right now as an offense. And so, yeah, I think that's, again, the reason that I'm so bullish on it is because this should be the approach from jump.
Yeah.
Right? This should be the approach from jump. This shouldn't be just a reaction to Christian Kirk not being there. This should have been, the reaction from jump. And you flip on the other side of the football with the Cowboys last night and you look how CeeDee Lamb was targeted and you look how CeeDee Lamb was used.
13 targets, yeah.
Bingo. That is more in line, I think, and more fair to compare, if you will, the Nico Collins approach and what we should expect out of Nick Caley. The other thing, by the way, the third thing out of Nick Caley that I think is very, very fair to expect is the tight end usage, which we discussed at length yesterday. His forte, all of his experience coming up is coaching tight ends. I mean, we've got to get more production out of our tight ends. And more versatility and more creativity and out of our tight end unit with Nick Caley here. Those are the three things that I think, Ron, that I'm really, really bearing down on with Caley this week.
All right, as we continue, you got plenty of prizes.
Hallertall right here. Hallertall right here. It's a light lager, no big deal, just a light lager. Just one of them off the menu up there.
I went with Daisy. It's a good wheat.
Daisy was
a good wheat. They could have changed the name on that there.
Yeah, but no, I mean, look, no, there's been. I like a little wheat. I like a little wheat. That Daisy probably brings back some memories for some folks. That name of that right there.
All right, we're live here.
Nice daisies in this world.
Sugarland. Larry and Stafford has just walked in the building with somebody's jersey on that's not on the team anymore. That is sad that you couldn't break out and go get you a different one. Just going to get a Diggs jersey. He ain't even here anymore. But make your way out here. Talyards here in Sugarland. Plenty of prizes to win. Great food, great drinks. Come on out and enjoy yourself with us. Coming up next, one part of this game that we haven't talked about and one part of the Texans defense this year that we haven't talked a lot about. We will get into that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I can tell you about Serta Propane.
across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. We have taken our first Football Friday here to Sugarland at Talyards, and it is a beautiful, beautiful spot, full family use, and we are taking over the upstairs part here. So if you're on your way coming up, I see my man Thomas, Chester County, in the building. He's out here getting some work done. I hope you're supposed to be here, Thomas, because I didn't put your name and where you're from. So she knows if your ass ain't supposed to be here, Thomas, your ass in trouble. He said, I'm running this thing.
I'm going to tell you, he may have some worries, but that ain't one of them.
There you go. And Larry and Stafford have made his way in here. The commissioner's in here. I see you, man. It's a good time being had out here, and you can make your way out here. And you can win prizes, guys, including in the 5 o'clock hour. So you got a little time, but fill your name out, put it in our box here where you can have a chance to win our raffle here. And that is the big prize coming up, a pair of tickets for a listener to the Texans and the Cardinals game coming up. It also includes a free parking pass. This is courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers and the free oil change at Tomball Ford, a proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. So do that. Fill your name out. If you haven't done so, you need to do that. You got a chance to get some free tickets to the game and parking pass coming up against the Cardinals. So make sure you do that with a whole host of prizes you can win here today as we continue rolling here on this Football Friday. All right, Clint, I was listening to D'Amico as he spoke a couple of times this week, and we've talked a lot about the trenches, the line play, because I do think that is not only the biggest question for the Texans and us that we're going to learn, but it's also a really big factor in this game, if not the biggest factor in this game. But another one is, you would think, Clint, strength versus strength, right? The Texans' corners in particular, when you look at Derek Stingley, who's an all-pro, and Kamari Lassiter, who had a great rookie season against Puka Nacua, who is one of the better receivers in the league, and Devontae Adams, who has been one of the best receivers and best route runners in the last several years. Here is D'Amico talking about the importance of that matchup.
Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, two talented big-time playmakers. Like, they're going to find ways to get these guys to football because we know they're great with the ball in their hands. I mean, they can make you miss. They can hit explosives down the field. Everything you want from a receiving standpoint, both guys are able to do that. So for us, again, it's going to be a collective effort. It's not about one corner covering one guy. It's about collectively, like, how are we going to stop these guys as a defense? They're going to move guys around all over the place. So we just have to be on it. We have to make sure we're urgent with our communication, urgent with our eyes and alignments to make sure we're on it, we're dialed in of where guys align and what they're trying to do to us, how they're trying to attack us. If we play the game the right way, everybody is on it, and we'll be just fine.
All right, that's D'Amico talking about that matchup. And, Clint, we have not talked about this a lot. And I don't know that I've heard a lot of conversation about this, but, look, we know what Stingley is, right? Stingley is arguably the best corner in football. He was an all-pro last year. He has made his way into to being respected and one of the best corners in football. Kamari Lassiter had a great rookie season. When you look at it, if you look at the numbers, he should have been and was up there to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. But what do we get from Kamari Lassiter this year and starting in game one? Is this a player that is going to continue this path of, all right, year one, I was in the Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation. In year two, I build off that? Or is this one where you look at and you say, all right, we know teams aren't going to mess with Derek Stingley, and there's going to be a lot of attention there, Is this a step back in the way we kind of saw from Petrie and Stroud, or is this something where he takes the next level the way Will did and Stingley did as they continued in their career? I think that's a big thing for this season and in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't have the answer for that. I can tell you this, though. When you look at how this defense is wired, the advantage is in the secondary in a big, big way. I mean, you have in obvious passing situations, hell, in any passing situation, you have the luxury, if you're in the secondary, of knowing that ball's got to get out. 99% of the time, that ball's got to get out quicker than most defenses have the luxury, right? And so if you're corners, you can sit on routes, you can anticipate and jump routes. You can bank on having to cover wide receivers, for 30 yards down the field, because the quarterback's not going to hold it long enough to be able to throw it 45, 50 yards down the field. Obviously, there's some, it happens from time to time, but big picture, play in, play out, that's the way you can play cover corner on this team. And so, I mean, it would take the pass rush not getting home the way we think it is. It would take playing that level of opponent. It would take targeting Kamari Lassiter and doing some different things, and Kamari Lassiter taking a step back for that to come to fruition. I don't see it. You never know what's going to happen, but I don't see it. The way this defense is built, the corners, not taking anything away from how Derek Stingley is legitimately one of the best corners in the league. I think Kamari Lassiter is a great corner and has a chance to kind of catapult himself into one of the better corners in this league. But let's not kid ourselves here. Their job is made significantly easier because of the pass rush and the way them guys up front can hunt.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Where do you see year two for Kamari Lassiter? Because, Clint, he is going to be challenged, right? And he is, and I think it's going to start Sunday. I think it's going to start Sunday that Kamari Lassiter is going to be challenged and challenged in a lot of ways. We talked about it last year, kind of surprised a little bit that he wasn't challenged more down the field. I'm talking more speed, testing him in that manner. And I think even more teams are not going to bother with that other side with Stingley. But I do like the thought of you saying that the collective of the defense will put him in the best position possible. Like he's probably going to, because of Stingley, have the chance to have help over the top. Well, he's probably going to not have to cover as long with the pass rush.
Look, I think if we take the pass rush and how lethal our pass rush is out of the equation, right, for what it's worth, I still think Kamari Lassiter is down the list of guys that will get targeted. You take that pass rush out of the mix, them middle linebackers – or inside linebackers, I guess I should say, and Jalen Petrie are the guys that you got to worry about being able to hold up long enough in coverage. Kamari Lassiter is down the list, for me. I don't know what's going to happen, but I would be shocked if there's any level of backslide in Kamari Lassiter's game. Yeah, look, I mean, I do believe that there's some truth out of the gate last year to some of maybe the speed stuff that we talked about at length, maybe some of the stiffness in the hips, and maybe D'Amico Ryans needing to schematically protect him a little bit. But as we look back on last year, the instincts that he plays the game with are undeniable, right? Whatever he lacks in the quote-unquote speed and size category, he makes up with tremendous instincts, like a crazy level of physicality, and that offsets any shortcoming if there is one. So I have zero worries about Kamari Lassiter. I think the Kamari Lassiter conversation to me, Ron, is more about one we kind of flirted with a little bit last year, not because he can't play outside corner, but because we saw D'Amico use him inside some, and you see how instinctive he is, and it's a way that if Jalen Petrie does his coverage ability becomes a problem, then I think you got an immediate answer with Kamari Lassiter inside, who plays the same level of instinct. So the Kamari Lassiter conversation is more about, do we see him put in position to impact the game more consistently and in more ways, or does he stay outside and just be an outside corner?
More on his plate. All right, coming up as we continue here from Talyards here in Sugar Land, make your way on out here. We're here till 6 o'clock. And so when you get off work on a football Friday, come on out here. Great food, great drinks, and plenty of giveaways that you can have a chance to win, including we're about to hook somebody up with a free oil change as soon as this segment ends. So get on down here as soon as possible. Coming up, did you have a problem with the Yankee manager basically being a Karen on the field last night? Did you have a problem with Aaron Boone out there saying, no, I need y'all to go see that bat? I need y'all to go look at that bat. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I got to tell y'all about Twin Peaks. Look, there's 5 lodges around the
1313 or online at drbensalento.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Clap it up. Let me hear the folks, man. We got a good crowd out here thus far. There we go. Good crowd out here as we are live here in Sugarland at Talyards, and it's been a great time so far. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and you got TVs all over the place in here. We are upstairs, and there's so much. There's upstairs, there's outdoors. They've got everything that you want here at this spot. Get in here, get you some queso, get you some pizza. You can order up some food, get you some good drinks, some good beer. As they take their drink menu very, very serious here.
Hey, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Arizona Cardinals game along with a parking pass today. So everybody here, stay plugged in, get your chance to win that ticket. But I also want to make an announcement. We're going to do this every single Friday. It's going to be the Arizona Cardinals game, which is in December, and the Colts game later in the schedule as well. So every single Friday at Football Friday, we are going to be giving away a pair of tickets along with a parking pass. So if you're here today, we greatly appreciate it. If you're out there listening, bring your ass. If you can't come today, know that every Friday we're going to be doing that. And again, it is courtesy of all of our Houston area Ford dealers and Tomball Ford. Proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. That Tomball Ford and all our Ford dealers are coming through strong here for the drive on Football Fridays. But every Friday giving away tickets. That's big, man. That's with this team this year. Right. We got a hell of a football team and a big season we're looking forward to. We got tickets to give away on Friday while we're drinking some cold beer and having a good time, man. So appreciate you guys coming out. Looking forward to doing that. And big shout out to again, our Houston area Ford dealers.
And as we said, we've got plenty of giveaways today. We hooked somebody up with our first giveaway and a free oil change, courtesy of our good friends at Tomball Ford, a proud supporting sponsor of Football Friday. So many, many more, including 4 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors to go along with everything last night. Last night, the Astros took an L and lost that series to the Yankees. A disappointing performance. Our guy Jordan, back-to-back games, getting 4 hits. He hit a no-doubt home run early to tie it, but not a ton of help the rest of the way. They end up losing that series to the Yankees. But the big thing to come out of that game last night, Clint, was the old bat gate. Apparently, Taylor Trammell, see, this would have never happened to Chaz. Taylor Trammell, he had some questions from Aaron Boone about his bat. Joe Espada, the manager of the Astros last night, because this became such a big topic, a conversation. Aaron Boone, he asked the crew chief to take a look at Taylor Trammell's bat. And they ended up removing the bat. Here is Joe Espada giving his thoughts on the bat being confiscated.
The bat was worn out a little bit. It's just that he uses that bat all the time, and I guess they thought it was an illegal bat. So the league wants to take a look at the bat. So I thought it was, whatever. It's.
Look at Joe.
I mean, what did you like? Let's be honest here. Did you see the bat?
Yeah. By the way,
what did we do? Hit rocks with it before the game in the parking lot?
Major League Baseball did deem it as illegal.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they deemed it as illegal.
I don't know that he did anything illegal, but damn, what I mean.
Did you have a problem with Aaron Boone coming out there?
I mean, I guess I missed when I looked up the umpires were all around and discussing it, and then they went to Aaron Boone and basically, I guess you go to the opposing manager and say, hey man, do you want us to? Do you care? And I guess that's kind of how it went down. I didn't see Aaron Boone initiate it. I thought the umpires initiated it because
what I heard is Aaron Boone initiated from the dugout.
Well, he could have. I mean, he very well could have. But either way it goes, I don't blame him. I mean, hell, there was a spot this big on the barrel of the bat that looked like the paint had chipped off of it, and you're in the. I mean, that's rare in the middle of a Major League Baseball game, and so yeah, I don't have any problem with Aaron Boone, whether he initiated it or
before the game.
What are we doing? I mean, you're Taylor Trammell. You ain't had enough at bats to knock the paint off your bat. I mean, what are we doing? So, I mean, I don't blame them if they did. That was rough.
Now, baseball, they did say it was illegal, but they said it didn't provide him with really any advantage during the game. So they just confiscated the bat. But I just.
Well, no. when I first looked up, I thought, oh, here we go. We got a corked bat. I mean, when was the last time we had a corked bat in Major League Baseball?
George Brett.
I mean, it was George Brett.
I'm looking. I feel like the Yankees they're on high alert when they're facing the Astros now, right? They're on high alert on. I know these damn dudes ain't back here cheating again.
Taylor Trammell hitting one off the wall out there. What the hell? They must know the signs or have corked bats or something.
They were pissed off. All right, but they lose. They'll head to Texas to take on the Rangers. It's about to be a bigger taking on a bigger series with what the Rangers have done of late.
I mean, you mentioned in the introduction there. The most beautiful thing about this series and about of late for the Astros is Yordan Alvarez is not only back. I mean, he is. I mean, hot as I've ever seen him.
Yep.
I mean, this is an absolute – talk about the absolute must for the Astros to have a real chance in the playoffs to make a run. And I think the number one thing that they needed to accomplish was Yordan Alvarez coming back and not being the Yordan that was struggling early in the season, come back and get hot quick. And he has done that in a way that I don't ever remember seeing him this hot.
They just got to take advantage of it behind him.
Well, I mean, look, there's obviously some other guys who are going to have to produce when Javier's on the mound going 4 1/3, and you got the bullpen that's I don't know if it's taxed or just doesn't have much depth, but either way it goes, they're not able to hold up. I mean, obviously, if your staff's going to give up 8 runs, then you're going to have problems. But the beauty in this thing is coming into the playoffs, 21 games left in the season, and Yordan, the biggest bat in the middle of your lineup, is on fire. And I think Pena has done enough for us to look at him and go, hey, this is real. This isn't just a flash in the pan. This dude is having a hell of a season, and this is probably more who Jeremy Pena is going to be moving forward versus what we saw in his first few years in the bigs. And then, Correa, when he came in, it was all, what about his numbers? What about this? He's slumped. He's been inconsistent. He's been streaky. Well, I don't give a damn what the numbers say. Correa is clutch. And so all of these pieces are starting to come together. And I think we need to see that through, obviously a disappointing loss.
Yeah, people are now just taking out Taylor. Taylor's hitting 180. 180, what is he doing with this thing? At one point, I'll be honest, if it was Chaz, I'd hope Chaz would cheat. I'm at a place where
he'd be sabotaging the season.
Yeah, well, I mean, where else is he, man? He's sitting over there pissed off across the street here in Sugar Land. I would feel, to me, if Chad started using a cork bat, I'd feel a lot better. I would like, man, this guy's going for it, man. He's trying he cares about the team. Cheat, Chaz, cheat. Now he's sitting his ass over here, and you can catch Chaz right across the street here. As he is destined to stay here and be a space cowboy. If you come hang out with us and goes in and see Chaz, who's probably taking fly balls in the outfield right now.
I mean, Chaz, we are right next to the stadium, man. Come on through, man.
He's got to be close.
Let's talk about it, man. Let's get it off your chest right here on the drive, man. We are. I am the king of the president of the Chaz fan club. Hell, I gave you.
I gave you
a theme song and a nickname, and then Ron buried you with Boys to Men, but I'll take you, man. Come on in.
I did not. No, Tyler buried him. Second, he buried himself, and the Astros did. But again, we do have an invitation right here, Chaz McCormick. If you want to come out here and get this off your chest, if you want to request a trade, if you want to say, please take me to the Rockies, I want out of here. We got a seat. We got a comfortable couch seat right here.
We'll move the setup.
Yeah, we'll set it up for you, Chaz McCormick, right now. I know it's a football Friday, but we'll get you in here. It's got to be close. The hell with taking them fly balls. Come over here and talk to the drive. And get you a corked bat. Someone did say, at least Craig Kimbrell looks good. All right, as we continue here, coming up here, live Sugarland Talyards. Come in here and get you something to eat. I see people already ordering food. Food coming out, drinks coming out. It's going to be a good time being had here as our first Football Friday here in Sugarland at Talyards. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, so you got plenty of time to come on out and join us. All right, one question that we are going to be closer to getting answered coming up on Sunday. We'll discuss that next right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If the defense for the Houston Texans take care of business
Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Let's hear it up. Clap it up, folks. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I'm up.
That's right, man. My man's 2 down right there. I see he's about to start feeling good. There you go. I need to get with you. We are here live, Football Friday, our first Football Friday of the year. 17 more to go, at least. And if the Texans are the playoff team that we believe they will be, it'll be more Football Fridays in the work. But we are here live in Sugarland at Talyards, and I love this spot. Come here a lot with my family, and you can come on down and hang out with us as we've got – you can get – if you're in the building, the first 50 people get a commemorative cup of Payne and Pendergast and Sports Radio 610. It's a very, very nice glass. It's going to be a set of 4 that you can get each and every Football Friday, the first 4 Football Fridays. So the first 50 get one free when they come in. We've got a chance for you to win in the 5 o'clock hour tickets to the Cardinals and Texans game that's coming up later on this year. That there is courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers and a proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. Gift cards. We've got a lot for you to be able to win, and also what you can do each and every Football Friday, you've got a chance to register to win our Ultimate Tailgate Package, where you can win $1,000 to Academy Sports and Outdoors, get a gift card there, and a chance to catch the last home game of the season in the Sports Radio 610 suite. You can get a pair of tickets, hang out with some of us up there as well. All you got to do is hit that QR code, and you can register to win our Ultimate Tailgate. So a lot going on here. Not just the great drinks, the great food, but a lot going on here. You taste that 1-year-old stout? Yeah,
the 1-year young bourbon barrel aged stout. It's the first birthday beer of Talyards. They're going to be – I don't have all the details yet. I'm just kind of letting the cat out of the bag. Tomorrow they got some specials going on. I don't know the exact details. We'll get those nailed down hopefully before the show's over so we can give it to the people here. But I'm telling you, this right here is tasty, my friend. This is tasty. I'm not a connoisseur of craft. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a connoisseur of craft, but this is tremendous.
It is. You don't feel like you're drinking beer.
Well, you feel like you're drinking a
with your pinky out.
Well, a bourbon barrel aged.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
It's like a who?
It's like a
cognac.
It feels like in that range. Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever had this. Absolutely. I have a problem sipping. I got discipline problems.
Do you feel the need to keep your pinky out, or is it just?
I feel like when a grown-ass man drinks out of a little cup like this, you got to put that pinky out there. I feel like
you're really.
I mean, I feel like Larry and Stafford walk up here like this here and just wrap his hand around the whole thing. How the hell are you supposed to drink it like that? No, man, you get that pinky out there and get you a little sip.
Yeah, that what you're doing. All right, sip it with your pinky.
That's how you steady that thing right there. You have that pinky. It balances it out, Chief.
It's delicious.
That is good. I'll be honest with you.
It is very, very good.
I don't know if I've ever had it.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Yeah, it is. And you can get that right here. If you're looking for us, we are across the street from the Space Cowboys Stadium. The Space Cowboys. There you go. They play across.
Formerly known as the Skeeters.
I didn't say that, but they're across the street. Across the street. If you're looking to get here and find out where we are, where's Talyards? It's at Sugarland, right behind, in the parking lot, right behind the Space Cowboys where they play. So come on out and hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and we're having fun as we always do on a Football Friday. What's up, Pinky? You good? You're still smelling the notes?
I mean, that's got a real The bourbon aspect of it,
like vanilla. There's almost to me a vanilla feel to it.
I can smell and taste.
That, yeah?
I can smell and taste the. You know how I've been a tequila guy for a while, right?
Yes.
You know, I got some buddies that are into like cigars in a way of this smells and tastes like something that you can almost kind of really lean into like that. Not just have one every now and then, but make sure you grate it and. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get you. It feels like he said a cognac.
1 year young bourbon barrel aged stout at Talyards tomorrow. Come by, check it out.
There it is. There it is.
Well, hell with tomorrow. You can buy them tonight.
Chuck said tonight.
That's from the owner right there. That ain't that. I mean, that's that. He can live up to that now. That's not all bark. There's a lot of bite right there. That's the owner. Come on up here. And he'll let you you can buy it tonight. And by the way, come on up here. Anybody that's at our live broadcast, as soon as we wrap up, they're going to give away tours here, or give you a tour if you want one here at Talyards, as well as that comes with a little surprise. Again, don't have all the details, but there's a little surprise involved right there too. So if you got a free Friday afternoon, come on through.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get a little football conversation as we get you prepared on this football Friday. As the Texans take on the Rams. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, Clint, I think that we are going to be closer to answering this question, Clint. There's a lot of change, and when you look on paper, if you're honest with yourself, if you look on paper, this team says, all right, on the offensive side of the ball, they may need to have someone cover up for some of the flaws. There's a potential of it.
Every good team does.
The hope is like now with the Eagles, you watched yesterday and you see their roster. They got dudes all over the place that are proven. They got an offensive line. They've got a great running back. They've got receivers. Probably not a lot of covering up, right, that you don't have to do. But some teams, there are just weaker elements that something has to step in, whether it's the coach, whether it's the quarterback. Those are the two entities that you generally – cover things up. We're going to learn more Sunday if that's the position that the Texans are in, Clint. Because right now, if you look at it, you got a rookie OC, and you've talked about it since Nick Caley has been brought here. You're just really not sure what you're going to get from a first-time play caller, first-time play designer. You got an offensive line that has at least questions to maybe some unknowns with rookies and guys that maybe have had some struggles in the past. You've got a starting rookie left tackle that is not usually what you sign up for, especially, this is a second-round left tackle. Nick Chubb is now your lead back, a 29, 30-year-old guy that's coming off of severe major injury. Young receivers. Now it gets even tougher without Christian Kirk. If you look on paper, it screams they need something to potentially kind of fix things, kind of cover things up. And the big thing to me that you look at is this going to be a season in which C.J. Stroud has to do that? Is this going to be a season where C.J. Stroud has to make up for the other deficiencies around it? Right now it's just up in the air. We don't know. But I think Sunday we're going to get a clearer picture of, is this going to be something that he has to help uplift? And that is going to be an intriguing thing to watch coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, look, the reality of it is being a starting quarterback in this league for a playoff team that has championship aspirations, your quarterback's going to have to be a fixture to some degree. I would argue the difference in last night's game ultimately was Jalen Hurts making plays outside of the scheme. He had 2 touchdown runs, and neither one of them were called runs. The ability when the play breaks down. Now, that's not CJ's forte, maybe, so to speak, but there, I would argue that most of the great teams, they have a fixer that touches the ball a lot. Whether that's a receiver that's a different animal, or it's a quarterback that's elite, or it's a running back like a Saquon Barkley that changes the game. You got to have a fixer, and I think that guy for the Texans has to be C.J. Stroud.
Right.
Now, to me, the Texans are built to where, and I've said this multiple times, where I think there's going to be 4 to 6 games where C.J. Stroud has to be like, all right, the time is now. Like last night, that was Dak, and you say CeeDee Lamb dropping the damn ball all over the field late in the game was obviously a problem. But Dak had an opportunity last night, with the game right there in his grasp. But they should have went down and won that game. They should have went down and won that football game, and it didn't happen. Now, I'm not blaming it on Dak, but at the end of the day, it's all going to fall at the quarterback's feet of what his record is and can a $60 million man get it done or not. That's going to happen with C.J. Stroud, and C.J. Stroud's going to have to go make plays, whether it's with his legs or with his arm, or it's just a matter of being so disciplined within the system and the system being that good. Whatever it may be, C.J.'s going to have to be that fixer. But this team is built in a way to where –
because on paper, when you look at this, Clint, you look at it, this is an offense when you look at it and you think, all right, they got Nico Collins right now. All right, their tight end group, they're there's one game changer that's a weapon right now that you know of. Now, down the line, we may see Higgins may become something, but right now on paper, you look at it, there's one game changer, and you look at it for this offense to be able to be successful. On paper right now, it says, and C.J. Stroud's going to have to do some extra stuff that we see. Like when you look at Buffalo's, if you look at Buffalo's offense, there is nothing that says Buffalo's offense that they should be the number one scoring offense. You start to look at the weapons that they have, and you look at other teams and the weapons they have, but Josh Allen seems to have to make up for a lot of the things to help that offense. And on paper right now, it looks like that from CJ. Now, they may come out, Clint, we look and see, all right, this run game is a serious thing that's going to take pressure off the passing game in CJ. But right now on paper, to me, it looks like CJ's got to lift this thing up, and a lot like he did his rookie year. CJ's got to lift this thing up for them to have some success, unless we learn something more on Sunday.
Well, we're all going to be disappointed if this is an 18-week. CJ's got to lift them up. This is a defense. This is a defensive first football team, you got a quarterback. From an offensive perspective, you got a quarterback that can go win games if in need, if that does indeed present itself. The superpower that CJ Stroud has, and for me personally, I know fans are different, and there's a lot of some people out there that want CJ Stroud scrambling around and throwing on the run. I don't get that, but that's fine. To each their own. Like the superpower that CJ has to have is what we saw more in that first season. Is the discipline for 4 quarters. The calculated risk, not deciding you want to take a risk, but responding in a way where you have the advantage to take the risk, hold the football, and drive it down the field. Like his superpower has to be that Tom Brady approach, not the Lamar Jackson approach, or not the freestyle Pat Mahomes approach, or the power run game with Josh Allen approach, or the Joe Burrows. We're going to stretch and we're just going to put mad pressure on you because we got 2 guns outside and a guy that can stretch the field. His superpower has to be stay within yourself, pick and choose your times to take the risk, and by doing that, you're going to put pressure on the other team to not turn the football over. You're going to put pressure on the other team to play better than they can against this great defense. That's his superpower, and to me, that's how C.J. Stroud makes a difference with this team.
Yeah, text line coming in. What quarterback? What type of quarterback are you talking about? Who is uplifted in offense like you're talking about? As I said, Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen has done that. I
just told you. Jalen Hurts did it last night. Two rushing touchdowns outside the scheme. When the play was shut down, the receivers were covered. Jalen Hurts went out there and ran for 2 touchdowns. That's physically, literally doing it, with your legs now. But that's just an example. Not that CJ needs to go run 2 touchdowns, but that's an example of a quarterback that's got an exotic skill set that goes and does it. Yeah.
A team that's playing tonight, there's nothing about the Chiefs' offense that last year that says they should be in the Super Bowl. They should score 30-something points against the Bills in the AFC Championship game with the injuries and the issues that they had with their offensive line. But their quarterback was clearly the main thing that kind of made up for a lot of the deficiencies they had. And I am hopeful that CJ isn't under that pressure this year. I am hopeful that he doesn't have to do that. I am hopeful that this run game is something that allows him to where he doesn't have to, like his rookie year, the run game sucked. There were injuries all over the place, and he had to just be the offense at times. And I hope that he doesn't have to do that more this year.
That's where I was going to go with it. Is legitimate. I mean, specifically to this conversation and to C.J. Stroud. His rookie year, there were several moments throughout that season, and the big one is the Tampa Bay game where you got in the shootout and he goes down and scores in 40 seconds or whatever the hell it was, which was big. But you look at the season as a whole, you mentioned it overcame like crazy injuries up front. And then there was a span of all the wide receivers getting hurt, and the guy never blinked. He goes out there and leads the league in touchdown, yards per game, and leads the league in fewest interceptions. That is his superpower. That is what he's capable of doing. That is taking a team that's really not a 10-win team and going and winning 10 games. I mean, that offensive line his rookie year, to be honest with you, it conditioned all of us to have unfair expectations. Like, hey, Bobby and CJ, y'all overcome all these injuries. You did it one year, he'll do it the next, right? And the minute they didn't do it, it's tough to do. Yeah. So, but we've seen CJ do it before. To your point. Yeah.
Just hopefully he doesn't have to do it all year long. All right, coming up as we continue live here at Talyards here in Sugar Land. Get your ass on out here if you're riding around. If you're listening, make your way on out here. You got till 6 o'clock. Really, you got longer till 6 o'clock. Hell, this thing will be open even after we're done, and it'll be a good way to start your Friday night if you're out here to have some good food and drink. So make your way on out here as we continue. Clint, we got to do this and put this down so many people can tell us how wrong we are and then not tell us how right we are when we become right. They'll just ignore it. Our Texans preseason predictions. She's got her hands raised right here. She is ready to go. Our Texans preseason predictions. Who's going to be the team MVP? What's the record going to be? Where does their season end? We'll do that coming up next.
Oh! Football Fridays are back. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here, enjoying ourselves, having a good time. My man said he was in the car. Clint said, I'm out. I work out in Katy, but I was driving around doing some work out here. He said, damn it, I had to come on in and stop. I see him having him a good one there. Good little drink. So we appreciate you. If you're out there riding around, come stop here as we're here at Talyards, here in Sugarland. Come on out here and hang out, as we'll be here until 6 o'clock on this Football Friday. Some official words from the Texans injury report, Clint. No surprise here. They officially rule out Christian Kirk as well as Braxton Berrios. Both of them have hamstring issues. They are both officially out of the Rams game. Ed Ingram, who has taken over that right guard spot, he is questionable with an abdomen issue, questionable. So that is one to watch. Cam Robinson, illness. Blake Fisher, sprained ankle. They were both full participants. They missed some time in practice this week. But Kirk and Berrios out. Ed Ingram out questionable with his ab issue there. So that's one to look at to see If he's not able to go, you would imagine it's Juice Scruggs or Patterson that would fill in that role if he's unable to go. But I would say you probably feel pretty good right now about Ed as questionable. Usually those guys are able to go on Sunday if they're questionable on Friday. So that is the latest of the injury report there. Any thoughts?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's to me. I've been saying it for a month now. I think Ed Ingram is the key here. I mean, Ed Ingram, filling that right guard spot is what allows you to move Titus Howard to right tackle, which allows you to move Ursary to left tackle, which allows you to protect the quarterback better, which allowed him to practice, better and more efficiently in training camp because Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter were absolutely abusing folks, and so. Yeah, I think Ed Ingram to me is the key. I mean, if you lose Ed Ingram, your Juice Scruggs is tossed in there, and I think Juice is on this roster right now. One, because he's a second-round draft pick, but because he can play either guard and center. So it's more about his versatility and his position flex than it is, let's say, the fact that he's the actual best guard available, right? So I was looking forward to seeing Ed Ingram. And hoping that Ed Ingram would play really well and supplant himself as the starting right guard, and that would really solidify the edges and some other positions. So I hope Ed Ingram plays. I hope there's no kind of limitations, in whether it's an oblique or an abdomen or whatever the hell it is. Hopefully he plays and he's full go and he plays well like he's played in the preseason, the small sample size that we've seen.
And again, he's listed as questionable, so I would think that he's probably going to go. We'll just be something we'll be monitoring, and I'm sure all the way up until the pregame show right here on Sports Radio 610, Seth and Sean will be looking at that as well as that starts around 12 o'clock there as they get ready for that game on Sunday. All right, let's get this on paper, and Tyler would not miss this. You know how aggressive he is on these. I cannot wait to read Tyler's preseason predictions. You could send yours in 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch as well. You can send in your Texans preseason predictions before a game is played. We'll get those out. All right, let's start here, Clint. Who is your team MVP? Tyler said it will be Will Anderson, 14 sacks, 52 tackles. I don't know why Tyler went in here and just added up the tackles that he believes he's going to have during the 17-game season. But he has Will Anderson as this team's MVP. Who will you look at as the team MVP?
Well, I mean, Tyler took my guy. I'm going with Will Anderson Jr. Hell, I had him yesterday winning Defensive Player of the Year. I think there's a real possibility here that Will Anderson could literally be in the Defensive Player of the Year in the entire NFL. So if that is the case, I think the MVP here for the Texans. Hell, I'd argue that right now, given the way that defense is kind of the front facing unit on this team, given that he's the pillar on that side that they're building around. There's some really good players over there, but I think if you don't have to follow the Texans long to go, hey man, Will Anderson is the guy that this thing is built around, and so I would argue he's already the MVP. But I think when the season ends, this thing wraps up, I think Will Anderson is the most valuable player on the Texans team.
All right, I'm gonna go with Nico Collins. I think. He is their big weapon. Shout out there. I got somebody. There we go. He is their big major weapon, and I think they're going to go to him a lot. I think they're going to need to go to him a lot, and I think he's put up some great numbers the last 2 years, and you would think they would have been even better if he stayed healthy. I think there's going to be a lot of volume going to Nico Collins. I think there could be an all-pro type season from Nico Collins with the numbers that he potentially will put together. So I'm going to go Nico Collins as my guy who is going to be the team MVP. All right, Clint, who is somebody that you look that will take the next step in their game this year? We saw that from several people last year. Who do you have?
I think it's Cade Stover. I think there's a huge opportunity with Brevin Jordan going down. I just think the rotation at the tight end position is going to be a little bit different. So those guys, Dalton and Cade, are going to get a little bit more run here. You look at their desire to run the football. I think he's the one guy that can put his hand in the dirt and move people. I think he is a nasty player, and I think that's what it takes. You look at the offensive coordinator. Again, I don't know if Nick Caley's going to be worth the damn calling plays, but I know he better do some seriously impressive things with the tight ends. And so I think that plays into Cade Stover. And let's be honest, this is a guy that there's a lot of room to improve and become great because he's only been playing tight end for a handful of years. Literally in his college and pro career, it's only been a couple of years. So I think there's plenty of reason to think that Cade Stover can take that next step, and I think that's the one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Kalen Bullock. It was hard to. My guy's in here serious with this.
Ready, baby, ready for that season right there.
He got a helmet with horns in here. There you go. Get him a cup.
We signed one of them joints in the studio that day, didn't we?
It's serious, ain't he? Coming over his eyes and everything.
Needs to get some new guts in that helmet to keep it off his eyes so he can see.
Chin strap or something.
That thing falls down, he can't see.
But Kalen Bullock was at times the best player in training camp, and I mean he has the potential to lead the NFL in interceptions. I think this year he is a ball hawk, a playmaker back there. Like they've got two of them back there. Derek Stingley, when the ball is in the air, is a playmaker, and I think Bullock is as well. So for me, he is the guy that I think is going to take a major next step.
Okay.
Tyler said C.J. Stroud. Our guy Champ Slice, I believe, on YouTube and Twitch said for the Texans to be a contender, it needs to be Stroud. He says Tyler thinks it's a big bounce-back season for C.J. Stroud. As he and again, he wasn't terrible last year. I mean, it wasn't a major step back. I mean, it just, he came into last year being clearly like a clear top 10 quarterback, knocking on the door in the top 5 to now maybe, around the 10 to 15 range. So wasn't a terrible year, but a good bounce back season. All right, what do you see as the record now that you've seen this team and how it's put together? What's your record for this team?
I'm going to go 10 wins. I'm going to ride. I'm really going to trust D'Amico on this. I think D'Amico and Nick have built a roster that is just better. They're more talented. They're more disciplined. They play harder. They swarm. They do all these things that they mentioned. And I don't think there's any I think that is very real, and I think it wins games, and I think it's going to allow them to stay the course and be equal to what they have been these first 2 years with D'Amico, even though you got a first-time offensive play caller, you got a receiving core that's down to Nico Collins and a bunch of young cats right now. You're starting running backs hurt. Your O-line, we'll see what they do there. I think D'Amico and Nick have put a roster together that'll overcome that and allow them to win 10 games. So I got 10 games, second round of the playoffs.
Champ Slice said 10-7. Cornbread seemed to be befuddled by that. He said they win Sunday. He's got them at 12. 12 wins, 12
winning Sunday will go a long way. That's a on the road opening week against a really good football team. Yeah, that'd be a big win. I think that would be a statement. That'd be a statement made by the Texans if you win on Sunday.
Text line 15-2. Someone text in.
That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I think they win the division. I think it is. I'm with you at the 10-win mark. I got them at 10-7 as well. They still, because they're a first-place team, have a difficult schedule. They play all of those top teams in the AFC because all those other teams won their division, and they've got some other funky teams on their schedule, like the 49ers probably aren't the same maybe 49ers they were last year if they're healthy. So I'll go 10-7, them winning the AFC South for a third consecutive year. Where do you, Tyler had them at 12-5, by the way. Where do you have their season ending?
Second round.
Second round, same thing as last year.
Yep.
Tyler has them losing in the AFC title game to Buffalo. I mean, he's really.
I'll take it.
He's really distinct there. I have them losing in at home in the first round.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
really thought this one through, huh?
Yeah, I think they're going to run into like the Bengals. I think they're going to run into whoever doesn't win that division in the North. And like a Bengals or Ravens, whoever doesn't win that division, and I got them losing there in the first round, but still making the playoffs. And you got them in the second round, I got them in the first round. Tyler has them in the AFC Championship game. So all different levels there with the Texans and what they'll look like they'll be able to do. All right, coming up, the time is now for for this group. We'll discuss, and it is Friday, so that means tomorrow, Saturday. We got our Saturday slate. You can join in with us. Our games of the day, our games of the weekend coming up in college football. We'll do that next.
All right, how do you start a bidding war for your
It's Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
10-7 is lazy coming from the text line, baby. Bengals never beat the Texans in the playoffs, according to Ron. Another year of Ron covering the Texans. It's going to be a long one. Oh, okay. Good to hear that from you. Good to hear that from you. Yeah, the season's generally long. Probably, hopefully, at least into January. But a loss at home to Cincinnati after just saying we have one of the best secondaries. I got a new name for Ron talking out of my ass, Hughley. What is the concept of you have the best secondary mean that you can't lose to the Bengals? What does that mean? like if I came out and said the Bengals have the best passing game in football, but I think they lose to the Ravens. Is that crazy? Is that crazy talk? Like, get out of here. Text line coming in, man. We going to the bowl. There you go. Hey, have that confidence. 17-0 I see on the text line. Then someone on YouTube and Twitch that somebody came in. Give me 16-1. I don't want the pressure of the undefeated season. Shout out.
I'll take it
to Kick Rocks and Company. All right, we will do our Saturday slate. Last week, a lot of college football rolling through. You can text in your games of the week. But I do want to say this. I don't like to speak for Texans fans, mostly because some of them have a hard time with me speaking for Texans fans. But I think I'm probably close and on the money with this, even if some fans won't admit it. The time is now, Clint, for this offensive line, and I think not only do the Texans need a good performance for themselves in this game when you look at everything they've done to the offensive line. Clint, I think the fan base needs this to work. I think the fan base needs to go in Sunday and come out of Sunday's game and say, all right, this isn't a finished product, but we're not going to be dealing with what we dealt with last year. I think the first impression is a big deal for Texans fans, because right now I think Texans fans are all right. D'Amico and Nick Caserio, we trust them. They've brought us from the depths of football hell and have us to winning our division and having back-to-back playoffs and winning playoff games. And we want to be able to believe them here with this offensive line. But if they go out there and this thing looks like the last game they played in the playoffs where CJ's running for his life and he got sacked 8 times and he's getting hit all over the place, then I think fans will struggle to believe in this plan with the offensive line moving the rest of the way. So I think fans definitely need to see something clearly different from the offensive line than they did last week. That's why I think it's a big deal for them coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's a big deal. We've been talking about it for 6 months. Yeah, it's a big deal. And yeah, look, I think it's more than fair as a fan of the Texans to expect a significantly better product up front. You got to be absolutely disgusted if it's anything remotely close to what we watched last year. The reality of it is that whether it's the coordinator, the quarterback, the head coach's approach, the talent up front, the communication piece, all these different things, there's so many layers. Like, I don't think people realize how difficult it is to be that bad, right? And so on the flip side of that, if you just fix a couple of things, man, you see instant, significant improvement. And I will be shocked if the Texans aren't significantly better up front.
Yeah, and I just they need to show it. Because I think, Clint, if it's a bad showing, and if all of your concerns of because your concerns would be, I know they changed some of the pieces in the middle, but what the hell is that going to look like? And if you start to see a lot of pressure coming from the middle, and fans start to see that coming from the middle, and the struggles or whatever, and it looks bad. That's going to be a hard thing for, I think, a lot of fans to shake from week one. And I think they need a huge performance. Not even a huge performance, but at least a performance that allows you to believe that they are moving this way. It's a lot closer to getting away from what the hell that was last year as opposed to, and this looks, they did all this shifting and changing, got rid of Tunsil and did all of this, and they are still looking the same. I think that is a big deal. All right, Chris is in the building, holding it down, producing this thing. Can I get a little of that college football music, Chris? There it is, man. That makes me happy right there. It is week two officially. I know they had the week 0, but week 2 officially in college football, and there are some not as many great games this weekend. We had 3 top 10 matchups last weekend, but still some really good matchups. And we do our Saturday slate game of the week. Clint, I'll go to you first. What's your college football game of the week this week?
Well, I'd like to go with Arkansas State, because it's never happened before, and it should have happened way back in the day.
They've never played?
And I don't believe they've ever played. And
that's strange.
You know, if you're from the state or you're a fan of the program, of either program, you're very aware of it. But this is a national question, not necessarily an Arkansas question. So I'll go a different direction. I think the Michigan OU game is the one that's going to give us kind of a peek into what college football looks like this year. I mean, Michigan at 15, Oklahoma at 18. OU I think opened some eyes last week, albeit against a much lesser opponent. The kid that transferred in threw for damn near 400 yards and 3 touchdowns and appears to be getting a lot of hype after week 1. We'll find out how real he is against Michigan. I think that's probably the best game on this slate in terms of top teams, blue blood teams, kind of teams that are kind of on the verge of got to go one direction or the other. Michigan and OU, I think, are both there. So I think that's the biggest game on the slate for me this year.
Yeah, I want to see Underwood, the quarterback. Michigan. Both of these quarterbacks. You mentioned OU's quarterback, but Michigan's quarterback. This is the freshman that came in highly touted, and Dan threw out that word again with him. Dan threw out generational talent with the Underwood kid at Michigan, but he had a good first game. But again, as you said, that was against who did they play? I think maybe New Mexico or something like that. They played a team that they clearly were better than Michigan, and this'll be a big one to see where his progression is and how he plays. All right, Michigan, Oklahoma. I think that's where game day is. So I think that is the big game of the week there. For me, not many times will my Jayhawks have one of the top games on the slate. And this week they happen to have one. The rivalry renewed, Kansas and Missouri. They haven't played football in a long time, and both of them had impressive wins. Kansas, their first 2 wins, and then Missouri beat the hell out of some sorry team and put up 60. As I told you last week, I don't really know a lot about what Kansas is right now, being that they beat, Fresno State and Wagner. I think we'll learn a lot about them. And if they, to me, can just compete with Missouri on the road, and when you look at the Big 12, and still at this point, the Big 12, that conference champion does get into the playoff, I think for both squads, it'll show kind of where they'll rank in their respective conferences. Missouri, I think it'll kind of show, all right, this is a better team than maybe you think, and they'll do a little bit better in the SEC. And if Kansas, to me, is competitive and plays well and competes with them, I think it gives them a chance in a Big 12 that's not as strong. So I'm jacked. I'm excited about this bad boy.
Well, your household, it's Courtney school, right? Your school versus Courtney school. Hell,
a little border war.
It ought to be an event at the Hughley house, man. Y'all got some skin in the game.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it's gonna have to be a rough afternoon for me to watch that one.
Man, get in there, man.
I'm just telling you.
Get in there. It's a good quarterback play, man.
Missouri, Kansas, are you kidding me?
I'm telling you, what other game at 2:30 you going to be watching?
I don't know what time's Arkansas State, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one to watch that one.
Dialed in, baby.
It's going to be a rough one to watch that one.
Ooh, pig. So, come on, baby.
Get out of here, man.
Pull him through, man. Pull him through. Boy, Sam Pittman messed around and let this one even be close. He might not have a job.
Oh, get out of here. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
I got a lot coming up, Ron. I got some key matchups in this big Texans game, Rams game. But I got to put a couple of Texans in the crosshairs here. I got to put a couple of Texans in the crosshairs here. It's time to take off the kid gloves, man. It's time to take off the kid gloves and let's put some pressure on these boys. We'll do that next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair restoration. If you're out there and you're dealing with
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one's ever injured in an accident, you know exactly who you need to call. It's Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. We are at Talyards in Sugarland. Y'all come on out and hang with us. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. This Football Friday is supported by Tomball Ford as well. Academy Sports and Outdoors, Tomball Ford, two staples in this city, in the surrounding areas. Greatly appreciate them helping support our little truck show here on every Friday afternoon. Again, we got all kind of giveaways. We got 4 Academy gift cards. We got a Jaden Higgins autographed helmet. We've got the first 50 folks that come in the building. We've got some collectibles, some glasses that they had made up each show. You got Payne and Pendergast we're giving away today, and if you come to 4 different live broadcasts, you can get the entire collection of the cups. Really cool idea by Boss Man Parker. That was pretty cool. The Payne and Pendergast is tremendous. You got big ass Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast, old ball head, popped up there on the glass. It's pretty cool. Also, the big message I want to put out there: we're giving away 2 Texans tickets to the Cardinals game, which is later in the season. So you don't panic or anything, but it's later in the season. We're going to give away every Friday at our Football Friday live broadcast. We're going to give away 2 tickets and a parking pass. It's going to be to the Cardinals game or the Colts game later in the season. And today it's the Cardinals game. It also consists of a parking pass. We're going to do that every Friday as we roll through the season. And, again, that is courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. Big shout out to them for making that happen. That's a big-time prize right there. And we gave away a free oil change a little earlier, again, thanks to Tomball Ford, a proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. Now let's get to Talyards here. This is a tremendous place. Want to encourage everybody to come on out, and what we've got going on here at Talyards in Sugarland. We're right next to Constellation Field, the home of the Space Cowboys. No longer the Skeeters. We've been reminded. Apparently we said Skeeters a few times. It is the Space Cowboys, but this place is tremendous. Kid-friendly, family-friendly, great food, great drinks, great staff. You got to come by. If you can get by here today, we'd love to see you. If you can't, don't forget about the place. It's absolutely tremendous. Get by here. Again, kid-friendly. You can have some adult conversations inside. The kids can run and play. And here's the deal. If you come up here today, if you're already here, great. If you come up here today, you can hang for the show. You get a chance to win all these items. But also the owners have agreed to give everybody and anybody a tour of the brewery, which consists of a little surprise. I don't have the details of the surprise yet, but it consists of a little surprise from the Talyards crew here. And I'm going to strongly encourage – I had to go back for seconds, Ron. I'm going to strongly encourage, which they've agreed. There was the original deal was that we're going to let y'all know tomorrow there's going to be some specials. Saturday there are going to be some specials on this 1-year young bourbon barrel aged stout. It's the first birthday beer of Talyards. There's going to be a little special tomorrow, but they came out and said, no. Come on up here right now. And they're going to be selling it up here right now. And I'm telling you,
That's not playing around now.
This stout right here is absolutely tremendous. So come on up and get you a bottle, get you a case, get you a little taste of it. It is absolutely tremendous. So get up to Talyards anytime that you can. Now would be great. We'd love to see you, but if not, keep them in front of mind anytime you get out and about. Now, Ron, we got a big game this weekend with the Texans and the Rams. This is a tremendous matchup. As a fan, I'm super excited not just to see the team play, but like a lot of times, whether there's a game wrecker on the other side, and it's really not fair to put this new offensive line and this new offensive line coach up against them and say, hey, well, stop that guy, shut that guy down. I don't know how fair that is, right? You go up against the defending Super Bowl champ. I don't know how fair that is, right? But this is a good NFC team that was a playoff team last year, that's got a really good defensive front. And, Ron, I think there's a couple of guys that got to we got to get beyond handling these cats with kid gloves.
Mm.
And I titled this. I titled this. You stroke them, and I'll coach them. A lot of stroking going on.
I'm not stroking them. But
I meant you, as in D'Amico and Nick and the staff, this positive group, which I love, by the way. You know, you stroke them, I'll coach them. C.J. Stroud.
I'm not sure.
It's time. It's time. It's time. We've been through a couple coordinators. We've been through I didn't have control of the offense. We've seen some tremendously great C.J. Stroud. We've seen some hold on to the football too long. We've seen some sit back there and just get beat to death. It's time for C.J. Stroud to take that next step. This is a contract year. This guy has played at the level of a top 5 quarterback in the league his first year. It's time that C.J. Stroud take the bull by the horns and become the face of the franchise and the leader of the team and the face of the team, the voice of the team. And at the end of the day, good, bad, or indifferent, it all falls at the feet of C.J. Stroud.
Hey, listen. I have said, is this the year that the pass that he has been given, is it over? Is this the season? I think he has gotten a bit of a pass. There is no quarterback who has the feel of, all right, hey, man, this guy is the dude. This guy is at least getting towards an elite level quarterback. This guy is one of the best in the league, and their offense stink, and it leads to firing the coordinator, and it seems like he's 10th, 11th, 12th on the list, even if it's true or not. I mean, we watched, and I know you shouldn't put him in this category, but this is how some people think he should be trending towards. Mark Andrews dropped a touchdown. And what do you hear about Baltimore? Man, I just don't trust because Lamar can't win big games. It's unfair, that position, but you know that position. Yeah. Hell, I mean, Josh Allen's defense can't stop guys for 13 seconds. He gave him the lead with 13 seconds and a kickoff. Josh just can't win the big games. Kids just can't. It's unfair or not. And I'm wondering, is this the last year? I'm seeing it at the national level, at a local level. Like, hey man, this is all Bobby. This is all the injuries. This is all. Is this the last year that we stop talking about CJ as if he is in that company or moving towards that company, and then start having the expectations that you should have about somebody in that company?
Yeah, look. It's. I think all young quarterbacks go through it. And I think C.J. jumped on the scene and played great football right away, so the expectations go through the roof, probably unfairly. And so this past year, you know, he wasn't terrible, but the team wasn't offensively as good as everybody hoped, and so he takes a little bit of the blame. All that, I'm getting out of the rearview mirror and just looking forward. It's just time, right? You now have power to protect yourself at the line of scrimmage to keep you from getting all the hits, right? You now have an understanding of what it looks like to play that efficient, I'll call it Brady-like quarterback, and you also have the experience of trying to do too much. I would say, this vertical attack, like the experience is there. It's time for this thing to be about C.J. Stroud, and I don't mean that negatively. I just mean it's time, man. They're fixing to pay this cat $60 to $65 million a year to be the face of the franchise, and it's got to be about more than, hey, man, we just like the dude. He's a good dude. And, hey, man, he had a hell of a rookie year. Like, it's got to be – this is CJ's year, man, to be to really, I think, come into his own and really hit stride of who he's going to be as a quarterback.
Text line coming through, LOL, CJ Pals, a frequent listener. CJ has only been in the league 2 years. No, you can't have it both ways, Jack. Well, you can't have it as like, hey man, CJ is that dude, that dog. I can hear Larry now. Hell, I can see Larry. He's that dog. He's that dude. And your offense finished 22nd, and you go from 5 interceptions to the teens or to 12, and then just be like, man, it's Bobby Slowick. It was everything in front of him. Hey, hell, Bobby didn't run him out there to throw some of them interceptions.
Well, but the point is, the big point here is it's bigger. Like at some point, like after the season, if it's not a great season, it can't be about Nick Caley. Like it can't be about the next guy. At some point, it's got to be laid at the feet of the $60+ million man. And I just think it's time for C.J. Stroud to become that guy. And it's the experience of the past is one reason why he's ready. Because the same cat that'll say, oh, he's only been in the league 2 years. Well, hell, in one more season, you're going to have to pay him $65 million a year. He's only been in the league 3 years. To me, this is the year. It's all set up for C.J. Stroud to take this bull by the horns, and he needs to do it.
And I'm going to shut up real quick. But I don't mean to speak for you, but I think I can. We believe that he can be that guy.
Oh, I've seen it.
And that is why you should hold him to that.
Yeah, look, I've seen it, and people can hold him to whatever the hell they want.
This ain't Bryce Young.
People can hold it. Look, you can hold him to whatever the hell you want him to hold him to. I know what I've seen, and I know what the cat's capable of, and he's going to have to get back to that for this team to take that next step and really make us a Super Bowl contender. And I think this is the time to make it happen. Right? This is C.J. Stroud's year, and we've got to see the best that C.J. Stroud has to offer. On the defensive side of the football, the guy we're talking about, it seems like they just keep getting stroked and told how great they are and how this and that. Jalen Petrie. I like Jalen Petrie.
My favorite player on the team. I don't know if I can get with this.
I think, that's fine. It's not a knock. It's just, hey, it's time for Jalen Petrie's ass to stay healthy. It's time for Jalen Petrie's ass to cover. You know, the weakness of what Jalen Petrie brings to the table, I think the question mark there is the ability to cover in this defense. I think they're going to pressure and play a lot of man at times. And Jalen Petrie needs to stand up and be able to cover the way that he's covered in the past and not be a liability for this defense. He needs to stay healthy. He needs to be around all year long. And we've heard and talked about. They gave him money. They paid him again.
They paid him, so that should
they paid him again.
Change expectations.
Yeah, I need Jalen Petrie to be there in the damn playoffs when it matters the most. I need C.J. Stroud on the offensive side of the football and Jalen Petrie on the defensive side of the football. Let's take these kid gloves off and let's go play some damn football. Let's come into our own. Let's take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and take this team to the next level.
Man. They went and paid him in a manner when they didn't have to.
Yeah.
Because they believed in him, and yeah, it's.
Well, I believe in him. I like him. I like what we've seen, but it's time to go to a Pro Bowl. You know what I mean? It's time. It's time to. He's got Pro Bowl ability. It's time to get there. It's time to take the next step. Those are the two guys that I want to see take the next step and improve and really take the ownership of what's going on here on this football team. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. We are at Talyards up in Sugar Land, right next to Constellation Field. If you're familiar with the Space Cowboys, come on through and hang out with us. The Texans, they kick at 3:25 on Sunday.
This guy looks like he's about to get busy. There he is.
Rams, Texans, 3:25 Sunday. Ron, I got a couple of key matchups for you here real quick, man. Key matchups to watch. And now, look, I think there's for the Texans, I think there's just a couple of things that could potentially cause some major problems if they don't handle it well, right? And here's what we got. Adams and Puka Nacua. Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. Two really good receivers. I would say, Ryan, I was thinking about this earlier. I would say this offensive coordinator, quarterback, and two receiver group, just the pass catchers, they don't get talked about enough in that Cincinnati Bengal conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
probably because they just came together.
Right. Well, the Devontae just got there. Yeah, but I mean, I think when you talk about a wide receiver combo and you talk about a great quarterback and a great play caller, I think they're in the same breath. Right? Jamar Chase is clearly a monster. I'm not saying either one of these guys are Jamar Chase, but that same breath. Like, this is going to be a serious challenge, and I think the challenge is this. I think it's Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua versus Kamari Lassiter. You talked a little bit about it earlier about Kamari Lassiter and about who is Kamari Lassiter, what does he end up doing? Kamari Lassiter is going to catch one of those two guys probably early and often. What does that look like?
Yeah.
I think that is a key matchup in this game on the defensive side of the football. Offensively, Fisk and Poona Ford, the two big interior guys for the Rams versus our center, Jake Andrews, and right guard, whether it's Juice Scruggs or Ed Ingram, one of those two. That, to me, those are matchups in this game that could cause real problems for the Texans or could be the reason why they win convincingly. Like those are two matchups that, boy, whichever way they go are going to really impact this game in a major way.
Well, it's interesting. That first one, you got two guys that are calling plays that are not good but great at it, in Sean McVay and D'Amico Ryans, that are calling plays that are going against each other, that want to dictate stuff. And it is going to be really fascinating how much D'Amico says, well, here, I'm going to dictate this. Does Stingley follow anybody? Because, I mean, there's not a – like, do you say, all right, Stingley, you're going to follow Adams or you're going to follow Puka? It's tough because both of them are really, really good, and it's not like a Tyreek Hill that sticks out or Amari Cooper that just sticks out that can hurt you, because he could dictate a lot of that. He could dictate and say, bam, I'm going to have him on Puka Nacua, and then I'm just going to double with Adams on the other side. And it maybe forces Sean McVay not to be able to dictate who he wants to put guys in, because they'll move all those guys.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, because I accidentally left it out of my Jalen Petrie spiel about, you stroke him and I'll coach him. This is more
stroking anyone.
Well, this is I'm not meaning you like specifically, just generally speaking.
Make that clear to the listeners.
Well, there's just a lot of stroking going on around here, and it's just time. It's time, man. The one thing we can't have happen this year, and this is on D'Amico, by the way, Jalen Petrie can't get locked up in a man situation with Devontae Adams again.
I'm talking in the first quarter, let alone the game
at all. And if he does, Jalen Petrie's got to know I got to tackle his ass.
Yeah,
I can't let him get off the line and get gone.
Let's get a 5-yard hold.
Yeah, let's get a 5-yard holding or a PI, man. Let's not let this thing go to the house, hit his head on the goalpost kind of deal. So got to get that figured out. I meant to mention that in my Jalen Petrie spiel. Like you can't be the duck. I ain't saying you got to go out there and cover like Derek Stingley Jr., but damn it, you can't be a duck now.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's also a deal of how to maybe with how he uses his coverage with Derek Stingley or however could absolutely be more dictating of what he can do.
Yeah.
To where he can't follow that matchup. Right? Like you know Sean McVay is probably going to try to sneak those guys in the slot. What does D'Amico do with that? Does he allow that to be Jalen Petrie? Or does he force a switch? Like what does he do when Sean McVay makes that move? If you're saying Puka Nacua, you are going to be followed by Derek Stingley Jr., well, that kind of takes that out and makes that decision for you. But that is going to be a fascinating matchup between those two. All right, coming up as we continue, the lineups are out, and it wouldn't be just any day that ends in Y if there wasn't an Astros injury. And there are multiple brand new injuries to guys on the Astros and guys going to the IL. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Who doesn't like a good dip, man, whether it's chips and dips or it's –
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hear it out here, baby. There we go now. Having a good time out here. A little Football Friday here in Sugar Land at Talyards. And a lot of fun being had. If you're in the building or you're on your way, we are upstairs here. There's indoor, outdoor, anything you want to do, you can do here. But we are about to hook somebody.
Wait a minute.
No.
Anything.
Absolutely anything.
I don't know about that.
I'm telling you, listen, Chuck knows them bathrooms have been used late night
come
now.
on.
Ain't just been changing tables
Come
in there
on
now.
now.
Somebody's gotten fresh.
Anything go? Anything?
Anything goes in here. That was real old to me. When I say fresh, somebody's gotten fresh. That was real old. But no, coming up here, as soon as this segment ends, we will hook somebody up with that game-size Jaden Higgins signed helmet. That's what we're going to hook up someone here after this segment ends. And remember, in the 5 o'clock hour, as we continue, your chance to win a pair of tickets later on in the season against the Arizona Cardinals. 2 tickets against the Arizona Cardinals, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers, as they are a proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. And you get a parking pass. So 2 tickets, parking pass, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. All you have to do is put your name, grab a ticket, put it in the raffle box, and then you'll have a chance to be a winner coming up here in just a bit. All right, I know it is a Football Friday, Clint, but the Astros, which has now become a big series, they will take on the Rangers coming up. And
Rangers have done snuck up, ain't they?
They really have. I thought they were dead. They got about 3 or 4 games under 500, and then they've just kind of gone off, and they've gotten themselves tight. In that, I think they're a game and a half, maybe a game behind the Mariners. So they are really closing in, and they are definitely in the playoff race.
Yeah, they're 5 back the Astros. They're a game and a half back the Mariners. The Astros right now have a 3.5 game lead on the Mariners in the division. 3.5 on the Mariners, 5 on the Rangers.
So this and they've got Merrill Kelly going today, who was a big guy they got on the trade deadline from Arizona, who's pitched pretty well for them. But before we give you the lineups to get you set up for that, it's the Astros, so of course there's injuries. We understand that bullpen has taken some hits injury-wise, especially with Hader in the back end of that. But Bennett Sousa also going down on the IL. Well, they're going to add another one, Caleb Ort. I know a guy you have liked, Clint. Caleb Ort.
Big fella.
He has been placed on the IL second straight day, right elbow inflammation. Yesterday it was, or 2 days ago, was Spencer Arrighetti. He had right elbow inflammation, and now Caleb Ort, right elbow inflammation, and he has cleared a spot for Tyler's guy. Colton Gordon is back, and he is back, and he is actually starting tonight for the Astros in Arlington. But they're bringing him up. They lose another member of that bullpen that they need help to try to get to Brian Abreu. Caleb Ort, another big one when you start to think about this is now the 3rd guy out of that bullpen they've had to place on the IL here recently.
Well, he went out there and got shelled last night, so I'm glad to know that wasn't just him getting shelled. There was some kind of elbow issue that caused it. So
maybe he shouldn't have been out there getting shelled.
I don't know how much more this bullpen, really the whole rotation, not just the bullpen. I don't know how much more they can handle. I guess the only one positive is. Well, hell, no, that can't be because you have to have at least 4 starters. So it's not like you can push that 4th guy into the bullpen. So we're running low on those guys as well. So yeah, this is it's getting a little bit ridiculous.
Start getting into Lance here.
No, they got into Lance a couple days ago, and it was not pretty.
Bury me in the H.
Yeah, you buried in the bullpen.
Bury me. That's what we got to do, Chris. We got to get that. Bury me in the bullpen. get that added in there. All right, other news here with the Astros from an injury standpoint. Clint, a guy that was playing pretty well as somebody that was an option for them to face certain matchups, Zach DeZenzo, he was pulled from his minor league rehab assignment with an elbow sprain. Hell, he's coming off of the right hand inflammation issue that he had, and now in his minor league start, I'm not trying to laugh, but what in the hell is going on with these guys? He has to get pulled with an elbow sprain, and so it looks like there may be a setback there with a new injury going with that from him tonight. So a scary thing right there. Another bat there that they could have used, a guy that was swinging the bat pretty well earlier this year. He is looks like he has a setback with a new injury. So Zach DeZenzo, Kay Laporte, the latest of the injuries. Colton Gordon, he's getting the start tonight. Hunter Brown will go Saturday with Luis Garcia going Sunday. So big series against the Rangers, more injuries that they've had to deal with. The lineup is out. Alvarez, who's got 8 hits over the last 2 games, he is batting second, and he's the DH tonight with Pena in front of him. Altuve's at second base. Again, Correa. Sanchez is in right field, or is in left field, Walker at first base. Caratini behind the plate. Trammell in his new bat, whatever new bat he's going to use tonight. He is in center field with Cam Smith in right. So that is the lineup tonight, and Colton Gordon gets the ball here. And again, Clint, this is one of those, and I like you said this early in the year coming out of the break. This is a series that feels like just don't get swept. Just don't get swept, because 5 can turn to 2 with the Rangers specifically if you get swept, and then who knows what the Mariners will do because you're just 3.5 games. Just don't get swept. That's where this is. Right
I had split this remaining schedule in half, really, with the Astros, and not quite in half, but there was 20 games and I think 22 games to finish it up. The schedule was really soft, those 20 games, and they peed down their leg a little bit on that, right? They weren't able to open this thing up. They kept it at 3.5. They weren't able to open it up the way that they could, given the opponents that they played. I think they had the Orioles 7 times, the Rockies 3 times. They had a chance to bust it wide open, and they didn't do that. And so now you put yourself in a position where I don't know if the schedule is gets much more difficult, because you do have the A's and the Angels of several times that late running down here, but it's the head-to-head matchups.
You got the head-to-head with those.
It's the head-to-head, several with the Rangers, and I think 3 more or 4 more with the Mariners. Those are the games that when you in one series you can swing this thing 3 games, and that could be a problem. So. Hopefully, like you said, if you just don't get swept, you can hold on to this thing.
Yeah, the season really gets going, like coming to a head right now. They've got 6, the next 6 games, 3 against the Rangers, 3 against the Mariners. That's it.
There you go.
The last time you face either one of those teams, right? 3 against the Rangers. I'm sorry. No, check that. That's a little bit later on. You got 3 against the Rangers now, 3 against Toronto. Toronto's got the second best record in the American League, and then you have another run where you face the Rangers and the Mariners 6 in a row. So you want to create some distance before you get to that 6-game stretch. But this is another 6-game stretch where they play teams with winning records. The rest of it, as you said, the Braves who are out of it, the A's and the Angels who are out of it. But that run of those games, these 6 and then that next 6 that starts September 15th with the Rangers and the Mariners, those are the ones that they really got to show up, the head-to-head matchups. All right, coming up, what the hell happened last night with the Cowboys and the Eagles? It started off nuts with a spit, and then it ended with a much tighter game than I think people expected. And how are the Texans able to use their number 1 weapon? How can they do that? Coming up on Sunday, we'll discuss that next.
Ready? Football season is officially here. It's Texans. Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Live here on a Football Friday, our first one of the year here in Talyards. Let's hear it up. Let's hear the people clap it up. There you go. There you go. We got a good crowd. We're getting close to that 5 o'clock hour, so that means many of you are getting off work. So go ahead and bring your cell phone down here and enjoy yourself here in Sugarland and have fun with us. Got a chance to win some prizes, including some tickets to the Texans and Cardinals a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So a lot still left to do here. Again, shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors for Football Friday, also supported by Tom Ball Ford. So it's been a great, great time, and we look forward to hanging out with you all season long, every single Friday on Football Friday. Clint, we hadn't really got a chance to talk about it. I see it on the screens, replay of the game. I see people talking about it, Clint. The Eagles-Cowboys, and before we get to the game, I mean, you don't normally see first play of the game, the kickoff results into a guy getting carted off, and at the same time, one of the most important players in the game, the best defensive player for the Eagles, gets ejected immediately before he even plays a single down because he went Hawk Tua on spit on that thing. I mean, it was as if you were ready. We have not talked about that at all. And Chris was at the ready. Shout out to Santiago as Tyler is out today, but Chris is in rare form. But he spits on Dak Prescott and gets ejected, and then the rest of the game happens. But it was a crazy, crazy scene, and I gotta believe there's dudes even in his own locker room that are looking at him different. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Clint. If I saw you, and you're my guy, if I saw you or Chris or Tyler, like you about to get in a scuffle, like that guy you walked down who was talking trash to you about what happened at Tennessee, and you walked him outside of the bar, which is a terrible idea.
Terrible.
Awful.
I'm ashamed of it.
Because you want to debate him into fighting you. But if your move to bait him was, I'm going to get this loogie up and I'm going to spit right on this dude. Like, I look at you different. I ain't going to lie to you. I look at you. I look at you different. I know you called Framber a child earlier today. That's child behavior. Not even child. I mean, even worse, child behavior. But I got to believe there's some guys in his own locker room like, hey, man, really? Like, that was your move? Like, that was it? Like, I mean, cut blocking. Hit him kick him in his balls. Like, hit him in his throat. Like,
yeah. I
mean, spit on him. Like, and to be honest, for their defense, it was really downhill from there. I mean, the Eagles, I was surprised by that game to me. And I know Jalen Carter means a ton to them. He may be the second, third, hell, he may be the best defensive tackle in the game. And he obviously took himself out of the game, and the Eagles' defense looked a lot different without him. But the Cowboys, to me, appeared to really just stop themselves in that game. And I don't even say they just had a chance to win it. If you look at their mistakes, they got a fumble inside the 10. CeeDee Lamb drops a ball that could have kept a drive alive and maybe even got them at least in the field goal range with their kicker. And then CeeDee Lamb just drops, a wide-open pass that could have really changed the game in the fourth quarter. He had 3 or 4 drops in this game. I didn't think it was going to be a situation where I would come away and say, man, I think they should have won. I thought they'd be in the game, but I came away thinking, man, the Cowboys probably were the better team out there, at times. If you obviously you can't take away the mistakes, which, obviously hurts that, but they played a lot better and a lot tighter than I thought they would.
Yeah, they ran the ball effectively. Dak Prescott was nails the entire time. He was great in the pocket the time that they did get pressure. He was able to slide in the pocket and get the ball down the field. Dak was tremendous. But that's the Cowboys' MO. When you don't have discipline, there just seems to be a culture and a standard that is missing in Dallas. What happens is it may be somebody different. It may be a different reason every game, but it's always something that they self-destruct and hold themselves back. Whether it's the Green Bay loss in the playoffs where it's a clock issue and you don't clock the football the right way, or it's CeeDee Lamb dropping footballs in critical moments. Not one, not two, but three different moments, I think, late in that game. CeeDee Lamb dropped balls. And so that's uncharacteristic of him, but it's just its own brand for the Dallas Cowboys of the just self-destructing that they do in any big moment. It just seems like there's always something that holds them back, and it's usually some level of preparation or some level of attention to detail that ends up holding them back. And that was on brand. I would have bet the Cowboys last night with the 8.5 points, but I did not bet it. But if I were going to bet, that's what I would have bet, but I would have never bet them to win that game.
I think Tyler lost on that. I think he thought it was going to be maybe a blowout in that. And I think did the game make you change your thought process on the Cowboys before seeing them? Because it did for me a bit.
No, not for me. I think the Cowboys are they're going to be a really good regular season team. Now they live in a division that is exponentially more difficult to navigate right now with the Washington Commanders playing the football that they're playing, and the Giants look like they're going to be at least moving in the right direction.
What's up with that? The Giants have become a real
they got a defense, boy. They got at least on paper. On paper, they got a defense that's got a real chance. But the thought is I think the Cowboys are going to win as many of those games against those really good teams as they lose, and I think you're looking at a really good regular season football team once again. But when it all boils down to it, Nick, I hate to say it, but Nick Casario's right. A lot of teams, if you just play sound football, a lot of teams will beat themselves. If you just go out there and you don't beat yourself, you play smart, you play sound, there's a lot of teams that'll beat themselves, and the Dallas Cowboys are one of them.
Weak-ass Cowboys.
Yeah, I watched that game thinking, okay, man, this was the first time this offense got together. You can clearly see there is going to be kind of growth in how they navigate Pickens, because he wasn't even really into the game. Tyler will tell you that's the bet that he lost. That's the bet that he lost last night. Tyler told us today he had him with a certain amount of catches that he didn't get. But you can see there's going to be something to explore with that. CeeDee Lamb had more room, I think, a lot because of him. The running game was better than you thought. I feel like their offense is going to get better anyway. And I'm not going to lie to you. I watched it thinking, oh, my God, Jerry. I just wonder if Jalen Hurts would be able to get loose, run for – he ran for 2 touchdowns. I think they were both broken plays or not design runs. Run for 2 touchdowns, had scrambles where he extended third downs or drives on getting runs on third down. In my mind, I'm thinking, does he do that if Micah Parsons is out there? Is he busted loose if Micah Parsons is out there? I look at that, and that team to me, especially offensively, was a lot better. They looked a lot better under Eberflus. They looked a lot better with their corners healthy. That they weren't healthy last year. I just looked at it, I'm like, man, what in the hell would that have looked like if they had Micah Parsons out there? So I think the Cowboys, I didn't think they were going to be terrible. I felt like they were like a 7-8 win team, and I don't know. This is absolutely their toughest game on the schedule, on the road at Philadelphia, and honest to God, I think they should have won it. I think they should have won the game, and they didn't. And I don't know, that kind of changed the way that I view the Cowboys. Now maybe they'll get hurt. Dak looked really good. It's a damn shame he had 188 yards passing, because he sure as hell should have had way more than that. But I don't know, man. The Cowboys looked surprisingly to me a lot better. I didn't think they would get the doors blown off of them, but I also didn't think, man, they are standing right up with them.
Yeah, I think one difference in watching the Cowboys from a positive perspective, I thought they did a really good job of managing the game. The game was still a one-possession game. They didn't get over-aggressive until they had to in the fourth quarter, until the game was on the line and they had to. And, living in that little bit more reserved world is probably where Dak needs to live if they're gonna and running the football. They stuck to the run. So I like the version of football that we saw from the Cowboys a lot more than them going out there and Dak throwing for 350 yards and losing and throwing 2 or 3 picks. I like what they did offensively. If CeeDee Lamb goes out there in any of the final 2 or 3 drives, if he makes one of those catches, it's a different game.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Or they got Miles Sanders fumbles.
Yep.
In the red zone.
Yeah.
That was a killer. All right, this is Football Talk on Sports Radio 610. It is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as the Texans injury report is out. There are a couple of things that we're not surprised by, but there is one that I think we've got to look at that could have potential to affecting the game on Sunday. Another NFL game happening tonight. It started with the Cowboys and the Eagles we just talked about tonight. The Chiefs and the Chargers in an AFC West battle. They get going. We'll look at that. And the Astros have a big series as they travel to Arlington. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look deep in the heart of Texas, baby, in the city we call.
Tennessee sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. Now, T-Mill is out today, but Big D Santiago is in the building. He's here with us. And there you go. And we'll give you the latest. The latest is we are live here in Sugar Land. There you go. There we go. Live here at Talyards in Sugar Land, and we've been here since 2 o'clock, and we'll be here at least on the air until 6, and it has been a great time, man, here. A great place to bring the kids. I see people out here running around to then bring your kids and you, and then enjoy some adult beverages and great food, anything that you want here at Talyards here in Sugar Land. Come on down and enjoy yourself. By the way, in the 5 o'clock hour, we still have several giveaways to give away, including the big one coming up, and we'll do that a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. So if you are on your way here to Talyards and Sugar Land, you got a little time to get yourself involved. But your Houston area Ford dealers, they ain't playing no games with you here. They're going to hook somebody up, a listener up, but you got to be here on site to get it. Going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to see the Texans and the Cardinals get together a little bit later on, and it includes a parking pass as well, courtesy again of your Houston area Ford dealers, as they are a proud supporter of Football Fridays. But you can win a pair of tickets to Cardinals and Texans coming up a little bit later on. All you got to do is put your name and grab a ticket, actually, and put it in our raffle box, and we will draw that winner coming up a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour.
Hey,
but
did you see how big that playground is out there?
Yeah, I've run around it. Check that. I've walked around it looking for people, looking for kids. I mean, you got to run around it.
Well, I mean,
I've walked around it looking for kids.
It is big enough that you may have climbed on something and got kind of caught up in there a little bit.
Yeah, they got a hill out front here too.
Two of them
that I've watched my kids just try to jump down it and nearly take themselves out. So they got everything you need. I'm telling you. Also, they got a little barbecue action back there too. They got a little trailer over there where they just serve barbecue right there out there as well. So it's a great spot. It's a great spot. All right, as we get here, a little Football Friday and a little 5 o'clock fire. Let's start here with the injury report here for the Texans. Coming up in a little bit. Stay with us a little bit later on in this 5 o'clock hour. We will get to our Friday final. Texans win if, Texans lose if. We'll discuss that coming up in a bit. But the injury report is out, Clint, and no real surprise at all as we heard this. They did not practice all this week, and we heard it yesterday. Braxton Berrios, slot guy, but more importantly, his role as the kick returner, punt returner, he is going to be out of this game, as well as Christian Kirk. He is out of this game, the slot receiver, and the biggest addition they made on this offense in free agency, or rather he was traded, over to the Texans from Jacksonville. But he is out with a hamstring. His could be multiple weeks potentially there. Then the rest of the injury report is Cam Robinson. He missed practice with an illness earlier this week. He was full go today and should be fine. Blake Fisher, who was limited earlier this week with an ankle, he was full go today. But the one that we're looking at, he was limited today, and that's Ed Ingram. Shows up on the injury report with an abdomen issue. He is listed as questionable in this game. We've talked a little bit about the receiving situation, but let's look at the potential of Ed Ingram. He is somebody who has won that guard spot, that right guard spot. And if he couldn't go, I'm guessing you would look at a Juice Scruggs or a Jarrett Patterson situation. But that is probably the one to really watch, Ed Ingram. Listen to this question.
Yeah, that's the one for me because, as I've said before, I think Ed Ingram is the lineman that makes it all work. I mean, he's the one that allows you to play Ariante Urshri at left tackle, Titus Howard at right tackle, and then Ed Ingram inside. That right tackle position is the trigger point right now for the Texans. Can Ed Ingram play? Can Juice Scruggs play? Can somebody other than Titus Howard play that right guard position. And if that happens, then I think the other pieces fall into place. And I like what they have. I mean, given the guys that they brought in, given the guys that they drafted, given the guys that they retained, I like kind of how this thing has landed if Ed Ingram or Juice Scruggs can play that right guard position. The problem is if we look at Ed Ingram and he can't play, or if at any point in time he goes down, you're one rolled ankle away from Titus Howard having to go back to guard and Ariante Ursery going to right tackle and Cam Robinson coming in at left tackle. This whole just shuffling the deck again. You know, that's the thing about that interior offensive line is in the right guard position is, boy, if they're not fully healthy, you are literally one rolled ankle away from going back to this, you know, this carousel of offensive linemen, and I absolutely hate that, man. Yeah. I hope Ed Ingram's able to play, and I hope he's able to play anywhere remotely close to what we saw, the small sample size in the 2 preseason games. If he can, man, it's been – I'll put it like this. I don't want to get overexcited about it, but it's very promising what we saw in the preseason from Ed Ingram.
Do you – because I would have never thought this coming into it, do you see it as a big gap between him and Juice? Like if Juice had to come in, because they were battling there, do you sense that there's a big difference if Juice had to come in? Again, he's questionable, so that doesn't mean he's going to miss the game.
I don't know. The advanced stats will tell you that there is no difference. They're both pretty good in the run game, and they both struggle in the pass game. So the advanced stats or the stats themselves, wherever they're at, will tell you that they both struggle in pass protection. But we haven't seen Ed Ingram in a Texans uniform in this offense with a play-action heavy scheme, with a run-first approach.
And he did beat him out.
You know, with this with better communication. We haven't seen that. So I got to lean into what I hadn't seen yet, Ron. I've seen Juice Scruggs struggle mightily. I've seen him struggle at center, guard, and guard, at both guard positions. So I would be more – I'm more interested in seeing what Ed Ingram has to offer. I hope he's healthy. I hope he's full go.
Yeah. Again, if you missed it, Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk are both out of this game. From reports that we've seen, it looks like Jalen Noel will probably pick up the slack for both roles, both of those spots in terms of the kicking game and with him in the slot with Christian Kirk. So could be a big start in his rookie career for Jalen Noel. And then Ed Ingram is the one we were just discussing, as he is struggling a bit there with an ab issue and is listed as questionable at this point.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NFL season kicked off yesterday with the Eagles and the Cowboys. A pretty competitive game, a good game. Everything got a weird game. You had a 63-minute delay. You had a player ejected before the offense or defense took a snap in the game. But it got off good, 24-20. Good drama going there in the end of the game. Tonight, game 2 of the season before we get a full slate on Sunday, and that is Chiefs-Chargers. Chiefs-Chargers tonight. Both of these teams were playoff teams last year. Both of these teams, I think, have expectations of being playoff teams. Before we get into seeing how this game goes, how you look at this game, how you see this game tonight, it's played in Brazil, by the way. The Chiefs are a 3-point favorite on a neutral site. But both of these teams, the Chargers, who the Texans ended their season in blowout fashion, what do you see and what do you expect from this Chargers team this year, second year in the Jim Harbaugh system?
Well, I mean, I think that's the magic question, right? I mean, that's the one question is what does – really it's the playoffs, but Justin Herbert, the quarterback of the Chargers, what does he do in big moments? What does he do against really good opponents? And has he had his moment yet – to justify the money that the Chargers have invested in him and the rankings that some of them that have him in the top 10 quarterbacks in the league kind of deal? You know, has he really lived up to that, or is it all hype and is it all potential with him? And so I think tonight, opening the season against the Chiefs, is a monster game for the Chargers in the sense that the Chargers are still trying to arrive. The Chiefs are there. The Chargers are trying to arrive in the AFC and the powers that be. And so I think it's a big game. I'm watching Justin Herbert. Can Justin Herbert, be the reason that his team beats the Chiefs on a neutral site in Brazil?
So this Charger season is about Justin Herbert.
Absolutely. Every season is moving forward.
Yeah, because I'll be honest. I mean, Jim is really good. They didn't get him a ton of help, right? Like They drafted the Hampton kid out of North Carolina, the running back. He should be a pretty good addition, but their weapons on the outside, the receivers look pretty similar to what they had last year. All right, and the Chiefs, a lot of people potentially look, and especially as I see it up and down the text line, but not just on the text line, a lot of people potentially see a slide from the Chiefs after they got blown out in the Super Bowl by the Eagles. Your thoughts on what you expect to see from the Chiefs this year? You still see them the same as you've seen in the last several years, or you expect a bit of a drop-off?
I don't expect a bit of the drop-off. I think, to me, the conversations around Pat Mahomes not being the best quarterback in the league is silly. We're talking about a team that we've watched win with great offense. We've watched them win with great defense. We've watched their quarterback, no matter what kind of offense he's orchestrating, we've watched him in the big moments literally put the team in the game on his back and go win games. When you've got that combination and you still have your dudes and you still have your head coach and your offensive play caller, I'm not doubting those guys. I mean, you're talking about the best quarterback in the league and a team that's been on the top and everybody's trying to knock them off. And I understand Philly won it last year. I get it. But right now, Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid, the Kansas City Chiefs, the way they're built, their defensive roster, they're still the standard.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been wondering, when are we going to see the fireworks show of the Chiefs that you talked about? They've had to win with.
That's the beauty, though. You don't have to see that. That's the beauty of what they've done, and what makes me such a believer is they don't have to. Like right now, you look at Cincinnati. Like the reason you don't believe in Cincinnati is because they're going to go out and they got to score 35 points every damn game to win.
Yeah.
Right. The Chiefs have done it in so many different ways, and it's all convincing. Right. They have literally changed their identity and won championships within a 3-year span.
Yeah.
So it's I'm not doubting that.
I think the Chiefs have a lot of the issues the Texans have to answer their offensive line. They've made some changes there. I do think if those changes work out, Josh Simmons, the rookie left tackle that they brought over, they drafted a tackle in Kingsley Suamataili in the second round last year. He's moved over to guard. If those can work out, I think you may see an offense that at least has more ability to score like you used to. Hell, I feel like the last couple of years, it seems like they were almost not able to do it. Not that they've kind of changed the game plan wise. You picking the Chargers in this? You think the Chargers win this big game for them?
No, I like the Chiefs. Yeah. I'll take the Chiefs. I do like Harbaugh. I do like what Harbaugh. His track record, obviously, from a winning perspective, it's hard to doubt the guy.
Everywhere he goes.
Everywhere he goes, he wins. But I do like his approach. I mean, they are going to be a hard-nosed, physical, run-first football team. And I think with Justin Herbert being the counterpunch more so than having to throw for 5,000-plus yards to win in the season, I think that's a better formula. But I'm not picking them over the Chiefs. No, sir.
All right, Chargers, Chiefs, a big AFC West battle. The Chargers trying to stop the Chiefs from winning that division for the 11th straight year. So get ready tonight as football continues in the NFL coming up as a full slate gets going on Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, little fire here. Astros, they get going in Arlington, but I want to give you a little news here. Just reported about 5 minutes ago, Brian McTaggart, MLB.com, says Jake Myers is with the club in Arlington and could be activated as early as tomorrow.
Yeah, come on, get right.
My man, hey, y'all help him out, man. Clap, man. Jake Myers. Who knew that you were going to – Jake Myers is being reinstated, that anybody in the world would get up and be like, oh, God, Jake, we got Jake. We need Jake back. But Jake Myers has been a hugely important part of this team since he has been healthy, and they could really use him and stop that who's going to play center today, who's going to play center tomorrow, who's going to play that musical chairs in center field. But it looks like Jake Myers, who the last time we saw him with the Astros couldn't make it out to center field, just running to start the game with that calf issue. is back potentially and could be reinstated coming up tomorrow.
Well, you got a 300 hitter when he went down, and he was swinging the bat really well, and it just strengthens that lower half of the lineup beyond those big four, really the big five if you consider Christian Walker. He's not going anywhere. Really the big five up top, and it just strengthens that backside of the lineup. And you know, you get consistency in center field. And I'll be honest with you, just as a fan, I could not be more like exhausted with Joe Espada and these left-handed bats that he keeps rolling through there like these guys are hitting 300 or something. I like the Jake Myers in center field, Jake Myers in the lineup. I don't care if it's in the 7 or 8 hole. Don't care where it's at. Just that little bit more consistent center field spot and that spot in the lineup is going to be refreshing to see as well. Now, I hope that it's the Jake Myers that got injured and not the Jake Myers of the previous seasons, right? I mean, you hope that this layoff, it doesn't take him. You hope he comes back like Jordan did, which if you look at what he did over here a couple of nights ago with the few hits in the first inning before he hit one off his damn foot, it seems like he's hitting this thing in stride. So hopefully that's what we get from Jake Myers is more of what we had this season.
But the big part and the really good part for the Astros and Jake within that is, unlike Jordan, the Astros don't need Jake to come in and immediately be that 300 hitter because the team looks different than when Jake left it. Jake left it, there was no Jordan Alvarez. When Jake left it, there was no Carlos Correa. When Jake left it, Christian Walker was not swinging the bat as well as he has swung it of late. And so there was, Jeremy Pena may have been hurt when he left the lineup. So they don't need Jake. There was no Jesus Sanchez on the team. They don't need Jake to be the third best hitter on this team, which many times when he left, he was. Like Jake can be in the 7th spot and be himself.
Wasn't he hitting at times in the top 3?
But he hit second once. He was definitely hitting over Yiner and Christian Walker. I mean, he was settled in that 5 spot. So they just don't need him to be that like he had. He has the ability to ease into it.
Jake Myers hitting over 300 with a 743 OPS. Nope, 774 OPS. Adding that back into the lineup into that bottom half, that'll be nice, man.
Yep. All right, as we continue here coming up, we still have a couple of more gifts to hook you up with as well. Prizes to win. If you have not put your name in our raffle box, you may want to do so. And we've got to get to it. This is the thing everybody will be watching. Texans fans will be watching this coming up on Sunday. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look, football is back, baby. And Underdog Fantasy is.
PregameListening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here at Talyard. Clap it up in here, man. You guys have been great. You've been great. Somebody is going to walk away with the big prize, a pair of tickets to see the Arizona Cardinals come to town to face your Houston Texans, and a parking pass included as well, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers, a proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. That's coming up as soon as this segment ends. So if you are on the way or you're in the building and you have not grabbed a ticket in our raffle box, and you can be like our latest winner, Rhonda, you might want to get your ticket in the box so you can have a chance to win those tickets. That's coming up as soon as this segment ends. And it's been fun, man. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but this place is going to be partying well after that tonight. Chiefs, Chargers tonight. Astros play the Rangers. There'll be TVs all over the place for you to be able to watch whatever game that you want to watch out here at Talyards here in Sugar Land. So make your way. Again, it is right next to where the Space Cowboys play.
Constellation Park. Is it still Constellation Park?
Yeah, Field, I think.
Constellation Field?
Yeah.
Well, I noticed the big voice guy said the Space Cowboys ballpark or stadium or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder why. Can we not? You say that name?
I don't know. I think it's Field. Constellation Field. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's the name of it, I guess. But if we can't say that, the place where the Space Cowboys play, right there.
As you said the first time, right?
Coming up back there. So come on out and enjoy yourself. All right, Clint. D'Amico talked about it earlier this week. He said, I'm tired of talking about it. We've been talking about it in the offseason since the season ended in Kansas City, and since they've made so many moves and we've watched this group come together. The offensive line is going to be the big thing that we are watching and we're looking at in this game, because that was the biggest change that this team needed to make following last year, and they've revamped the whole thing. In an odd way for us to get here, the only person who is in the same position that he was last year is Titus Howard, and that wasn't even the plan to begin with. The thought was he would be the right guard, but he is actually the right tackle, the only person that is in that same position that he was last year. And Clint, I want from you, and you too, you can jump in on this, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in with your thoughts on this. For you, Clint, how much will Sunday's game and the performance of what this offensive line does under now the leadership of Cole Popovich and Nick Caley, how much will that first impression set your mindset for the rest of the year?
Well, I mean,
and I know it's just one game.
No, but I'm never just it's a one game. I think it's a big ass deal either way. I'm not a one game guy. I think it's important. I think it's a big deal. I think it's worth focusing on and discussing in depth. Right? I just think it is. And when you look at the offensive line, I just think there's so many different ways to be better that if you're not noticeably better, like it's fire alarm, like setting off the fire alarm type deal. So, yeah, I think it's an important first game in a big way.
Yeah, I like the way
they're going to leave right before the tickets?
For the tickets give. They've been here the whole way, right before the tickets give. No, Clint, I'm with you. Listen, I don't expect perfection from this group. I don't expect like an absolute game-changing thought or look from this group. I don't expect this group to become the Lions or the Eagles. I don't. But I totally agree. There should be a noticeable difference in how they handle certain things, right? We should see a clear difference in how they handle stunts, because that was a disaster from week 1 to week 17 to week 18 to week 19 in the playoffs. It should be a clear difference in communication. It should be a clear difference. Now, I'm not saying that Fisk won't win, and you'll see some, or Verse won't get a good move on the outside and dip around Ariante Ursery or something and cause some pressure. But it should be a clear shift in difference of what we saw. And the offensive line, to me, shouldn't just be a complete noticeable, oh, my God, like we're back at square one. And I think that is a huge deal for anybody who's supporting the Texans.
Absolutely. I mean, anybody that's a fan, their heart was broke last year when we lost, and it was in large part due to the inability to protect. Whether it's the tackle defensive end stunts, or it's the A-gap pressures, or it's the tight ends not being able to hang on for dear life in pass protection, whatever it may be, that was the straw that broke the camel's back last year when we lost out. And so anybody that pays enough attention that closely, their eyes are squarely focused on the offensive line this year. And if you go out there and all the moves that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans make, with everybody trusting blindly in these guys, that those moves were the right moves to make. If that doesn't work out, and I'm talking about work out to a point where we're talking a middle-of-the-pack offensive line that can at least protect your franchise quarterback, then I think fans should be critical of it. I think fans should be disappointed. I think it would be a crying shame if that's why this football team can't take their offense to the next level. I really do.
I think that is a great point that you made. Someone on the text line saying that too. Just the moves they made, I don't think anybody would have had these moves on their bingo card for the direction for them to go. And they need to make a really good first impression. I think there are some fans that maybe are hanging on a little bit, and if they come out there and CJ is getting drilled or getting hit, and there's miscommunications or confusion like we saw repeatedly last year, I think that is going to really more than give concern, maybe scare some Texans fans into thinking, oh, my God, they didn't fix this. They didn't come close to fixing this issue. So I do think it's a huge, huge first step.
I mean, just to be clear, I will be shocked off my ass if there's not a significant, noticeable improvement.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen improvement, or at least through these preseason games. We've seen some improvement.
Well, when you look at it, it's C.J. Stroud communicating, C.J. Stroud playing a different brand of quarterback. It's Nick Caley with an obvious focus on protecting the quarterback and being more physical up front. It is a group that is more together and has better chemistry and more accountable to each other than what was before. Like, all of these things are just – they're bound to produce a significantly better product.
Yeah, we should see that, and I think – a lot of people are hoping that they see, as you said, a significantly significant.
Can't tell. I'm hoping like hell. Hoping, wishing, praying.
Yeah, there it is.
All of them.
All right, coming up as we continue, somebody is about to get some tickets right here live here in Sugar Land at Talliard's as we roll through our Friday final. You can join in on this. The Texans will win if they do what? The Texans will lose if this happens in the game. We'll give our predictions as well. And I think T. Mill's still sending his best bets. He said he made some best bets anyway, so we'll see if he can make you some money because he had a big night last night, only missed one in best bets. We'll continue that as we go live right here from the drive.
Well, who doesn't enjoy a good dip? Whether it's dips and chips, it's
next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to our latest winner and the winner of our grand prize, our big prize. They're all grand, kind of, but our big prize, our winner Ron, a pair of tickets to Cardinals Texans. Not me, another gentleman with a fantastic name.
That'd be about on brand though. You try to win them yourself.
Hey, man, you got to take advantage. If I pull my ticket, I win. But no, it was not me. Ron, he won a pair of tickets to see the Cardinals take on your Houston Texans a little bit later on in the season. Shout out to our Houston area Ford dealers that those tickets and the free parking pass as well were courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers, a proud supporting sponsor of Football Fridays. We appreciate everything that they have done to help put this together as well. But congratulations to Ron. Every single Friday, every single Football Friday, you'll have a chance to win some tickets and many other prizes as well as we did today. Shout out to everybody here at Talyards, from Chuck to all of the staff here. They've been fantastic. Shout out to Tia and our promo staff, and Matt, our engineer, keeping us on the air, and Chris Santiago stepping up and holding it down at the station as well. It's been a really, really good first Football Friday, and we've enjoyed ourselves a ton. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. There you go. The fellas will get going coming up right behind us, so stay tuned for that. All right, we do this on Fridays, a little Friday final. You can text in your thoughts as well, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch can jump in too. The Texans will win if, and the Texans will lose if. We could start there, Clint, for you. The Texans will win if they do what?
If they don't turn it over offensively. I think this team is like they got a real chance to do it in almost boring fashion with great defense, run the football, just don't turn the football over. I'm typically not I don't like to lean into the, boy, if you win the turnover battle, then you get an 80% chance of winning, and like that just is typically like a low-hanging fruit. But I really believe that's how this team is built. And there's going to be a real urge to lean into Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud and maybe do some riskier things, and especially in a first-year Nick Caley offensive coordinator. But I think if the focus stays, what did they stole that Jalen Hurts saying, which I don't know if Jalen was the first one to say it, but keep the main thing, and run the football, stay ahead of the chains, don't turn the football over. I think that's the recipe for this team to win football games. And so I think I got to take the boring, low-hanging fruit of just if you don't turn the football over offensively, this team is going to be extremely difficult to beat with this defense. And so I'm going no turnovers offensively.
Text line coming through. If the Texans are able to keep C.J. Stroud from getting hit, that is a good one. I know that's probably based off of a lot of what you saw last year. For me, Clint, I think they win if they have success on first down. I think early downs are going to be really, really key for the Texans. I've talked about this a little bit this week, Clint, is the Texans seem like an offense right now of what we're seeing. They seem like an offense that needs to be able to be on schedule, and they need to be able to dictate what they want to do. I don't think it's a good recipe for the Texans if the game or anything puts them in a place where they are forced to have to do things that maybe they don't want to do, or at least the defense knows that they want to do. So if they're in second down and in fives, and third down and threes, and not third and sevens and long, and that goes with success on first down, and now the playbook is open for Nick Caley to do what he wants to do on second down, I think that is a huge, huge key. Because if they're in a lot of third and longs with this pass rush, and where their offensive line is all playing together for the first time, and really some unknown thoughts, I think that is a recipe for some real problems potentially for them. So I think early downs are a big, big deal in this game for the Texans. All right, some others texting in. The Texans will win if Nick Chubb gives them a really good running game. Someone else texted if they're able to get pressure on Matt Stafford. I think all of these things are very fair things. All right, Clint, the Texans will lose if they do this.
Well, if they can't run the football.
So that's a big one to you.
I mean, and define can't, right? I mean, if they're just stymied in the run game and have to get away from the run game, and this thing turns into a C.J. Stroud's got to do it, C.J. and Nico's got to do it with very little help. First-time offensive play caller, offensive line that's inexperienced is probably not the right word because they've got some experience.
Inexperienced together.
Yeah, definitely together. Just a remade offensive line, an injured wide receiver group, an injured tight end group with Brevin Jordan not there. I think if they can't run the football offensively, they're going to be C.J. Stroud's going to be put in a real tough spot to do enough to win it.
Yeah, text line coming through. If the defense gets exposed, I think if the defense has a rough game, or if they don't, I don't even want to say dominant, but if they allow the Rams to score a lot and not create problems for them, I think obviously that's an issue for me, Clint. I have the Texans will lose, kind of similar to what you said on the win thing is, if this offense helps the Rams offense with turnovers, I think that is a recipe for disaster. Because I don't think, and I've said it all week, I don't think that the Texans defense is going to let the Rams get away from them. I think they're going to hold the Rams down from what maybe the Rams may do in the future to other teams. I think the Rams are going to probably have a lot of pressure on the quarterback, potentially have turnovers. I don't think the Rams offense is just going to flow easy. But what can help them is if they got short fields, or if they're getting helped by the Texans team offense turning the ball over. So I think the Texans offense holding on to the ball, no turnovers, no picks, no fumbles, and not helping the Rams offense, who I think will I'm not saying a layup like Reggie, but I think will potentially have some struggles the more they normally do against the Texans defense. Some others texting in. The Texans will lose if I don't wear my Foster jersey and don't do my rain dance for every first down. Wow, that guy is wearing Arian Foster jersey and do a rain dance, huh? Every time. All right. Tyler gave his prediction. We'll do prediction time here. Tyler said Texans 27, Rams 17 in this game. 27-17. What's your prediction for this first game against the LA Rams on the road?
On the road, I'm really struggling with this one because the health of the Rams is what's got me thinking here, man. I think the Texans get it 17-13. I think the Texans get them 17-13. I think this defense, as I said to open the show, Ron, I think this is a great matchup for the Texans' biggest strength and a great matchup for the Texans' biggest weakness. And we're going to find out as fans, we're going to find out a lot about that. This wide receiver group, quarterback, and OC for the Rams, one of the best OC, quarterback, receiver combos that you're going to face. That challenge versus what I think is our biggest strength, our secondary, is going to be appointment television. And then on the flip side of it, their D-line, which is the identity of their defense, against our biggest weakness, our offensive line, is going to tell us a lot here with the Texans. So I think the Texans get them. I think it's a low-scoring game. I think it's I'll go, what I say, 17-13? 17-13 Texans.
Yeah. When this schedule first came out, Clinton, I looked at this and I thought, boy, that's a tough opening game for the Texans on the road, and I had it as a loss. And I will say I do feel better about the Texans now that we've seen through training camp and preseason games. But I think the Rams are to me, a dark horse Super Bowl type of team, potentially, and I think it may take a little bit for this Texans offense to get going. I don't think the Rams offense is going to go crazy against the Texans defense. I got the Rams 20-13. I got it, low scoring and a couple of field goals to kind of push this thing out to 20-13. So I got the Rams winning this first one with the Texans, and I think it'll be a good game, though. I think it'll be a really good game, but I think just the offense kind of getting together, new play caller, new offensive line, some new weapons. The Christian Kirk injury, I think, plays a role there in this. I got 20-13.
This guy. Well, I'm glad you're always wrong.
Oh, I guess so. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. There have been some wrong ones. There have been a few right ones, too. But coming up again behind us, Texans All Access. Tyler did, Clint, send his best bets. He's got Texans +3 on the Rams. He's got Panthers +3.5 against the Jags. He wanted to type in Duval for some reason.